Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Vance AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Vance AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Vance AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Vance AI S.E.T, and use the code S.E.T. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Vance AI, guys. Hey, this is S.E.T and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. And all right, guys, let's get straight to it. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, guys, let's get right into it because we got J.D. Vance, and an interview with J.D. Vance. But first, let's get to Trump's Memorial Day speech. Man, happy Memorial Day, guys. And I do have a saying. Hopefully, I don't butcher it, but they say it is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died on this day. Rather, or the war. But rather, we should thank God that such men lived. And shout out, happy Memorial Day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very special place and a very special day. Thank you to Vice President Vance, doing a terrific job. Thanks also to a man who has devoted his life to service members and veterans, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who's doing really well. He went through a lot, didn't he? But he's doing really well. He's a tough cookie. That's what we want, is a tough cookie. And we're grateful to be joined as well by Chairman Kaine, terrific military person, members of the cabinet, members of Congress, members of the United States Armed Forces, veterans, and many other distinguished guests. We gather today to honor the incredible service members who rest in glory in this cemetery and burial grounds around the world and in 1,000 lonely places known only to God. In every hour of peril, in every moment of crisis, American warriors have left behind the blessings of home and family to answer their nation's call. They've offered all that they had within them and given their last breaths to each and every one of us that we might live safe and breathe free. This morning we pay tribute to their immortal deeds. We share in the sorrow of their beloved families, and as one nation we give thanks for the ultimate gift they have so selflessly given to all of us. These warriors, and that's what they are, as great, great warriors, picked up their mantle of duty and service, knowing that to live for others meant always that they might die for others. They knew that. They asked nothing for it. They gave everything, and we owe them everything and much, much more. Each of the service members who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation has also left an unfillable void and an unbreakable silence in the lives of all who love them. For the families of the fallen, you feel the absence of your heroes every day. Family,
You're in our prayers.
these are great families. These are wonderful families. In the familiar laugh no longer heard, the empty space at Sunday dinner, or the want of a hug or a pat on the back that will never come again. Every Gold Star family fights a battle long after the victory is won, and today we lift you up and we hold you high. Thank you, thank you, thank you for giving America the brightest light in your lives. It's what you've done. We will never, ever forget our fallen heroes, and we will never forget our debt to you. This Memorial Day is especially significant as we commemorate 250 years since the first American patriots fell on the field of battle. 2.5 centuries ago at Lexington Green, Concord Bridge, Bunker Hill, brave Minutemen and humble farm boys became the first to give their lives for a nation
The shot heard
that
around the
did
world.
not yet have a name. With their deaths, men like John Brown, 23, Samuel Hadley, 28, and Abner Hosmer, 21, ignited the flame of liberty that now lights the inspires everybody and the entire world. Those young men could never have known what their sacrifice would mean to us, but we certainly know what we owe to them. Their valor gave us the freest, greatest, and most noble republic ever to exist on the face of the earth, a republic that I am fixing after a long and hard 4 years. That was a hard.
Make sure you like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation because we got a lot of topics to get into tonight.
Hard 4 years we went through. Who would let that happen? People pouring through our borders unchecked, people doing things that are indescribable and not for today to discuss. But the republic that is now doing,
trying to mix the forefathers' words to what? Push illegals into the into citizens, pretty much trying to use the words of the forefathers to pretty much, well, I would say subvert the will of the people. It is kind of crazy what's going on today, but we do appreciate the sacrifice of our forefathers, and I do not like how people like to, mince their words to fit their agenda.
Doing so very well. We're doing so very well right now, considering the circumstances, and we'll do record-setting better with time. We will do better than we've ever done as a nation, better than ever before. I promise you that. In every generation since, at Trenton and Yorktown, at Vicksburg and Shiloh, and in faraway places with names like Chateau, Terrari, Anzio, Iwo Jima, Quezon, Kandahar, really just a few chosen names, and these are names that have become so important on the altar of freedom. They plunged into the crucible of battle, stormed into the fires of hell, charged into the valley of death, and rose into the arms of angels. The sacrifice that they made was not merely for a single battle, a long ago victory, or a fleeting triumph, decades or centuries past. Their sacrifice was for today, tomorrow, and every morning thereafter. Every child that lives in peace, every home that is filled with joy and love, every day the Republic stands is only possible because of those who did what had to be done when duty called. and the cost was everything to them and to their families. Our debt to them is eternal, and it does not diminish with time. It only grows and grows and grows with each passing year. The greatest monument to their courage is not carved in marble or cast in bronze. It's all around us, an American nation, 325 million strong, which will soon be greater than it has ever been before. It will be. And so today we uphold the memory of our heroes as people have done since ancient times by telling their stories and exalting their names. Senior Master Sergeant Elroy Harworth was a young, beautiful man from Earhart, Minnesota, when he enlisted in the Air Force and was sent to Vietnam. 59 years ago this very week, Elroy and his crewmates climbed into the dark skies over Da Nang on a classified mission known as Operation Carolina Moon. Their aim was to blow up a key enemy bridge, and while other crews had tried and failed, they were determined to try and get it done in face of extreme danger, and they knew how bad it was. As their C-130 closed in on its target, and Elroy jockeyed his 5,000 pounds of explosives into position, the aircraft came under unbelievably intense fire. They'd never seen anything like it. Try as they might, they were hit as the plane swung low and they went down deep in enemy territory. Elroy was just 24 years old when he gave his life for America, leaving behind a beautiful young wife who was 7 months pregnant. That meant Elroy would never know the joy of meeting his son, Troy, or seeing him grow. And he would never have the pride to watch his son follow in his father's footsteps and serve 2 decades in the U.S. Army. Sergeant First Class Troy Harworth is with us today, joined by his wife, Sonia, and their son, John, the grandson Elroy never got to hold. Thank you, Troy, and thank you, John, and above all, thank you, Elroy. Thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you, wherever you may be.
I mean, and that's the story that started countless military families. That's the story right there. You gotta love, well, it's tragic stories, but you gotta like how it turns out.
Thank you very much. Great family. Corporal Ryan McGee of Fredericksburg, Virginia, knew from the time he saw the towers fall on 9/11 that he wanted to be an Army Ranger. He was an American guy, all American. He was a tough guy. He was the top of everything. In high school, he was captain of the football team and was voted friendliest and most charming by his peers. Ryan joined the Army soon after graduation, and after 3 tours in Afghanistan, he deployed to Iraq. He and his unit were tasked with hunting down a weapon facilitator and a suicide bomber cell near Baghdad, a vicious, vicious cell, killing many, many people. 16 years ago this month, they engaged the enemy in a firefight, and Ryan was mortally wounded. He gave his life at 21 years old, and today he rests until the end of time in the famed Section 60 here at Arlington, where we have buried our honored dead from the War on Terror. We are joined today by Ryan's mom, Sherry. And Sherry, all of America shares in your grief, and more importantly, we share in your pride in your wonderful son. And thank you so much for being here, Sherry. Please, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you very much. On behalf of everyone. This crowd is so big, she's hard to find. Once I saw her, she really stands out. Thank you, Sherry, very much. Senior Chief Petty Officer Shannon Kent grew up in Pine Plains, New York, before enlisting in the Navy in 2003. And she quickly became one of the rising stars. She was an absolute winner.
Hey, shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says, "What up?" Nothing much, Fox Chase. We're just, paying our respects to the people who died on Memorial Day. And like the saying says, it is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men ever lived. So, happy Memorial Day, guys. Happy Memorial Day.
As a linguist, translator, and cryptologic technician, Shannon worked alongside elite special force units like Delta Force and Navy SEALs to help them capture and kill terrorists. She was among the first women ever to do it, and she did it better than anyone. In January 2019, Shannon was on her 5th combat deployment, embedded with a team hunting ISIS terrorists through the streets of Syria when a suicide bomber detonated his weapon, killing Senior Chief Kent and 3 other wonderful, beautiful Americans. She left behind her husband, Joe, and their 2 sons, 3-year-old Colt and 18-month-old baby Josh. Today, Shannon rests in peace on these grounds alongside her comrades. To her boys, Colt and Josh, who are here this morning, now aged 9 and 7, let me say your mom was a hero, and her love, her strength, and her spirit are always with us and always be with you. She loved her boys. To Joe, the boys, Shannon's parents, Mary and Stephen, and her sister Mariah, Shannon's name will live forever in the chronicles of true American patriots. I just want to thank you, and thank you so much for being here in honor of your magnificent family member. Stories like Shannon's, Ryan's, and Elroy's remind us of the real meaning of the day. And I want to just say, please stand up wherever you may be. The boys, I want to see those boys. Where are you? Yeah, good-looking guys. Thank you very much for being here. All of you, thank you so much. We should never forget, even for a moment, that freedom is a gift of the highest cost and peace is won at the most precious price. These extraordinary American heroes and their immense and ultimate sacrifices they offer only the faintest glimpse at the infinite grace we have received from all who laid down their lives for America. Over the past 250 years, we're going to have a big, big celebration, as you know, 250 years. In some ways, I'm glad I missed that second term where it was, because I wouldn't be your president for that most important of all. In addition, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics. Can you imagine? I missed that 4 years.
I mean, yeah, he set it up for us. In his first term, so he didn't think he'd be president for it. And then, well, they steal the election. And now this man is once again president, and he gets to pretty much enjoy all the fruits of his labor that he put down on the first term. So, hey, damn, appreciate that.
And now look what I have. I have everything. Amazing the way things work out. God did that. I believe that too.
Mm-hmm.
God did it. You know, I got the World Cup and I got the Olympics. The 250 years was not mine. I'd like to take credit for it. But I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup when I was president. And I said, boy, it's too bad I won't be president then. And look what happened. I turned out, and we're going to have a great time. We're going to have a great celebration. But most important of all is the 250th anniversary. That blows everything away, including the World Cup and including the Olympics, as far as I'm concerned. In any corner of this cemetery, at any resting place for our war dead, anywhere on earth, you'll find untold stories of equal heroism and heartbreak unmatched, patriotism and devotion and acts of selflessness and courage so enormous they defy comprehension. Most people
Yeah, because to be honest, all those sad war stories he was telling, I mean, those are just ones of thousands of stories that you can honestly tell of battlefield stories where they did not make it and they were just young men with families back home. Like I said, we got to pay respects to their sacrifice.
can't even imagine it. Great poets have written that it's love which moves the sun and the stars, but here on the sacred soil, right where we are, we're reminded that it's love which moves the course of history and moves it always toward freedom, always. From Bunker Hill to Bastogne to Cantigny to Coral Sea, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal and Concord to Kabul, America's best and America's bravest have fought, bled, and died so that we could pick up the torch of liberty, raise it high, 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 and carry it onward to places they could never have dreamed of before. Today, we honor their memory. We remember their gallantry. We just revere, in the highest sense, we just revere their incredible legacy. We salute them in their eternal and everlasting glory, and we continue our relentless pursuit of America's destiny as we make our nation stronger, prouder, freer, and greater than ever before. May God bless our fallen heroes. May God bless our Gold Star families, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Great honor. Thank you.
And all right, now we're going to go ahead and get into JD's interview. I mean, had an hour-long interview. Let's see what the man said. Shout out JD Vance. We'll get right to it, guys.
Day.
It is.
And you just met with Pope Leo XIV,
I did.
the first American Pope.
Yeah.
So what did you talk about?
Well, I want to be respectful, of course, of the private conversation we had. I mean, we generally we talked about issues the Vatican cares a lot about. Obviously, they care about the migration issue. They care a lot about world peace. They care a lot about what's happening in Russia, Ukraine. They care a lot about what's happening with Gaza and Israel. Very productive conversation. I mean, amazing to me. As you know, I was one of the last.
One thing you got to respect about the Pope cares about all Catholics and Christians around the world. And yes, there are Christians in Gaza, so that is one of his main concerns. And also, I mean, just in the Christian way of thinking, why would we want the continuation of bombing in children? And why would we want the continuation of multiple Ukrainian men dying every day? Like, why would we want the continuation of that?
The world leaders to meet with Pope Francis on Easter Sunday before he passed away. I'm actually wearing the tie that he gave me, which is very cool.
Let's see.
Yes, yeah, very excited about it.
So that's the Vatican seal.
That's right.
On polka dots.
Yes, yeah, on dark blue polka dots. But it's been in the life of one person's faith who happens to be an American political leader. It's been really an amazing 3-4 weeks, and I'm sure I'll have some time to think about it and reflect on what it all means. But really just honored to be here and thrilled to be a part of it.
How does being either a Catholic or just a Christian shape your politics? In the sense of, just to be specific, what are things that you feel like you believe or care about in politics that are specific to Christianity rather than conservatism, the Republican Party, and so on? How would your worldview be different if you weren't a Catholic Christian?
Well, I think one of the criticisms that I get from the right is that I am insufficiently committed to the capital M market. And I am a capitalist. I believe the market economy is the best way of provisioning goods.
Yeah, he's a venture capitalist and a billionaire, by the way. So shout out JD Vance. So I do see why people have their judgment of him, but it's the same judgment they have of Scott Besson.
Services and coordinating people across a very complex society. But I'm not one of these people who says every intervention in the market, for example, trade, which I'm sure that we'll get into, if you apply a tariff on an import good, there are a lot of people who say, well, that is a violation of some market rule. I think one of the things that I take from my Christian principles and Catholic social teaching specifically, whether you agree with the specific policies of our administration, is look, the market is a tool, but it is not the end state is not the purpose of American politics. The purpose of American politics should be to encourage our citizens to live a good life. And part of that is good, dignified work. Part of that is having a high enough wage that you can support a family. That very much flows from my Catholicism. To be clear, I'm not saying it has to flow, and that the people who are, don't share my faith can't worry about those things. But that is something very much that I take from Catholic social teaching, and it certainly influences my views on economics. I mean, obviously, I'm pro-life. I care about the rights of the unborn. That very much flows from my Christian perspective. And there's a lot of stuff.
I ain't gonna lie, this probably be one reason why JD would not be a good presidential candidate, because that man is pro-life. I mean, abortion bans. So if this man steps into office, that might be one of the things that kind of like he might even lose the primary just because of his stance on abortion. Like I could see that happening.
We talk about family policy. We talked about this a little bit with the Holy Father today. But look,
great candidate though.
American society, I think, has become way too hostile to family formation.
Facts.
I think it's probably true across the West. In some ways, maybe the Europeans are even worse off than we are. But Europe and America have been quite bad at supporting.
I mean, yeah, it does seem like society gives you every reason to go out there and be a single deviant, but it gives you no reason to start a family and, I guess, commit to the community. Yes, start a family, have some kids, put into the workforce, and commit to the community. It does seem like we're kind of moving away from that and more of just being a, selfish single individual.
Families over the last generation. And I think you see that in the fact that fewer people are choosing to start families. That's something else that I think a lot about because of my faith. So it would be easier to say, what does your faith not cause you to think about? Because, when you really believe something, and I do believe it, not saying I don't have doubts, I think everybody does, but when you really believe something, it ought to influence how you think about the way that you do your job, the way that you spend time with your wife and your children. It just kind of necessarily informs how I live my life.
And then how should a Catholic politician like yourself think about issues where either the hierarchy of the church or the Pope himself seems to be critical of the stances you're taking? And I just want to preface this right. This is going to lead us into a conversation about immigration. But I mean, I think one of the notable, you mentioned migration as one of the political issues that the Holy Father
I knew the hard questions
wanted to talk about.
Easy.
And I think it's useful to have context. Right?
I agree.
Historically, American presidents have tended to almost always have some set of issues where they're not in tune with the Vatican.
Yeah.
And for Ronald Reagan, it could be the nuclear issue. There was conflict, at least between the Reagan administration and elements of the church on nuclear nonproliferation. There was also conflict over Reagan-era policy in Central America. Obviously, liberal and democratic administration, it tends to be around abortion and issues related to that. But then even George W. Bush, as much as some conservative Catholics wanted to downplay the fact that Pope John Paul II was against the Iraq War, the Vatican was against the Iraq War.
Yes,
right, and so that was a point of tension.
And they were right.
And they were right. You and I agree. So when you have, and clearly there is some tension between Trump administration policy and things that the Pope thinks or the Vatican thinks, how do you, as a Catholic, think about that tension?
Yeah.
What is the normal? What is the response?
Yeah. And this is, I mean, we
Well, I'm glad we got the new Pope who's not out, because the old Pope was going like, these Trump's immigration policies are fascist and racist. So I'm glad we got a new Pope that actually understands the importance of having, borders and a good immigration policy. So I do understand what he's saying, because the old Pope definitely had their criticism of what we were doing here in America. And now the new Pope, I mean, trust me, he has his criticisms as well, but he at least respects that we're standing up on our border.
Probably talk all morning about this, but
we'll try not to.
It's interesting. So let me give you a very specific instance of the tension. So yesterday after the Mass, so I am a Catholic. I believe that he, meaning Pope Leo, is actually the shepherd of 1.4 billion Catholics. And so there are things like bowing before him, kissing the ring, that are signs of respect for a spiritual father. But on the world stage, I'm not there as JD Vance, a Catholic parishioner. I'm there as the Vice President of the United States and the leader of the president's delegation to the Pope's inaugural Mass. And so, it was interesting. Some of the protocols about how I respond to the Holy Father were much different than how I might respond to the Holy Father. How might you might respond to the Holy Father purely in your capacity as a citizen. And so that's just like one very concrete observation
So
about
is
the tensions.
is there actually a rule that says you as vice president should not kiss the papal ring?
The protocol is that American presidents and vice presidents do not bow before foreign leaders do not kiss any rings.
Yeah.
And obviously, given our history, you can appreciate that. So no sign of disrespect, but
Right.
important to observe the protocols of the country that I love and that I'm representing and that I serve as vice president of the United States. But sort of that's an easy thing, right?
I mean, yeah, we can respect what the Pope says, but we're not going to run our foreign policy or our homeland policy. No policy really will be ran off what the Pope thinks. Like, all respect to the Pope, but he's not running over anything over here in America.
This is more difficult, this question. And I think there are sort of three ways of thinking about it. And I tend to fall in the middle. Okay. So way number one, and you see some Catholics or some Christians say this, is they'll say, well, politics is politics, policy is policy, religion is religion. And, we wish the Pope all his best, or we wish the church all its best in its moral teachings, but we got to focus on policy. And these are two totally separate matters. But I think that that's wrong because it understates the way in which all of us are informed by our moral and religious values. So that's not the right way to do it. I think another way to do it would be to say,
I know the Dems are going to have a problem with that. Like, keep your religion out of politics, keep it out of there. But then, the whole inalienable rights under God part, I mean, y'all must have forgot that one in the Constitution, my friend.
To do everything the Holy Father tells me to do. I think that would be...
Some people were worried about that with John F. Kennedy.
Of course,
as I recall.
Yeah. And I think that would be a violation of the U.S. Constitution. But certainly, I think just my obligation more broadly as a vice president to serve the American people, you've got to think about this stuff. But I think the way that I take it is, on the migration question in particular, you have to think about what they've said. And when the church says, yes, we respect the right of a country to enforce its borders, you also have to respect the rights of migrants, the dignity of migrants, when you think about questions like deportation and so forth. And so you have to be able to hold two ideas in your head at the same time. And I'm not saying I'm always perfect at it, but I at least try to think about, okay, there are obligations that we have to people who in some ways are fleeing violence or at least fleeing poverty. I also have a very sacred obligation, I think, to enforce the laws and to promote the common good of my own country, defined as the people with the legal right to be here. One issue in particular, I've talked to a lot of cardinals this weekend, just because there are a lot of cardinals here in Rome. And one of the arguments that I've made, very, very respectfully, I've had a lot of good, respectful conversations, including with cardinals who very strongly disagree with my views on migration, is that, it's easy to get locked in sort of a left versus right. The left respects the dignity of migrants. The right is motivated by hatred. I think far too many people, obviously that's not my view, but I think some liberal immigration advocates.
I mean, like that is the misconception that people have of us on the right. Like, you think we just hate immigrants? We hate Mexicans? No, we don't. No, we love the ones that came here legally. We love the ones that were born here naturally. They're our fellow Americans. But the ones who just went over the border about 2 years ago or so, just flooded over, we don't have no respect for them and we want them out of here. It's not about a hatred for their race. It's the hatred for them subverting American law and pretty much breaking it. Yes, that's what we don't like. So it's not about their skin color. It's about them breaking the law.
Get locked in that view that the only reason why J.D. Vance wants to enforce the borders more stridently is because he's motivated by some kind of hatred or some kind of grievance. And the point that I've tried to make is that if you are me, I don't know if this is true of anybody else, but I think a lot about this question of social cohesion in the United States. I think about how do we form the kind of society, again, where people can raise families, where people join in institutions together, where, what I think Burke would have called the mediating layers of society are actually healthy and vibrant. And I do think that those who care about what might be called the common good, they sometimes underweight how destructive to the common good immigration at the levels and at the pace that we've seen over the last few years. I really do think that social solidarity is destroyed when you have too much migration too quickly. And so that's not because I hate the migrants or I'm motivated by grievance. That's because I'm trying to preserve something in my own country where we are a unified nation. And I don't think that can happen if you have too much immigration too quickly.
Let me propose a theory of
Sure.
sort of papal interventions in politics,
Okay.
which is that it might be useful to think of issues where presidents end up in some kind of tension with the papacy as zones of temptation for people like yourself.
Okay.
Meaning that it's not that when the Pope says, I think you're wrong about this, that automatically means that you say, oh, absolutely, Your Holiness, we're going to change our policy tomorrow. But it might mean that you're operating in an area where...
Oh God, let's make sure we double tap the screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
You're going to be exposed to certain kinds of temptations and get into zones of danger. So, for instance, to take the Iraq War example, right?
Sure.
Like, while George W. Bush was getting ready to go to war, people who defended the decision to go to war in Iraq would say, look, even if the Pope is against it, this is a prudential judgment. It's a judgment that a statesman has to make. It's not the judgment the Pope has to make. And I think they were right.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it would have been useful, perhaps, for more people in the Bush administration to say, okay, as we're thinking about this war, the fact that the Pope is against it should, make us think, let's say 10% more carefully, take 10% more moral care around, what's going to happen to...
now, just because the Pope was right on this, don't mean we should just follow the Pope on everything he says now. I mean, trust me, the people in our own country was saying, yo, this don't seem right, not just the Pope. So, I mean, the Pope may have been right one time, but doesn't mean he's going to be right every time. And like I said, all respects to the Pope, but no, we would not be running our, geopolitics or our regular politics off what the Pope thinks. But we will hear it out. And we may make some sort of decision off it, but it's not going to be the main thing we go off of. Because we didn't vote for the Pope.
Christian minorities in the Middle East, for instance, if we invade Iraq, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Or to take a case like Joe Biden, the former president of the United States. I look at his career and his relationship to the church on issues like abortion, and I see a kind of tragic story where Biden starts out as a pro-life Catholic, pro-life politician. Biden, by the end of his career, because of the nature of partisan politics, has just ended up with a position on abortion indistinguishable from the secular left. And sort of step by step, piece by piece, he ended up alienated from his faith. So when I feel like for someone in your position, whatever the Pope says about immigration, yes, it doesn't imply that you need to change, your general policy overnight, but it means that you need to be aware that this is a zone where you're exposed to a certain kind of partisan temptation.
Yeah.
What do you think about that kind of analysis?
I think that's fair. It's more linear and more structured than what I just said, but I think it's pretty consistent with what I just said. That it's not you follow commandments. It's also not that you just disregard these things or sort of say, oh well, I know what this guy thinks, but I have to make a prudential judgment differently. I think it's that you make a prudential judgment informed very much by the church's teachings as reflected by these leaders. And by the way, you mentioned Joe Biden. Two things on this. First of all, we just found out, actually right before I was walking in here, that apparently he's got some very serious health issues. So we wish the former president the best in his health. I also, to be candid, and this is going to sound like I'm beating up on him, I really don't know how much Joe Biden's late evolution on abortion was that thought out. I mean, far be it for me to defend Joe Biden, but I really think the more that we learn, the more that we see the policy of the Biden administration was driven much more by staff than it was by the elected president.
I mean, let's be real. Dems had a completely different way of thinking in the early 2000s and the 90s. Like I said, we had Nancy Pelosi speaking out against China. We even had Barack Obama. We had Hillary Clinton pretty much saying, a marriage is between a man and a woman. So, yes, the guy who was against the guy who pretty much put in act gay marriage pretty much was saying that he was against gay marriage. So, yeah, the Dems have definitely switched up on their ideology, going through the years, especially starting out from the early 2000s.
I think that's probably fair to say. And yeah, I would join you in expressing sympathy and solidarity with the former president on his cancer diagnosis. All right, but I'm gonna come back to that
Sure.
zone of temptation idea as we get a little bit deeper into the actual policy debate. So we're going to talk about immigration and trade with a similar sort of big picture question in both cases, right?
Great.
So start with immigration. The Trump administration, when you were running for president, basically made two promises. We're going to secure the border, and we're going to deport a substantial number of the people who entered illegally under the previous administration. I would say that you have been honestly more successful than I expected at swiftly securing the border.
Sure.
On deportations, it seems like the actual process is not moving that quickly, and there's a lot of debates about in the courts and elsewhere about relatively small numbers of
yes. Well, one, the courts is trying to hold us up, after these guys then let in like 10 to 20 million illegal immigrants. Now they want to hold us up in court to get them up out of here. Actually, they want to give each and every one of these guys a day in court, all 10 million of them, all 10 to 20 million of them. It don't make sense. And that's why we got a thing called expedited removal, which in 2019, Trump expanded to pretty much, you can pretty much take in any immigrant and sign them up for, or pretty much expedite their removal on the basis of, oh, well, they can't prove that they've been in the United States for more than 2 years. Yes, we can go ahead and expedite on the removal for that guy. And you know what that means? No hearing. So, they don't get no court date and they get no representation and they're up out of here. And expedited removal is due process. It's a due process we do have for non-citizens.
Of potential deportees.
Sure.
So looking ahead 4 years from now, what would constitute success in immigration policy at the end of this term?
Well, one, not to pat ourselves on the back too much, but I do think the most important success is stopping the flow of illegal migration to begin with. And I think that the president has succeeded wildly on that. I agree. Greater than my expectations. And I had high expectations, but we've done a very good job there. And I think the president deserves a great deal of credit. On the deportation question, so first is just a minor wonky point that kind of bothers me when in the way that's reported in the media is sometimes you will hear people say that deportations in the Trump administration are down relative to the Biden administration. That is in fact an artifact of the fact that the Biden border was effectively wide open. In other words, if somebody comes across the border illegally and you immediately turn them around, or you schedule a deportation hearing and say, hey, come back for your hearing, a lot of both of those would get.
And that was the most idiotic thing there. Turn them around at the border was probably I don't know why they didn't just do that. But yes, giving them, bro, they literally catch these guys at the border, bring them into court, give them a hearing date, and then let them out into America and be like, all right, well, hope you show up for your court date. And what do you think they did, guys? What do you think they did? I'll tell you, they didn't show up.
Counted as deportation. So you can have a lot of deportations when you have quite literally millions of people per year walking across the border. That's low-hanging fruit in terms of deportation. So just a point of clarification.
That's completely fair. Yeah. But at the current pace of deportations, you would be deporting numbers commensurate with prior presidents and not commensurate with the numbers that entered.
Yeah, that's right. Look, and I'm sure that New York Times listeners are going to be scandalized by this line of argumentation, but I think it's really important that in some ways, the deportation infrastructure that is developed in the United States is not adequate to the task given what Joe Biden left us. Now, there are different estimates here of how many illegal immigrants came in under the Biden administration. Was it 12 million? Was it 20 million? It's hard to count this stuff because you have known gotaways, you have unknown gotaways, you have the people that we never even saw across the border. So there's a little bit of guesswork in all this. I actually think the number is much closer to 20 than to 12 million.
Just to pause there, one of the most, I would say, hardcore critical of illegal.
That's why we call it, it's like a state of national emergency. Like we have 10 to 20 million people, and that's an estimate. We really don't know the number of people that actually got in through the Biden administration. But we do know that at least 2 million of them got a Social Security card. So that's a bit wild. But yeah, we don't know where 10 to 20 million people are. And out of those 10 to possibly 20 million people, we know that there's about 300,000 kids that we don't know where they're at. But we know they're in America. We just don't know where they're at. What you think that's fueling? Well, I'll tell you, child trafficking.
legal immigration think tanks, when I looked into this, had its estimate, I think, in the 10 to 12 million range, right? So
they did, and I think they're undercounting it, because I think they're counting the people that we were aware of. I don't think they were counting that estimate unknown gotaways. They weren't counting certain classes of asylum seekers, of TPS seekers. So they were answering a question as honestly as they could. But I think if you look at the grand scheme of it, it's higher. But look, whether it's 12 million or whether it's 20 million, it's a lot, and that is a lot of work ahead of us. Now, there are two things that we can do. I think one thing is a little bit easier and one thing is a little bit harder. And the first thing is you just have to have the actual law enforcement infrastructure to make this possible. And again, I think that we should treat people humanely. I think we have an obligation to treat people humanely. But I do think that a lot of these illegal immigrants have to go back to where they came from. And that requires more law enforcement officers. It requires more beds at deportation facilities. It just requires more of the basic nuts and bolts of how you run a law enforcement regime in the context of deportation. And that's one of the main things in the big, beautiful bill that is moving through Congress right now, is more money for immigration enforcement. That's what that money is for, to facilitate that deportation infrastructure. There's a much more difficult question. And I think you see
we got enough illegals for ICE to be kicking in doors for probably the next 7 years. I mean, that, to be quite honest with you, ICE is going to be on cleanup duty for a while.
President's frustration. I've obviously expressed public frustration on this, which is, yes, illegal immigrants, by virtue of being in the United States, are entitled to some due process. Okay.
Oh.
But the due process
under a legislative stand, to be clear,
yes,
this is based on legislation. It's not based on, like, the judges who are making these decisions are not inventing this standard. It is a legislative standard.
But the amount of process that is due and how you enforce those legislative standards and how you actually bring them to bear is I think very much an open question. And I think that what you've seen, and I remember when I was in law school, there were all of these people who were wanting to become immigration lawyers. And there was almost a certain buzz around immigration law at the time, because there was so much gray area. There was so much open space where the courts would interpret how to apply these rules. Now, in the context of the United States in 2011, 2012, 13, when I was in law school, we had, significant illegal immigration, but not that much. There was this idea that you could use the asylum.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. We got about 500 y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way. All right, guys, let's keep it going, and let's get into Vance pretty much breaking down what I just broke down to you. He's going to get into this whole expedited removal and how there's a different due process for you being a citizen and you being a non-citizen.
United States in 2011, 2012, 13, when I was in law school, we had, significant illegal immigration, but not that much. There was this idea that you could use the asylum claim process, and you could use the refugee process, and you could use all of these other tools of the immigration enforcement regime to actually make it harder to deport illegal aliens. And then what happened is a lot of very well-funded NGOs went about.
And one of that is, and look, here's the thing. Like I said, out of these 10 to 20 million illegal aliens, I would say about 90% of them is eligible for expedited removal, and maybe the other 10% can go through the regular deportation process where they can get a hearing, they can appeal it, and all that good stuff. But that's the problem. Not all of them can be eligible for the standard deportation process. It's just not possible, and it'll be too much appeals for all these courts to go through. We just don't have enough courts in the world. Well, I'm not sorry, not in the world, but in the United States. So yes, that's why we have this thing called, Shout Out to Aliens Enemies Act and expedited removal, which allows these guys to be removed without your standard, I guess, due process that a citizen would get through a court. You get representation and all that good stuff. It's just not plausible to do for all these people who got in here illegally.
The process of making it much harder to deport illegal aliens. And that's what we inherited in the year of our Lord, 2025, is a whole host of legal rules. And in some cases, not even legal rules as much as arguments that had made by left-wing NGOs that hadn't actually been ruled on by the courts yet.
Right.
And what we're finding, of course, is that a small but substantial number of courts are just making it very, very hard for us to deport illegal aliens. And, Stephen Miller, who of course is sort of our immigration czar, in the White House, a good friend of mine, he's thinking of all of these different and new statutory authorities, right? Because there are a lot of different statutory authorities the president has to enforce the nation's immigration laws. And there is candidly frustration on the White House side that we think that the law is very clear. We think the president has extraordinary plenary power. Yes, you have to you need some process to confirm that these illegal aliens are in fact illegal aliens and
Right.
not American citizens.
Right.
But that it's not like we're just throwing that process out. We're trying to comply with it as much as possible and actually do the job that we were left. And
Okay,
let me just make
yep.
one final sort of philosophical point here.
Mhm.
I worry that unless the Supreme Court steps in here, or unless the district courts exercise a little bit more discretion, we're running into a real conflict between two important principles in the United States. Principle one, of course, is that courts interpret the law. I think principle two is that the American people decide how they're governed, right? That's the fundamental small d democratic principle that's at the heart of the American project. I think that you are seeing, and I know this is inflammatory, but I think you are seeing an effort by the courts to quite literally overturn the will of the American people. And to be clear, it's not.
That's pretty much like, yo, we said, look, we voted JD Vance, we voted Donald Trump and JD Vance to get these guys up out of here. This is what we voted for them to do. So it is crazy how we got a whole bunch of rogue judges who are Biden appointed out there trying to stop Trump's agenda or the people's mandate. This is what we voted them in to do. If these guys actually respected democracy, step aside and be like, all right, you're right. And it's not like we're doing this outside of the law. We have expedited removal and the Aliens Enemy Act that we're going under. And we had to get the Supreme Court, really had to get Supreme Court involved to approve that, a law that was already written. This is how radical they're becoming.
Not most courts, but I think what the Supreme Court has to do.
Hey, shout out to Blackstein. He says, weren't the aliens at Area 51 as well? This man. Shout out to the supporters, man. Appreciate the support. I appreciate that one, Gladstein.
When I saw an interview with Chief Justice Roberts recently, where he said
its job is to obviously decide cases, but in the course of that, check the excesses of Congress or of the executive, and that does require a degree of independence.
The role of the court is to check the excesses of the executive. I thought that was a profoundly wrong sentiment. That's one half of his job. The other half of his job is to check the excesses of his own branch. And you cannot have a country where the American people keep on electing immigration enforcement and the courts tell the American people they're not allowed to have what they voted for. And that's where we are right now. We're going to keep working it through the immigration court process, through the Supreme Court as much as possible.
Which the Supreme Court already ruled in the favor of Trump to use the Alien Enemies Act as a way of, deporting these immigrants out of here. Now, they did try to add some slick writing, but you got to facilitate as much due process. And I'm just like, did y'all not read the Aliens Enemies Act that you just said he can enforce? That is the due process.
And look, success to me is not so much a number, though obviously I'd love to see the gross majority of the illegal immigrants who came in under Biden deported. That actually is a secondary metric of success. Success to me is that we have established a set of rules and principles that the courts are comfortable with and that we have the infrastructure to do that allows us to deport large numbers of illegal aliens when large numbers of illegal aliens come into the country. That to me is real success. But I think whether we're able to get there is a function, of course, of our efforts, but also of the courts themselves.
Right. But it seems like the stable way to get there, where you are creating a settlement that would outlast your own administration, right, would involve a combination of Supreme Court rulings. And I think it's fair to say that there is a majority on the Supreme Court that is likely to be sympathetic to something other than a left NGO reading of immigration law.
I hope that's right.
Okay.
I hope that's right.
I think that's likely. Combined with perhaps a recognition that maybe the legislative setup around this issue is out of date. That the asylum system assumed by legislation written in the 1950s doesn't make sense,
That's certainly
and so
true.
on, right? So there you have two tracks. You have trying to get Supreme Court rulings that vindicate your interpretation of the law, and then you have potentially legislative efforts where the existing law needs to be revised.
Well,
but your
then-
administration
there's a third track too, which is using existing legal
Right,
authorities
so-
that haven't been used in the past,
Okay.
but we think are there.
And this is what I'm asking about.
Please.
The legal authorities that you guys have tried to use have been, the particular one is the Alien Enemies
Sure.
Act, right? Which is an
And guys, let's make sure to like the video. We got over 400 y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way. But make sure to double tap that screen for me. Yes, go ahead and double tap your screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner to like and subscribe to the channel, guys. We do this every night.
extremely aggressive claim about wartime powers that, as far as I can tell, even under the most aggressive interpretation, is likely to apply only to an incredibly small number of migrants, right? The claim is not actually that 5 million migrants here illegally are in a state of war against the United States. Or is that the claim?
No, it's not that 5 million are engaged in like military conflict, but that I take issue that it's an aggressive interpretation. So let me back up and take some issue with the premise. I don't think that the supposition, if you look at the history and the context of those laws, is that for something to be an invasion, you have to have like 5 million uniformed combatants. Yes, we don't have 5 million uniformed combatants. But Ross, I mean, this is where I think I have to be careful here, because some of this information, of course, is classified. But I think how to put this point. I think that the courts need to be somewhat deferential. In fact, I think the design is that they should be extremely deferential to these questions of political judgment made by the people's elected president of the United States. Because when you say, well, there aren't 5 million people who are waging war, okay, but are there thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people? And then when you take their extended family, their networks, is it much larger than that, who are quite dangerous people? Who I think very intentionally came to the United States to cause violence or to at least profit from violence, and they're fine if violence is an incidental effect of it. Yeah, I do, man, and I think the people underappreciate the level of public safety stress that we're under when the president talks about how bad crime is. The one thing I'd love for the American media to do a little bit more is really go to a migrant community where you have, say, 60% legal immigrants and 40% illegal immigrants. The level of chaos, the level of violence, the level of, I think, truly pre-modern brutality that some of these communities have gotten used to. Whatever law was written, I think it vests us with the power to take very serious action against this. It's bad. It's bad. It's worse than people appreciate. And it's not, Donald Trump. I know, most of your listeners probably hate, the president I serve under, and probably hate me. Maybe not your listeners, but a lot of New York Times readers. But
we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that question in a minute.
I would just ask them, like, do not filter this through I see President Trump and Vice President Vance up there, and I sort of immediately assume that they're lying to me and that they're motivated by some bad value.
I mean, hey, that's exactly what they do, though. It's like as soon as they see, hey, look, the belief is as soon as they open their mouth, they lying. And that's truly what these liberals believe. And here's the problem. It kind of makes you guys like, well, honestly, how can you debate with somebody when you can't take that person to the source? Like, if we're debating, like, I don't know, tariffs, right? And you're asking me Trump's plan, I take you to the architecture of the plan, which is Scott Bessent, and you go, well, everything comes out of his mouth as a lie, then we can no longer have a debate because I'm taking you right to the source and you cannot take it for what it is. Like with Trump, when you say he said this and I take you exactly to what he says, you're like, no way, that's a lie. There isn't really too much we could tell you. Like, oh, well, Trump says that there are white people being, genocided in South Africa. Let that be in mainstream media telling you guys. You would have believed it, but it comes out of Trump's mouth. It's a lie. That is a dangerous way of thinking.
This is not sustainable. It's not just sustainable like, oh, this is more immigrants than we used to have. This is a level of invasion that I think our laws, we already have laws to help us deal with. And I wish the courts were more deferential. And we're going to see, again, we're very early innings in the court process. And even, some of the worst, capital W, worst Supreme Court decisions that have been made on the media says, oh, this is a big blow to the administration. I mean, a lot of these things are very narrow procedural rulings. I think that we're very early innings here on what the court is going to interpret the law to mean.
Right. Shouldn't this sort of barbaric medieval landscape that you're describing show up in violent crime statistics?
Oh, sometimes no, because the people who are most victimized by this, Ross, they're not running to the FBI, they're not running to the local police.
Okay.
But certainly, I mean, if you look at, I mean, hell, look at the number of people dying of fentanyl overdoses. Again, just go substantively, qualitatively, you go to these communities and you see what they're dealing with. I really think that we underappreciate just how violent, these cartels are, and how much, they've made life, I think, pretty unbearable for, frankly, a lot of native-born American citizens, but also a lot of legal American migrants, especially those along the southern border.
So,
I mean, yeah, during the Biden administration, they was making more money off human smuggling than their usual drug trade. Yes, the cocaine was not doing as well as human smuggling for some reason. And that's mainly the Biden administration's fault, because they opened up the opportunity for the cartels to pretty much run it up off human smuggling. I know, right? And not human smuggling, fentanyl. I mean, it seems like I was about to say the Biden crime family, but it damn near seems that way at a certain point, because a lot of crime was happening under the Biden administration.
To get quickly to my idea of a zone of temptation here, right, for you. Well, so what you're describing is, again, you and I both lived through the Bush presidency, right?
Yes.
And there are elements of what you might call a kind of war on terror mentality.
Yeah.
Vis-a-vis the cartels, or people associated with the cartels, or people allegedly associated with gangs and cartels, that seems to me similar to the approach taken to anyone associated with Islamic terrorism and so on in the aftermath of September 11th. And again, you remember, and I remember, that in more than a few cases, right, this ended up with situations where the U.S. was taking people into custody and remanding them to black sites and so on, who turned out, unsurprisingly, not to be number one Al-Qaeda terrorists, right?
Yes.
And to the extent that it is possible, and it is somewhat difficult for the media to do this, but to the extent that it's possible for the media to examine the kind of figures and individuals that you guys have been trying to essentially remand to prison in El Salvador, right, without, extensive legal.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He said criminals hate accountability. If I was one, I'd have voted for Kabbalah too. Nah, for real. Man, here's the thing. It seems like these Dems don't want these guys to be accountable for their actions. Like, guys, they crossed the border illegally. That comes with consequences. And, well, Trump is handing out the consequences that you guys want him to avoid. Sorry, but it's happening, guys. It's happening.
Process. It just seems like this system is ripe for war on terror style abuses, where you are going to be sending people to prison in El Salvador that advertises itself as a terrible place. And some of those people are probably going to be innocent. Two, some of them are going to be people who have committed a crime, who have some kind of gang affiliation, but who under normal American law, non-wartime law, would end up going to jail for 6 months or a year or something. And again, they're going to disappear potentially into a system for a decade or more or something like that. And that just seems like you are creating a context where injustice is inevitable, even if your intentions are just to bring peace and order to communities along the border or anything else.
Well, look, first of all, I understand your point, and making these judgments, if you take the teachings of our faith seriously, they are hard. Right? I'm not going to pretend that I haven't struggled with some of this, that I haven't thought about whether we're doing the precisely right thing. So it's a fair point, and I know that you think you've got me trapped here.
I don't think I have you. No, I'm not.
All
right, let me be perfectly honest. I'm not interested in having you trapped here.
I know.
We're having a conversation in Rome as a journalist and a vice president, but also as two Catholics, right? I'm interested,
giving you shit, Ross. Trust me. I think it's, to be clear, I think it's a totally fair question.
I'm interested in what politics does to
Okay.
Your soul.
Yes.
Right?
It's like, dang, bro, can you take a joke? He did say he was giving you shit. I'm like, okay.
Of course. So number one, the concern that you
Like, you say it's a conversation, but man, you can't even take a joke.
raise is fair. Okay. The concern that you raise is fair. There has to be some way in which you're asking yourself as you go about enforcing the law, even to your point against some very dangerous people, that you're enforcing the law consistent with, the Catholic Church's moral dictates and so forth. And also, to be clear, I'm the vice.
And also, I mean, after that pitch to your
and
soul,
American
law and basic principles.
Frankly, most importantly, American law. But we're talking about, we're in Rome, and so that's why I brought up the Catholic
American
faith
flag
part of
is
it.
positioned behind you.
Sure. So here's the thing. So with the caveat that I'm the Vice President of the United States, and I am hardly an expert in every single edge case or every single case that has become a viral sensation or that people have criticized us over. But I am, pretty well read on some of the cases. Typically what I find when I look at the worst cases, I mean, the ones that the media seems so preoccupied with, I would make a couple of observations about it. Number one, it is hard to take seriously. Now, this doesn't absolve me from doing my duty as an American leader and hopefully as a Christian leader too. But it is hard to take seriously the extraordinarily emotive condemnations of people who don't care about the problem that I'm trying to solve and that the president is trying to solve. That's not you. It's why I actually take your concerns seriously. I listen to most of your podcasts. I read most of your columns.
I mean, yeah, that is a pretty good point. It's like, it is hard to bring a point up or bring concern against or bring a concern about immigration when Dems don't care. They're actually for it. They're actually for this stuff. So it is hard to bring up a concern on something they don't care about. It's almost like the whole, trans women in women's sports or men in women's sports. It's hard to bring that point up about them and how it's honestly an atrocity when they don't care.
So when I see people who for legitimately 4 years told me that I was a xenophobe for thinking that what Joe Biden was doing at the border was a serious problem, I am less willing. There's a witness element to this, and I'm less willing to believe the witness of people who are now saying that this MS-13 gang member, and we'll talk about that case in a second, this guy is somehow a very sympathetic person, and you violated his civil rights, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, I still have an obligation to think about these cases. And I'll tell you, a lot of times I'll read about these cases and I'll reach out to the people who are enforcing immigration law and I'll try to find out what exactly is going on. I haven't asked every question about every case, but the ones where I have asked questions and I try to get to the bottom of what's going on, I feel quite comfortable with what's happened. And the one that I've spent the most time understanding is the one of the Maryland father. And, what I found so bizarre about that case is that the American media took one line, and I forget what line it was, but it acknowledged some error had happened in a Department of Justice filing without actually asking the two most important questions: what is the nature of the error? And much more importantly than that, what is the remedy for an error? Both as a matter of law, most importantly as the vice president, but also again as a matter of Christian principle. I think this guy was not just a gang member, but a reasonably high-level gang member in MS-13. I think he had engaged in some pretty...
I mean, he had a rank. I mean, yes, Kilmar Garcia actually had a rank in the MS-13 gang. Like, he just wasn't your average gang member, like your foot guy. Apparently, he was calling shots. I mean, think about it. He is on camera committing human smuggling, like with a car full of illegals driving down the highway, pulled over by highway patrol. It's on camera, guys.
As a matter of Christian principle. I think this guy was not just a gang member, but a reasonably high-level gang member in MS-13. I think he had engaged in some pretty ugly conduct. Legally, he had had multiple hearings before an immigration judge. He had a valid deportation order. What he also had was a sort of exception, what's called a withholding order, that basically said, yes, you can deport this guy. No one doubts that we could have deported this guy, but you can't deport this guy to El Salvador because of particular conditions that obtained in, I believe, 2019 when his case was adjudicated. So you fast forward to 2025, we deport this guy. The courts hold that we've made a mistake, and then it eventually gets to the Supreme Court. And I believe, and we're getting into the weeds a little bit of the legal technicalities, but I believe the court term is you must facilitate his return. And I sat in lunch with Bukele, the leader of El Salvador, with the president of the United States and with others, and talked about this case. And Bukele basically said, I don't want to send this guy back.
Damn.
I think he's a bad guy. I want him he's my citizen. He's in a prison in El Salvador, and I think that's where he belongs.
Now, I want you to understand, this is what came from J.D. Vance pretty much telling about a lunch that they had with Trump and Bukele, which is president of El Salvador. Because even in front of the media, bro, he said, and we're talking about President Bukele said, yeah, I'm keeping him. Like, we're going to keep him. And here's the thing. It was funny how the Supreme Court was causing this like ruckus. And it's just like, dog, you know, the whole facilitating word was used for a reason, because we can't forcibly make El Salvador give up one of their citizens. He is an El Salvadorian citizen, confirmed. So we can't make El Salvador give up a citizen. It was kind of like a checkmate moment for the Trump administration, but we all missed it. Well, the Dems did.
But I believe the court term is you must facilitate his return. And I sat in lunch with Bukele, the leader of El Salvador, with the president of the United States and with others, and talked about this case. And Bukele basically said, I don't want to send this guy back. I think he's a bad guy. I want him he's my citizen. He's in a prison in El Salvador, and I think that's where he belongs. And our attitude was, okay, what are we really going to do? Are we going to exert extraordinary diplomatic pressure to bring a guy back to the United States who is a citizen of a foreign country who we had a valid deportation order with? And again, you may say that the judgments that we made here, I understand there may be disagreements about the judgments that we made here, but there's just something that it's hard to take serious when so many of the people who are saying we made a terrible error here are the same people who made no protests about how this guy got into the country in the first place or what Joe Biden.
Exactly. They try to frame him as the Maryland man. He's a Maryland father. He's a U.S. citizen when he wasn't. And then when it got confirmed, they were just like, oh, no, he was here legally now. Oh, he was here legally now. I thought he was a U.S. citizen.
And did for 4 years to the American southern border.
In that meeting, the other thing that the president of the United States said was that he hoped or aspired to a situation where he could potentially send American citizens to El Salvador's prisons.
Also,
the worst of the worst.
Also said explicitly he would follow the law and he would follow American courts on this. So I don't think it's unreasonable for the president to say, here's this thing I'd like to do so long as it's consistent with the law.
I think that you should be able to see, though, why in the context of sending illegal immigrants to an El Salvadoran prison and claiming to be unable for diplomatic reasons to bring them back, the prospect of then saying, and we'd like to send U.S. citizens to that prison, would raise some concerns about how the administration uses the immigration powers that you think it should have under arguable wartime conditions. Again, right? Like,
now, sending U.S. citizens to El Salvador is like, honestly, you can't do it. It's just not possible. It's not possible. They won't do it. We have to imprison our guys on our land or U.S. territory, at least. So trust me, it was a non-factor and people wrote on it, but it was funny to see, the Dems freak out about it. Like, everybody's going to go to jail. He's going to send everybody to jail. I'm like, he did say the worst offenders. So, your people who unalive children or kitty fiddlers. I mean, the guys you'd kind of want to put 6 feet under the prison anyway. But don't worry, he's not doing it.
Regardless of the particular.
And shout out to my man James Foley. He says, hey, Vlad, I got that game. Let's play. You drive stick. All right.
Of a case. Regardless of the particulars of a case, it just seems like you are setting up a machinery that people of good faith who are not hostile to your policies would reasonably regard as dangerous to particular people who are caught up in the system. That's all.
Look,
right?
I understand the point, especially as it's, what the president says or what I say is refracted through the lens of an American press that, I have my complaints with. But what did the president, again, I'm going to defend my boss here. What did he say? I'm going to think about doing this only in cases of the very, very worst people, number one. And number two, only if it's consistent with American law. I think that
Yep.
if that was the headline that was reproduced, the president is considering sending the very worst violent gang members in America to a foreign prison, so long as that is a legal thing to do. I don't think that would inspire so much passionate
I
resistance.
mean, what are you guys gonna do? Defend these guys who have done the worst crimes imaginable? Like, what you gonna do? Like, don't send these violent criminals away. Don't send the pedos away. How dare Trump do that? I would love to see y'all stance.
That's
I would
my
love to see the
understanding
protests.
of the American
in
people.
in a context where the administration is saying, notwithstanding the Supreme Court's desire that we facilitate the return of someone who was sent there in error, we can't do it.
It said that we understand facilitation to mean something. Of course, the Supreme Court or any other court can further illuminate that.
Yes.
But this point is interesting to me. So, you know, the thing that there are two things about my boss, and I never reveal private conversations. There are two things about the President of the United States that I am extremely fascinated by. One is he has better instincts about human beings than anybody that I've ever met. We can talk about that, but I'll set that to the side. Just sort of almost a bizarre level of intuition about people.
Man, boy, been around a minute.
The second, which I think is very underappreciated, and it motivates the foreign policy in Ukraine and Russia, it motivates the things that he said about the Middle East, it motivates really a lot of them, is he has this sort of humanitarian impulse, okay? And, I've heard the president say, well, maybe if we sent the very worst people to different places, then American prisons would be a little less violent. Because as you know, American prisons are not a good place. They're not very good at rehabilitation. Sometimes people go in there for not, I think we overstate how much people.
I mean, yes, people go in there, become the best criminal ever. It's like a university for criminals. It's like you walked into prison just doing petty stuff, and now you're out here doing like bank fraud and working with the cartel all of a sudden. You got connects to people with guns in Russia. Yeah, it's like university for criminals, pretty much. Like, maybe we need to pick up that Norway way of, prison, where we put you in there, we train you to be, I don't know, like a doctor, a lawyer or something, forcibly. We give you your own little room so you can have your conjugal visits. We don't completely separate you from society, completely lock you up in darkness. And maybe we'll have better results so we can, reform these guys instead of pretty much putting them through criminal university.
Will go to prison for truly petty crime, but they go in there for something that should at least give them an opportunity for a second.
Man, the boy came out with a degree in criminal economics. It's crazy.
A chance they end up getting stabbed while they're in prison. So the idea that sort of there is just something fundamentally inhumane about sending a very violent person to another prison outside of the country, I don't buy that. I don't think that's what motivates the president. And again, that's a separate question from whether it's legal, which the president's been very clear he would follow the law.
All right, let's pull back. Let's pull back to another issue, trade. And I'm going to ask the same question about what does success look like? So we've ended up in a place where we had Liberation Day. We had a period of, let's say, market difficulty and chaos. It seems like we're in a zone of partial stability where we're setting tariffs around 10%. We're negotiating new trade deals. So you have a version, you have a policy set in motion that is trying to produce some kind of results.
Yeah.
What results do you want at the end of four? And specifically, at the end of 4 years, are you looking at as indexes of success? Is it the number of manufacturing jobs? Is it the number of new factories open? Is it particular industries that are currently overseas that have national security implications that you want back home? Is it tariff revenue to help with the deficit? What do you want from this policy that we can actually measure and say in 3 years it succeeded or it failed?
Okay. So I want to answer your question, but I want to give some context here and back up a little bit, because I do think that there's been a little overconfidence from the economic class and from other watchers of this policy that they know what Donald Trump doesn't, that we're sort of motivated by chaos or stupidity or something else. And you don't have to agree with the policy, but I think there are a couple of very important points that I think illustrate this. Number one, yes, we are at a global minimum tariff of effectively 10%. That understates it in a lot of ways, because we also have substantial tariffs on automobiles. We have substantial tariffs on steel. We have substantial tariffs on a whole host of other product categories. And one of the very classic, very straightforward predictions of the economics profession is that if you do this, the currency, meaning the US dollar, the currency of the importing nation that's applying the tariff, is going to appreciate. Okay, what happened? The currency actually depreciated. I think it's worth just stepping back and saying the consensus for.
I mean, yeah, it is kind of crazy how they said, oh, tariffs are inflationary. But here's the thing. They have high tariffs in places like China and India. And both of those places, they have deflation. Now, China has out of control deflation, but India has a stable deflation because of their tariffs. So no, and tariffs are not inflationary. I mean, that's just a straight up lie. And there's a lot of case studies or a lot of countries you can use as case studies as examples to this, more than just India and China.
Forecast of our economics profession is like profoundly wrong on this particular question. Similarly, if you look at the inflation numbers, if you look at the jobs numbers, if you look at nearly every metric, we keep on beating expectations. The one exception was the GDP number, which even, sort of our critics have acknowledged the GDP number, which went down, I think, by 0.3% last quarter. That is very much an artifact of how the stuff's measured. That's not real GDP actually decline. That's how it's measured. So just to step back here, I think that we're trying a new economic paradigm, but people who think that they know everything should have a little bit more humility. We have a lot of humility. Trust me, me and the president and the entire team, we are constantly testing this stuff. I know. Do you want to say something?
No, I mean,
actually answer your question.
I'm trying to avoid having a long argument about the wisdom of the specific tariffs that were announced on Liberation Day, which I found it, as someone who, hosts a podcast and tries to talk to people, I found it very difficult to get anyone inside the administration or sympathetic voices outside to sort of straightforwardly say, this is why this set of policies are good and defensible, the nation by nation tariffs. However, the place we're in now, with a global minimum tariff, I can find people who will defend that policy. So rather than litigating it, I want to start. I want to start where we are.
So again,
I want you to tell me.
Okay.
Let's say the economics profession is wrong in some way, and the U.S. economy can absorb these tariffs without, dramatic impacts on prices and jobs and so on. Let's say that's the case. Still, you're doing these tariffs not to just have them absorbed by the economy, but to achieve something.
Yes.
So tell me what you want to achieve.
That's right. So again, I don't want to litigate this either. Let me a bit of litigation here is, I gave you 20 more minutes. Give me 30 seconds to make this point.
I have 30 more questions.
I'll be brief. Look, the point of Liberation Day, as the president himself has said, was to, one, announce that the old global trading system was over, and two, that America was now open for.
Yeah, that it no longer worked out for us. And there's been people who's honestly made a pretty good argument on how, free trade was never supposed to be an economic system or an economic way that we chose. It's supposed to be a way of establishing, foreign policy. It's supposed to be a way of establishing goodwill with countries, not just completely handing over our industries to them.
For business, open for negotiation, open to talk, and open to a whole host of other policy.
Which is why the numbers were randomly selected by a magic 8-ball, and it didn't really matter what the numbers were.
I totally disagree with that. I think they're based in large part on the trade deficit, which is a very reasonable place to start, especially large economies versus large economies. But anyway, we don't have to.
Tell me about success. Tell me about success.
The goal here, Ross, is
if you're going to talk about deficit, you kind of got to break it down in three parts. First, you got to talk about the import bans and limitations. Then you got to talk about the tariffs, and then you also got to possibly add in currency manipulation. Those are three things that pretty much drive up those trade deficits. It's not just us just selling more or us just buying more from them than they do us. It's a little bit more than that.
There are a few things that we want out of this. So first of all, I think the president's been very clear the 10% minimum is going to apply nearly universally, if not universally. So yes, there is one way in which we're trying to raise revenue. Meanwhile, we're trying to, lower taxes on domestic producers and consumers. And if you sort of combine those two policies, he's trying to make it more expensive to import into the United States. He's trying to make it a little bit cheaper to produce or to work in the United States, right? So those two policies go hand in hand. Second of all, and this is related, you ask sort of what does success look like? Look, does it mean that we have more manufacturing jobs than we do right now? Yes, I think that's what one of the things that we want. Now it's going to take a little while to get there. Does it mean, one very important metric of success, which I think you already saw in the Q1
It's
number?
so funny because even the guy who like came up with free trade, David Ricardo, even this man said that, free trade only works that if you can't produce the item yourself. So that's where free trade for us kind of fell on its ass. We said, well, if this country's over, if this country can produce this, they might as well do it instead of us. If this country can do that, yeah, that only works I'm sorry, it only works as a way of saying, well, if we can't produce it and there's no way we can, then yeah, we might as well let them. But if we can produce it ourselves, then the whole idea of free trade works against us.
Numbers, which are way more important than this sort of weird artifact of measurement on GDP, was how much private capital investment is coming into the country. You saw a very significant increase. A lot of people poo-poo, the Middle Eastern trip. They say, oh, well, these investment numbers that he's getting from foreign countries or from American companies, those aren't real numbers. But if you look at the actual measured amount of capital investment in the country, that is on the rise. And we think that capital investment will produce factories, and other companies will produce good jobs, and so forth. I think the best way of measuring where we're headed here is whether we still have a $1.2, $1.3 trillion trade deficit. And that to me, not next year, because it takes a while. You got to build factories. You got to change the trading regime with other countries. We're trying to make our exports cheaper, which, by the way, give the president credit. If you look at the UK trade deal, it is very, very good for us.
Yeah.
Our manufacturers got better access to the sixth largest economy in the world. Our agricultural producers got major access in a way they've never been able
I'm talking about the UK in terms of, steel. Yes. Yeah. In terms of steel and all, or aluminum, I mean, they got it, and we can pretty much access that at will and at a cheaper price than going to China. Like, we don't worked out a deal to where we're able to replace China on the aluminum side, at least. And people don't talk about that, the details of the UK deal, because it's obviously a win for America. And well, they don't like to talk about the deal as well, because they want to stick to the idea that there were no deals signed. What are you talking about, S.E.T? I'm just like, well, I mean, Ukraine signed a deal, UK signed a deal. So at this point, we're just waiting on the next one
to get to the sixth largest economy in the world. But all of this is, I think, in service of America making more of its own stuff, relying less on foreign countries. And the best way to measure that, not the perfect way, but the best way to measure that is, are we still losing, as the president would say, $1.2, $1.3 trillion on trade?
Okay, so if that's the case,
yeah,
isn't there then a big missing piece of this agenda, which is China has major industrial policy?
Bro, you know what? I'm actually happy. I don't know who you are, bro, but that's probably the best way of saying it. Yes, if the resources traded are not fixed geographically, which means like we have to make these things over there in another country, then yes, the whole simple logic, or the whole simple like trade, or the whole simple economic policy of free trade, it falls apart, and it actually hurts the country that's doing it. And that's why I said free trade was never supposed to be an economic model. It was supposed to be a way of extending a gesture of goodwill. Foreign policy.
And again, if you talk to a lot of the people who are most supportive of some kind of, economic change along the lines you're describing, they will say, look, tariffs and trade barriers are part of it, but you also need to increase manufacturing and domestic industry, and the government has a big role to play in that. So is that true? Two, to the extent that it is true, when I look at things that Doge has done in terms of cuts it's made, when I look at the big, beautiful bill working its way through the House and Senate, I see very conventional sort of small government Republican policymaking, certainly not a kind of new industrial policy for the 21st century. So is that out there as a possibility for the administration?
So yes, but I think you're underweighting how much there's both a carrot and stick element to this in the Trump administration. Again, you see traditional Republicans, small government, blah 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 blah. Okay, but we're talking about no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. These are things that give domestic consumers more money. And if you combine giving domestic consumers more money with making it
Mhm.
easier and cheaper to produce in America and more expensive to produce overseas, then that is, in our view, at least, a form of industrial policy. There are other things that we're doing. Number two,
Yeah.
massive changes to the regulatory regime. Our biggest
And I do want to state that people want to talk about, low labor costs and all that good stuff. Tariffs kind of take that away. Like, think about one of the reasons why GM is pretty much moving their stuff back here because tariff cost these guys $5 billion in tariffs. And trust me, other big companies are looking around the same bill on tariffs. So, don't you think that kind of take away the incentives to build overseas just because they have lower wages? Or don't you think that's going to be like, okay, well, you know what, maybe we should just move it back to America since they kind of took away the luxury of lower wages with tariffs?
belief, or at least mine, I don't want to speak for the president because I haven't talked to him on this issue, but I think his policy is consistent with his perspective is we actually have an industrial policy in this country. The biggest industrial policy that we have is a regulatory regime that is incredibly rewarding to software, to the world of bits, as Peter Thiel and Tyler Cowen might say, and is incredibly punitive in the world of atoms. We would like to reverse that or at least equalize it. If you look at what we're trying to do on the regulatory regime, we're trying to make it so much easier to produce things in the real world, not just to write code, as important as that can be. That is a form of industrial policy. To that point, I think our energy policy is a form of industrial policy because that's the most important cost input, especially for high value added manufacturing. And then the final point here, give us some credit here because what our Secretary of the Army did 2 weeks ago didn't get a whole lot of headlines, but he's completely rejiggering the Army's procurement process because we see industrial policy. We have $1 trillion industrial policy at the Department of Defense that's rewarded slow incumbents instead of innovation and technology. And so we've empowered our service leads in a way that no administration has in a generation to actually spend that money on tech and innovation and developing the next generation of tools. So I agree with you that industrial policy is part of this, but it's got to be smart industrial policy. And I think that's what we're doing.
Is there a legislative vision after the tax bill passes?
You have to bite off so much at a time, Ross. And I think that, it's not just a tax bill. Of course, it's an immigration bill. There are a lot of other parts of the policy agenda that matter. There's a lot of regulatory relief in this bill. This bill is what we're focused on. And then, yes, once we get this bill passed, we're going to think about other legislative priorities. But I would be lying to you if I told you I had some detailed legislation idea for what comes next. The president probably does, but we're focused on, you got to take one
And
step.
a little bit of an update on the whole trade situation. Now, I'm going to be quite honest with you. We may face some hard times. It is not because of Trump's tariffs. Well, at least I'm going to tell you this, not the complete reason why. Well, the real reason is maybe because when we put on those high tariffs on China, we kind of broke their economy. And it doesn't seem like they're coming back because they're about $53 trillion in debt, and they in their tax system or their tax revenue can no longer pay it. Like, these guys are behind on their debt. Like, what mainstream media was fear mongering on us is actually happening to them as we speak. So, yeah, I mean, we thought the tariffs was going to hurt our economy and make it bad for us, but really it hurt China's economy, which is honestly going to make it bad on everybody. To be quite honest with you, just giving you the honest reporting. So yeah, we kind of broke China. Oops.
Step at a time.
Okay. Speaking of the economy,
but we won though. But we broke China.
Industrial policy and everything else. And the Pope. Bring it all together, right? No,
we've come full circle.
Pope Leo took the name Leo the 14th, the reference to Leo the 13th,
of course,
who was sort of engaged in figuring out the Catholic response to the industrial era. And the new Pope has said explicitly that he's thinking about the Catholic response to the age of information technology and AI. You have been a point person for the administration on AI issues, and I'm both curious. One, there are people who think that we are essentially getting a profound economic revolution driven by AI. while you guys are in office in the Trump-Vance administration.
Yeah.
So I'm first curious how likely you think that is.
Okay.
And then second, because the last guest on this podcast was, making prophecies of imminent AI-driven doom, how
I'm aware.
much do you worry about the potential downsides of AI? Not even on the apocalyptic scale, but on
Like, guys, you gotta understand one thing about China, bro. They've had they got hit with COVID. That slowed down their economy. Then they try to hit COVID with the housing scam they were doing by building debt on top of debt on top of more, crushing debt in their housing market. That bubble popped. So they had them an 08 moment in 2022. And then 3 years later, they get hit with the tariffs. So after those two economic collapses, we just pretty much come through and hit them with pretty much just, well, finish him. There you go.
the cultural scale, the way human beings respond to a sense of their own obsolescence, these kind of things.
So one, on the obsolescence point, I think the history of tech and innovation is that while it does cause job disruptions, it more often facilitates human productivity as opposed to replacing human workers. And the example I always give is that the bank teller in the 1970s, there were very stark predictions of hundreds of thousands of bank tellers going out of a job. Poverty and immiseration. What actually happens is we have more bank tellers today than we did when the ATM was created, but they're doing slightly different work, more productive. They have pretty good wages relative to other folks in the economy. I tend to think that is how this innovation happens. AI,
but that is then just to be clear, that is a prediction of by the standards of the predictions people are making,
yes,
a relatively slow pace of change, I think, right?
Well, I think it's a relatively slow pace of change, but I think on the economic side, the main concern that I have with AI, it's not sort of the obsolescence. It's not people losing jobs en masse. You hear about truck drivers, for example. I think what might actually happen is that truck drivers are able to work more efficient hours. They're able to get a little bit more sleep, but they're doing much more on the last mile of delivery than staring at a highway for 13 hours a day. So they're both safer. They're able to get higher wages. So anyway, I
mean, dang, yeah, pretty much. So you're gonna be driving a truck. Maybe you gotta do something in the back. Put the AI on. You ain't gotta look at the road for so long, and then we're gonna increase your wages. Why? Because you're working with technology. And if you don't work with it well, you could be putting a lot of people's lives in danger, just like you operating a big ass truck.
Optimistic, I should say, about the economic side of this, recognizing that yes, there are concerns. I don't mean to understate them. Where I really worry about this is in pretty much everything non-economic. I think the way that people engage with one another. I mean, the trend that I am most worried about. There are a lot of them, and I actually, I don't want to give too many details, but I talked to the Holy Father about this today. If you look at basic dating behavior among young people, and I think a lot of this is the dating apps are probably more destructive than we fully appreciate. I think part of it is technology is just for some reason made it harder for young men and young women to sort of communicate with each other in the same way. Our young men and women just aren't dating, and if they're not dating, they're not getting married, they're not starting families. There's a level of isolation, I think, mediated.
Well, I mean, thanks to something called hoflation, which means that, us men, we got to pay for, we got to do more for worse women than what our ancestors had to get, or let's say our grandfathers had to go out there and get. We don't get the virgin package no more out here in the game. Some of us are lucky to have it, and God bless you, my friend. But let's just say if you're looking for a virgin, my friend, the virgin packet is damn near sold out in women, I'd say. And also, women, their complaints is that, they're not making enough, or their man is not making enough, or both of them is not making enough to start a family. And they're just hinging it on the whole finance thing, which, it's understandable. Yes, it is understandable. I would say our ancestors had kids in worse conditions, you crybabies, but, that's just me.
Through technology, that technology can kind of be a bit of a salve. It can be a bit of a band-aid, maybe make you feel less lonely even when you are lonely. But this is where I think AI could be profoundly dark and negative. I don't think it'll mean 3 million truck drivers are out of a job. I certainly hope it doesn't mean that. But what I do really worry is, does it mean that there are millions of American teenagers who are talking to chatbots who don't have their best interests at heart? Or even if they do have their best interests at heart, they start to develop a relationship. They start to expect.
I mean, a teenager was talking to one of these chatbots and, well, he unalived himself. Like, he self-deleted off talking to one of these AI chatbots. That is crazy.
Teenagers who are talking to chatbots who don't have their best interests at heart. Or even if they do have their best interests at heart, they start to develop a relationship. They start to expect that a chatbot that's trying to sort of give you a dopamine rush, that compared to a chatbot, a normal human interaction is not going to be as satisfying, because human beings have wants and needs, right? And I think that's one of the, of course, like the great things about marriage in particular, is you have this other person and you just have to kind of figure it out together, right? But if the other person is a chatbot who's just trying to hook you to spend as much time on it, that's the sort of stuff that I really worry about with AI.
That's just AI algorithms in general. Like, the AI algorithm is intended to keep your eyes on that screen for as long as it possibly can. That's the scary thing about AI, because it's pretty damn efficient when it comes to, I guess, the algorithm. Now, as far as things like Chat GPT and all that good stuff, I mean, this stuff gets dangerous when you apply it to school and all these kids are using Chat GPT to cheat and, I guess, write code. That becomes a problem. For now, guys like us in the working field, Chat GPT could be like a blessing, because when we already got our jobs, we already got everything hooked up, and we can just use Chat GPT to make things a lot more smoother for us at the office or at the workplace, wherever you work.
And then there's also a whole host of defense and technology applications. I mean, we could wake up very soon in a world where there is no cybersecurity, where the idea of your bank account being safe and secure is just a relic of the past, where, there's weird shit happening in space mediated through AI that makes our communications infrastructure either actively hostile or at least largely inept and inert. So yeah, I'm worried about this stuff. I actually read the paper of the guy that you had on. I didn't listen to that podcast, but
if you read the paper, you got the gist. Last question on this. Do you think that the U.S. government is capable in a scenario, again, not like the ultimate Skynet scenario, but just a scenario where AI seems to be getting out of control in some way, of taking a pause? Because for the reasons you've described, the arms race component.
At a certain point, we do have to tax these AI guys. Like, all right, so how far are we going with this, guys? Because Chat GPT is pretty damn impressive. So if the pinnacle is Chat GPT and y'all want to stop it there, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. Let's just stop it there. AI is already pretty much damn near replacing coders, and that's a pretty complex thing to learn. So let's stop it here a while, and let's not get too far ahead of ourselves for people start running their, I guess, HR services, start putting it in vehicles, start replacing humans altogether. But now here's the problem with that. Well, the human population in America and probably in other countries would not let it happen. I mean, we'd probably overthrow the tech oligarchs before we ever let anything like AI just take all the jobs. So I'm pretty sure, and man, I would hope so. I would say I'm 90% sure that the tech oligarchs wouldn't do so out of fear of, well, AI pretty much being destroyed off of taking all the jobs. So they can only go so far. Because, I mean, think about it. You think they're going to make AI have the ability to replace hundreds of millions of jobs? Nah, I ain't going to go that far.
The honest question to that is I don't know, because part of this arms race component is, if we take a pause, does the PRC not take a pause? And then we find ourselves, we're all sort of enslaved to PRC mediated AI. One thing I'll say, just, I know we're here at the Vatican embassy, or the embassy in Rome, is, I think that this is one of the most profound and positive things that Pope Leo could do, not just for the church, but for the world, is, like, the American government is not equipped to provide moral leadership, at least full-scale moral leadership, in the wake of all the changes that are going to come along with AI. I think the church is. This is the sort of thing the church is very good at. It's what the institution was built for in many ways. And I hope that they really do play a very positive role. I suspect that they will, but it's one of my prayers for his papacy, is that he recognizes there is such great challenge in the world, but I think such great opportunity for him and for the institution he leads.
Last question. So a couple times in this interview, you've said something to me to the effect of, I know New York Times readers hate me, or I know New York Times readers don't like me, and so on. But here's the reality of the last couple of years as I experienced it as a New York Times conservative. The Trump-Vance ticket won a constituency that you didn't have before, that Trump didn't have before in 2016,
Sure.
that included some of the kind of people who read the New York Times.
Yes.
People who were exhausted by wokeness.
And by the
who
way,
looked,
if they don't like me, I still love them.
You still love them, but I'm
just trying to acknowledge that
I'm
a point that I make may not land particularly well, but go ahead.
I'm interested in this constituency because I talk to these kind of people all the time. So I may have an outsized sense of their importance,
So
right?
do I do. They all live in Washington.
They all live there. They live around the country, right? But there's a group of people who, it's not millions and millions of people, but it's a real and substantial constituency that voted for you guys, maybe to their own surprise, or even if they didn't vote for you, woke up the day after the election. I heard a lot of people say this and said, in the end, I was glad they won. And then a lot of those people have experienced the first few months of the administration as a series of unpleasant shocks, where it's not one big issue, but it'll be something that they care about in particular that Doge has cut,
Sure.
Or it's, the issue we were arguing about before with renditions to El Salvador, where they're like, well, I voted for this administration, but I didn't expect them to go this far or push this hard. And so I want to know what you say to them in general, but I have two examples of that I think are close to your own interests that I've hear a lot about from people. One is how we handle addiction in the U.S.
Yeah.
The Trump administration has cut staff.
Hey, and shout out to my man Lenny Kogan. He says, just wanted to say thanks for all you do. Hey, man, I appreciate it, brother. Thanks for the support. Shout out to my man Lenny Kogan. Hey, member and supporter, man. Appreciate that.
To the health administration that handles addiction and mental health. It's being reorganized inside RFK Jr.'s HHS department.
Yeah.
But people I know in addiction medicine around, people who are working with people addicted to fentanyl and other drugs are incredibly anxious and distressed about some of these changes. Another case where it's people who who are evangelical and Catholic who are concerned about is foreign aid. The Trump administration came in and said, look, we're reorganizing foreign aid. We're not getting rid of it entirely, but we're looking at it anew. But right now, foreign aid has been dramatically cut. So on those two issues, is your expectation?
Yeah, and I remember in the Senate with Marco Rubio, they were pretty much trying to say, no, we need to increase our foreign aid or China's going to step in and help these countries out. And I was just thinking like, bro, go ahead and let them. We all know how China works. China don't help you out unless they screwing you over. So no, trust me, you're not going to get us with that one. Like, oh, if you guys don't throw down the money, China will. Really, you think all right, cool. If these countries want to go ahead and risk it with China, go ahead.
The end of 4 years, that in the end, the Trump administration is we're just going to spend less on drug addiction treatment and foreign aid. Or do you think at the end of 4 years, people who have those kind of anxieties will feel like, no, in the end, the administration, took our concerns seriously and took our concerns about life-saving treatments in Africa seriously, took our concerns about fentanyl addiction treatment seriously here.
So let me give you let me answer the specific question first, because I think they're basically the same answer, though different questions. One is, while there have been, some disruptions, what really has happened here is not an end to supporting people with fentanyl problems or an end to supporting humanitarian causes and people who are suffering from famine or HIV help, HIV drugs in Africa or other places. What has really happened is a reorganization of a very complex bureaucracy. And I'm not saying there haven't been disruptions, because there have been, but I've talked to Marco about this actually a number of times just in the past 2 days. The goal here is to, one, make the spending a little bit more efficient, is two, to eliminate the graft that is built into the system. I mean, Marco's told me stories as he dug into this as one of his many jobs. Our Secretary of State was
the archivist.
He's the archivist. He's the USAID director. That some of the model in USAID was to subcontract. I mean, completely separate the crazy stuff like doing lesbian puppet shows in very conservative Christian societies. That's insane. But a more fundamental problem is a given NGO contracts to another NGO, which contracts to another NGO. And this isn't true across the board, but some of these grants, they felt like they were getting 11 to 12 cents on the dollar that was actually making it to people. So if we eliminate most of that graft, we could actually save a little money while simultaneously ensuring better services for people. And that, I think, would be a win for the American taxpayer. And of course, we care a lot about them, but would also be a win for a lot of poor populations across the world. And that's the same thing with Bobby Kennedy and HHS. A lot of what we've done is, yes, about saving money, making government more efficient, but it's more fundamentally about bringing some of these bureaucracies within the control of the Secretary of State, as opposed to this random entity that's out there, or within the control of Bobby Kennedy, the Secretary of H&HS, as opposed to this vast bureaucracy that's out there. Do I promise that everything is going to be perfect? No, but do I think, having talked to Marco a lot about this and having talked to a lot of folks in the administration, is our goal to radically cut the provision of mental health services for people who are dealing with fentanyl abuse? No, not at all. That's not what the president has said. Our goal is to make things more efficient, and importantly, to make it more subject to democratic control. And the general point, just about,
let me frame this. This is really the last question. But frame it as a question. So then, generally,
yeah,
you're going to face the voters by proxy in the midterm.
Sure.
You may face the voters personally in some future, right? But to this constituency that was pro-Trump, again, maybe it's to its own surprise, but has found itself sort of shocked at various points in the first few months. What is your pitch to them right now?
I guess my pitch to them would be, we came into the administration with what we believed was a mandate from the American people to make government more responsive to the elected will of the people and less responsive to bureaucratic intransigence. And that changing that is not perfect. And I won't even say that we've gotten every decision right. I think that, sometimes, even Elon has admitted we made a mistake. We corrected the mistake. So the point is not that this is perfect. The point is that it was a necessary part of making the people's government more responsive to the people. And I think that if you look over the next, in 2 years, you look at the past 2 years, or in 4 years, you look at the past 4 years. What I hope to be able to say, and what I think is true today and will still be true then, is that we actually have done, with some bumps, we've done a good job at making the government more responsive, at more efficient to the cabinet secretaries or the deputy secretaries in those departments. And that this sort of feeling of shock, I don't dismiss it or diminish it, but I think that the system actually needed some pretty significant reform. And I'd ask people for patience, because we're on the inside of this. You elected us to do a job, and you get to make the judgment with the benefit of hindsight, whether we were just breaking stuff or whether we
I would say, look, the only people that I'm losing patience with in the Trump administration is Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Those are the only two that I'm losing patience with. Other than that, everybody's doing great.
We're actually doing something in the service of fixing things. I promise you that I believe that we're fixing things, but ultimately the American people will be the judge of that.
All right. Well, hopefully we can talk again around when they make that judgment.
I'll give you guys more time to vote, but we're going to go ahead and get into the CNN video on Trump ramps up unprecedented use of his presidential power. Oh, these guys, they just love it. They just love it. Oh, he's overstepping the bounds of a president, even though he's completely within them. But you guys just didn't want him to win, so you guys want to make everything he does unconstitutional. But let's get right into it.
Axios' Hans Nichols, Tia Mitchell of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and S.E.T. Herndon from the New York Times. Good morning, guys. Nice to see you guys. Let's start off with Trump's comments yesterday, because as he's trying to, of course, reshape America's institutions, whether it's economic, political, cultural, so much of this is driven by this.
Oh, guys, and make sure you guys go ahead and make that vote and double tap the screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, make sure you guys go ahead and vote on the next video, and we'll move it on to that one next.
Anti-diversity push, and that was really the message that he delivered in large part to the cadets yesterday at West Point. Of course, today is also the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's murder, which has spawned a lot of these diversity efforts. Regardless of what Trump said, that is not actually totally accurate. He took credit for ending drag shows at military bases that actually occurred under Biden. But nevertheless, facts aside, what do you make of him taking that message to West Point and how that's really driven so much of his early parts of his administration?
Yeah, it's a focus we shouldn't be surprised at. It's a focus he made clear during the campaign trail, and it also reflects a country that has really backslid, I would say, in some of those commitments over the last 5 years. I was thinking about kind of the then and now post George Floyd summer, that 2025. And almost universally, whether it's corporate, political, even some places in media, you've seen folks make those commitments and really back off of them. And I think it somewhat reflects a reality that some people didn't want to admit, which is a lot of those programs weren't really reaching folks on the ground. And then the right, and Donald Trump specifically, has been able to kind of turn it into a slur. He's been goes beyond just using DEI as the program, but really goes at the fact that anyone who might be a minority, a woman, a person, a LGBT person, is inherently unqualified for their job. That's how he talks about it, and that's how he's really had political success. I saw the Defense Secretary Hegseth say the phrase he hates is "diversity is our strength," and that's really what they're trying to roll back on when they think about the military. But even that has an assumed belief there.
No, it wasn't about diversity. Let's be real. It's not about race. It's about lowering the benchmark so people who aren't meant to be in there, who aren't qualified to be in this position or school, yes, that can get in. That's the point about DEI. We were lowering the standards to get women, people of like different genders, colors, cultures in there when they just didn't hold up to the benchmark or the standard. And if we drop standards in certain positions, then we're putting people's lives in danger. And that's exactly what we were doing with DEI. Case in point, that plane crash where the girl was told to lower her altitude, but she didn't. And what was she? She was LGBTQ. She was a Biden supporter, and she was a woman. I'm not trying to sound misogynist, but it is what it is.
The folks who are diverse are inherently unqualified, and that's really what they've been able to do.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Republicans, and this isn't new, this isn't even new under Trump, but one thing that conservatives have often tried to do when it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion is to look at the solutions that were put in place to address systemic and institutional racism or issues with discrimination on myriad issues. And there have been efforts to address that. For example, at West Point, to diversify the ranks of the U.S. Army, in part to help ensure the Army is robust and has the best and the brightest. But what we see some conservatives doing is then making those initiatives the problem. So it's not that the Army lacks diversity, is looking to ensure.
Bro, let me be honest with you. The Army doesn't really need diversity. We just need men and women who could hit the standard, reach the standard, be at it or above it. There shouldn't be no color. There shouldn't be no color inclusion. There shouldn't be no sex inclusion. No, nothing. It should all be about meeting the standard. That's it. That all. If you don't meet it, too bad. It don't matter your color. That's just on you.
Sure that it's strong for generations to come, but now those programs put in place are the problem in attacking the programs. And that's what you see in what Trump was saying in his speech. And again, a lot of times how conservatives look at diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. And I think that's
the problem. The program is that you guys want more women, more people of different color, more trans or gay people in there. That's the problem with these DEI policies. Yeah, when you try to tell people how they should hire, it kind of lowers the quality because they're trying to meet a quota for these DEI policies that you guys set in place, and they tend to lower the standards and put people in danger.
Then that allows them to ignore some of the core issues that these programs are trying to address. They don't even wrestle with those initial issues.
Yeah.
They just focus on the outcome of the programs in place.
And this is driving to his fight with Harvard as well. This was Trump last night actually posted on Truth Social, 12:51 a.m. on Sunday morning, posting on Truth Social about this battle. Of course, they tried to ban international students. They're still trying to ban international students from going to Harvard. The judge has stopped.
Hell yeah. No. Judge, I don't even know why y'all stopped that because, bro, especially if they're coming from China, yeah, we should stop every foreign student coming from China because China has a law where these guys have to be spies on the threat of their family being hurt. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and stop that. I agree with that. Now, what else foreign lands you guys talking about? Because Harvard, I'm not going to lie. I don't know why the Supreme Court's blocking that, because then I just look at Harvard and be like, well, why don't you just, include more U.S. citizens? Every time you take in one of these international citizens because they pay top dollar on tuition, you kind of take away an opportunity from an American student. So I don't know why y'all bitching and moaning about it. I just don't see the reason why to get mad about this when we should be telling Harvard, like, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of glad somebody's doing something about it, because you guys shouldn't be letting all these foreigners on here, and you should be trying to get in more American students.
That we'll see how that ultimately plays out in court. But yeah, he went after them on social media, and then this is just the actions that they have taken. They've cut $450 million in federal grants from Harvard. They froze more than $2 billion in research funding. They're trying to ban those international students. They're threatening to sever its tax-exempt status. They're using the DOJ to investigate diversity initiatives.
Yeah, you have 5 bullet points up there on Trump administration actions against Harvard. You're going to need more, because when you talk to Trump officials and when you talk to just broadly Republicans in Congress, they really want this fight. It's something they feel like they can win on. And the challenge for Harvard, and they're aware of this, and it's been reported, is that there's always another lever that the federal government can pull. If you are an institution of higher learning, you are dependent on the government for, I mean, none of us a week ago were really thinking about the visa issue, right? And then it comes out. So especially in folks in higher education, they're trying to figure out how to navigate the Trump era. They have a very tricky road ahead of them, because there are just so many other things the federal government can do. And it's clear Donald Trump doesn't want to sue for peace. This is a fight he wants, and he always likes to pick his enemies and define himself in contrast to them. And this is just yet another example.
But the reason why this is so significant is that if Harvard were to lose this case, they have massive repercussions for the entire higher education apparatus.
There is massive.
Why will they lose their foreign money? Now they can just, I don't know, go ahead and get in some American students, guys. Like, what's wrong with that, Harvard? Oh, it's because they were paying top dollar. So, okay, so you're telling me that the money is more important than the American education that you promised us. Okay, I get it now. I get it. It's about the money, not the American students. I get it.
Fear in the higher education system in academia right now because of this fight, partially because of what you're saying. They know, the government knows they have these pressure points they can push with Harvard, and it really fits into his theme of retribution broadly. You laid it out at the top, whether it's higher education, EU and tariffs, Apple, any of Trump's perceived enemies that find themselves in the crosshairs of the government right now can have their days turned and their institutions upended somewhat overnight. But this is a total and complete effort by this White House, where which Harvard is a proxy. And so, you know, what Republicans have done successfully is really use these institutions like Harvard as a face of what they feel is an entrenched liberal ideology in particularly higher learning. And so I think we know you're right. They're going to lean into this fight because they want the trickle down effect. They want the cultural effect. That's the reason they see this presidency as more than just policy.
I'm sorry, but this is probably one of the most, I mean, lacking of thought, because I'm not going to make fun of you, but I'm going to say lacking of thought comments I've ever read. Like, literally said canceling successful immigrants. I mean, like, bro, successful immigrants, like, they're only successful if they can make it in here, or if they can go through the schooling system, or the same schooling system that a successful American would have went through. Yeah, but by cutting them off the jobs is actually you being a DEI hire. Did you honestly read that out before you send it, my friend? Like, did you really logically think that out? You're basically just saying, yeah, well, because we don't bring in more immigrants, now all Americans are DEI hires. In their own countries, though. Like I said, ill-thought comment.
But tapping into culture itself.
And it's culture. It's also political. And you look at some of the people who are being.
And shout out to the Raging American. Appreciate the support, man. He says China is sending moms to birth in the U.S. on purpose. I mean, now that's true. And they're also sending their immigrants over here to start weed farms and crazy stuff like that.
Targeted by Trump's Justice Department and other investigations as part of the Trump administration. There's a common theme among all those different entities you see from Act Blue to Letitia James. There are people that Trump either doesn't like, or perhaps they're Democrats.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's an attack on free thought. It's an attack on free speech, and it's attack on people being allowed to challenge whether it's the cultural ideology, the political ideology, the moral ideology of not just Donald Trump, but the Christian conservative movement, particularly white Christian conservatism. And a lot of what we're seeing is their efforts to silence those who present, I guess, more diverse lines of thinking on the issues. And we know higher education is a place where you do hear from different types of people with different perspectives. a lot of the Democratic-leaning organizations or places like Media Matters pushes back sometimes on misinformation and disinformation. And I think that's not what the Christian conservatives want right now. They want to control the message, control what people are receiving from these institutions.
It also feels like it goes into a larger backlash against expertise, against research. That feels like it flows out of the pandemic. I think some of it is about the maybe the DEI-ness or these liberal institutions. And I would say, like, there's a fair argument that Harvard and those Ivies may have lost the sauce a little bit. But I think that there's another one that says that that's not what they're doing here. They're not trying to find a solution for that, nor should that be the government's necessarily role. They are intentionally attacking.
Kent, this is why you're cooked, because one, you failed to understand the argument. He's like, I like libs like you. You guys are absolutely hilarious, to be quite honest with you. But you want competition to be taken away so you can pretend you are successful on equal grounds? No, the argument was we don't want these guys to be sent over here too, because they are sometimes spies for their countries. Second, because they take away opportunities from other American students who have reached the same level of success, same level. But they are not accepted, not because the immigrant is smarter, but because they're paying top dollar. And if you can't understand that, then you don't understand the education system, my friend. If you do not understand that these immigrant students pay top dollar, so it's not because they had a better grades than an American student, it's because they're willing to pay more than the American student. That is what you don't understand, my friend. And that is why your argument is very foolish.
Them. And I think expertise, research, and the kind of things that they have been teaching are all under attack.
And it's the power of the government, not just on those issues, but it's cultural, political, higher education, economic, of course, which is Trump's been the theme for this second term as well, the early parts of it. The tariffs going after an American company, Apple, just on Friday, then saying you'll go after Samsung if those phone production is not done in the United States, suggesting 50% tariffs would increase for the EU if these negotiations that are happening don't lead to a successful resolution in his eyes. But he's not backing off, even though there are real concerns about the increase in prices. Just look at the number of companies that are increasing prices because of tariffs. These are the big retailers, Walmart, all the way down to Best Buy, to Adidas, and the like. And that's not even talking about small businesses, too, which are going to be rising prices as well. But Trump doesn't seem to be too concerned about that.
There's always a question of Trump is when does he give in, right? What's in a Wall Street peak, they call it the Trump put. When like the markets go that badly, Trump kind of comes back. What's interesting about all the sort of brands that you had all up there is that we've probably used 4 of those today. Like some of them, I mean, I'm just looking at Procter & Gamble. I didn't drive a Subaru here, just to be clear. And so, but we all have our iPhones. I guess we're still allowed to have our iPhones out. Most people in this country have an iPhone, whether or not it's an iPhone or Samsung or smartphone. That's going to be a direct corollary impact if he stays with this. And I just it's an open question I have. If iPhones go to $3,000, is Donald Trump going to keep that 25% demand in there?
Yeah.
And that's just, I throw it up to the table, or maybe I should ask my phone, but it's just an open question to me whether or not he ever cries uncle.
And I think it's also the question is, what does he exactly want? What is he trying to get at? Because is he truly trying to move manufacturing to the U.S.? But if that's the case, why does he then look for a deal? And he says, oh, I brought these countries to the table. So are you trying to just get the countries to come pleading and begging, wanting to come up with some type of agreement that lowers the tariffs, but still is higher than where they started? What exactly are we getting at? And I think consumers are starting to realize that no matter what, it's still going to result in higher prices. But sometimes it comes across that what Donald Trump wants is just these countries to come begging.
And shout out to my man, the Raging American. He says Memorial Day shout out, Henry Johnson. Look him up. Gotcha.
He doesn't necessarily have a business output or a true goal in mind for the country. He just wants the countries to come begging.
And we'll see how he adjusts as the midterms draw closer and prices increase if they in fact do.
Hey, and shout out, man. I do appreciate you bringing this one up because, William Henry Johnson, commonly known as Henry Johnson, was a United States Army soldier who performed heroically in the first African-American unit on the United States Army to engage in combat in World War I. Hey man, shout out. Hey bro, hey, you're a real one for that one, G. I gotta shout you out on that note. Like, hey. But all right, though, it does seem like the votes are in, and it looks like we'll be going to what is it? Bill Maher and oh, never mind. Actually, Charlie Kirk versus the college kids at Cambridge actually came in and stole the day. I thought it was gonna be Tim Pool versus Bill Maher. But all right, though, let's get right into it, guys. This should be a good one.
Okay, thank you. Can we settle down, please? We're going to move on to our questions. Our first question is from Zinaisha Zubair from Sydney, Sussex. Come up and ask a question. Remember, you have the right of response.
I have quite a simple question for you. Now, I know you've debated Dean Withers on Jubilee before. I was wondering why you now refuse to engage with further debate with him.
Wait, hold on. First of all, he's coming on my show this summer, and let me get this straight. I flew 5,000 miles across the world to have you ask why I'm not going to debate a left-wing YouTuber.
Huh?
Well, I mean, he continuously tries to get your attention at your campus.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
debates,
again,
and you just ignore him.
I've debated him twice in the last calendar year. He's coming on my show this summer. Let me be clear. I came to Cambridge to have you ask me that.
Huh? Most educated, huh?
I mean, you talk about freedom. I'm just using my freedom of speech to ask you a simple question. You seem to be dodging it for some reason.
No, I've debated him twice in the last year, and he's coming on this summer for a long-form discussion. But is this what I can expect?
Yeah, he's making videos about you avoiding him on your campus debates.
Right. So let me tell you how this works. I do a campus event like at Texas A&M University. I rent it out. I'm there for 3 hours. He shows up demanding to come up to the mic immediately, cutting in line of other students. It's not Joe Biden's America anymore where you can just cut in line and get whatever you want. So therefore, I say, excuse me, Dean, we'll talk at another time. He makes this YouTube video as if I'm scared to debate him, even though I debated him twice in the last year. Does that sufficiently answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much.
All right, now sit down. Couldn't have your own argument? It's crazy.
Right, so thank you for coming, Charlie. My question to you, I mean, I'm a medical student, and so I'm going to throw out the big A word. I know you get asked about it a lot, but I want to hear it from you. Your opinion is on abortion.
Life begins at conception.
But about abortion specifically, why do you think abortion is wrong specifically?
Well, you agree murder is wrong?
I agree. Okay, so this is where we get to the question, right? Because what is it about murder you say is wrong? Like, why is murder wrong?
Well, because it's a human being, not just because it has consciousness or because it's of a certain age, because it's a human.
And what is it that gives human being this moral worth?
Not its consciousness necessarily.
I didn't say it's consciousness.
I know that I can imagine it because it is a human being because that has a soul.
And what is this soul? Where does this come from? This idea that it's
exactly. I mean, again, the Greeks postulated that it is the entirety of your being. Okay, you guys can laugh. I mean, it's true. I mean, every civilization has had a different belief, but agreed upon ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West and what the birth certificate of my country articulates, that every human being is more than just matter. It's more than just a clump of cells, but it also has an invisible element to you that will live beyond you.
Fine. So, I mean, can you say that comes from the Bible, or where else do you get that from?
Ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West. And again, the Declaration of Independence mentions God 4 times. The founders were explicitly believed not in a secular morality, but a divinely given one.
See, like, here's the thing, though. When it comes to abortion, I wouldn't say I'm just ultimately pro-life, where I don't believe abortion should happen at all. I do believe it should happen under the 3 extreme cases of, incest, rape, and dangerous to the mother's life. Like, yeah, sure, go ahead, knock it out. But other than that, I don't really think there should be an excuse for it. And then what kills me about the liberals is they just dehumanize it. They just dehumanize the beginning of a human life. And yes, it is a human life. It's going to transform or morph into a human one day if you let it. If you let it.
One of at least this idea that there is a God and you are not him. And let me ask you, what is the first stage of human development?
So the first, I mean, this is the thing, right? We can take it from the sperm being generated in the father and the oocyte being generated in the mother, right? They fuse at birth, conception, sorry. The only thing that happens at conception is these two cells fuse.
No, DNA is
the two cells fuse, the new DNA is created, which is a whole new life form. And due to that, those DNAs fusing and a whole new cellular life form being created, that is why we're against abortion, even when you want to break it down to a scientific level, because life is in the cells.
created. A
DNA
zygote.
is not created.
A DNA. No, that's not true. The DNA.
Charlie,
The
Charlie.
DNA coding at the zygote. Hold on. Time out.
I'll let you finish.
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Charlie, DNA.
Does a zygote have a unique
you have
marker?
to let me speak. You
It
have
does.
to
Answer it. Yes or no.
Charlie,
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
define a unique marker.
Meaning, can you differentiate the DNA coding between the mother and the zygote if you examine it under a deoxyribonucleic acid analysis? Can you?
Only purely because the addition comes from the father.
Oh, so it is something different.
Charlie,
Yeah.
DNA is not created.
Yes, it is.
DNA is not created. You have the father has his own genome, the mother has her own genome.
And it fused together and it creates a whole new genome. I mean, bro, you're damn near defeating your own argument. Scientifically, by the way. Or at least biologically.
Fused. This is why you have the same characteristics, similar ones to your mother, similar ones to your father. That's why you have similar characteristics to your siblings. DNA is not created, right? So when you ask me, where does a human being come from? I can say to you, it's
like, just because I share characteristics of my little brother doesn't mean me and my little brother are the exact same person. Like, no matter who, yes, when two DNAs fuse, it's a whole new life form. This life form may share characteristics of the other two that made it, but it's completely new.
starts a conception, but all conception is these two cells joining, right? But these two cells were created, the mother cells were created long before, they were created when she was a fetus. So there's none of this DNA being produced, right? So we can't establish, the only thing that happens at conception is these two cells fuse. Now this idea that means that for some reason, suddenly that moral worth comes in, but it wasn't there before when you had these two cells who had half the DNA, but suddenly there's a
Correct.
switch.
Yes, something magical happens at that.
It's not magical, Charlie. We know about this.
Well, hold on.
Charlie.
Time out. Hold on.
Charlie, I promise you, I'm not trying to score points.
You're not really making a
I'm
real
not trying to score
point.
points on you. This is
We
genuine.
call it the miracle of life for a reason. We've not been able to yet replicate human life development outside of the womb.
We call it the
Yeah.
miracle of life because yes, it's something beautiful, the ability to
Exactly.
form a new.
Magical.
It's not. You say magical, is it? Oh,
It's not. Damn, like I say, bro, it's like these liberals just dehumanize or they just I guess unglorify the baby making process or the fact that we can create new life. Y'all just take all the importance out of it, you take all the life out of it, and you just make it sound like a test tube project.
beautiful. It's an incredible thing that happens, of course. But it's not incredible in the sense we don't know what's going on. There's no new DNA coming out of nowhere.
Hold on, but time out.
It is
Isn't there
literally
a separate DNA though than the mother? Like,
yes, from the father.
It's like, bro, I mean, well, I ain't gonna lie. I would say most people, they don't look completely like their parents. They share characteristics, but they have their own unique face that just share the characteristics of their parents. That's a whole new person right there. That's a whole new face. Like, yes, there are cases of twins. Doesn't mean it's not a completely different person. I mean, personality wise, one traits of characteristics or emotions may be in one and not the other. So yeah, you are creating a completely different life form, which is kind of funny how he doesn't understand this, but he's bringing up biology.
but then, yes, but it's not the father's DNA either. A new coding is created.
Charlie,
you are a blend of the two. And so when did your life begin?
Okay, so
when did your life begin?
I mean, again, this comes from what you define as where life starts. You can say life starts at conception, but
I'm sorry, bro. Y'all are babies. I'm sorry. I have to, like, y'all crying about me using the word liberal. He's a liberal. If I ask this man, where do you align? He'd most likely tell me liberal. So if you're being a crybaby about me using the word or identifying somebody's political alliance, then you're a crybaby, my friend. Get over it. Like, which woman to call him by his name?
Telling you, I believe that's just an arbitrary point, right? That's just the moment these two cells fuse. Now you say about this mother thing. So the way DNA is arranged in a cell is it's arranged in chromosomes. Chromosomes are paired up. So you have one from the mother, one from the father, typically in a healthy individual, right? Now, you can take those maternal chromosomes out and you can find that this is who the person's mother is. And you can do the same with the father. Now, the reason you are different to your mother and father is because some of those chromosomes express genes that are different from each other. And so those genes interact, and that's what gives rise to you, right? But there's no space for any kind of moral framework to come into that until you consider that a human being is capable of consciousness and of suffering. But if you take that out of the equation, the fact that these two DNA, whatever they call molecules, right? These two DNA molecules are fusing, that does not suddenly flip a switch that attributes moral worth to that individual.
That made no sense.
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to score points. I'm trying to understand.
By what moral standard do you believe that?
I believe that if an individual is capable of suffering, then it's wrong. Now, can I explain my opinion on abortion, just so you can understand? I would agree.
Well, actually, it has been proven that, yeah, in certain stages of the development process, it does feel pain. I mean, so you kind of can't sit there and say, oh, well, it doesn't feel pain. Hold on. First off, how would you know? How would you know this? How would you know? Because honestly, there's been studies proving that it actually does feel pain. So this kid is speaking actually very misinformed. Sadly, I kind of wish he did have some points where everybody's clapping for him, but it's also sad because he's extremely misinformed. Like, it has been proven that, yeah, the pre-stages before it becomes a baby can feel pain.
As many reasonable people.
Oh, shout out to my man, the Raging American. He's like, I know an adopted Muslim of Morocco, now trans Christian. What the hell? God damn it. Man, talk about, guess what these foreigners called Americanized. Guess what? That's what they mean by it.
Word that at 9 months, it's unreasonable to expect someone to get an abortion, right? Unless you have some extreme circumstances. But for an elective abortion seems a bit radical to me. But it also seems radical to say that a woman who has just, the cells have just fused, to deny her of an abortion also seems wrong to me, because that zygote is not capable of suffering, as far as we know.
Bro, and that's as far as we know. So you can't confirm nor can you deny that this zygote is feeling pain. You can neither confirm nor deny. You might as well give us the CIA answer with that one, my man, because that's a very disingenuous argument to make without being able to confirm nor deny or have a study for it saying that, oh, well, yeah, it does or it doesn't feel pain. When I can give you a study saying that, yeah, these zygotes these stages in the baby making process or the baby development process is, yeah, they can feel pain. Now, I will have to look it up into further research into which stage of the process does it start feeling pain at, but I do believe it is the zygote. So, yeah, that's why he says he can neither confirm nor deny the argument that he's making, which is crazy.
By what moral standard? Is that just your opinion? Where did you get that moral standard from?
Because suffering is a bad thing. We all know suffering is a bad thing. That's an objective fact, right?
Well, hold on. So you do believe in objective morality?
I believe that suffering is an objectively negative.
So if you can't feel it, is it okay?
What do you mean if you can't?
You can't feel the pain. Is it okay to inflict the pain?
In the sense that if no one's suffering from it, if you have a scenario where nobody is suffering from something, then yes, of course.
I mean, but you don't know though. You just admitted you don't know if that kid's suffering. You may know you may not know the long-term suffering effects or the regret that one of the parents may feel. So you're kind of just thinking very selfishly about it.
There's no a moral. Something is only a moral question if it affects someone's well-being.
So let me just make sure I understand this correctly. That if it doesn't affect their well-being, so dementia patients that don't know who they are or where they're from, can we execute dementia patients because they're confused about their well-being?
Can you imagine a scenario?
Or Alzheimer's patients.
Charlie,
Alzheimer's patients don't really know much about anything. Can we schedule them for execution because they can't technically suffer?
I'll respond. So can you imagine a scenario where we lived in a society where we killed people when they suffered from dementia, were incapable of suffering, and we killed them, right? That would not.
Whoa! I mean, I'm dog. Dementia? They still feel pain under dementia. It's not like, I mean, their memory slipping. Not their pain and nervous system.
To get dementia. Imagine living your life thinking, I could get dementia and suddenly I'd be killed by my state.
Imagine a world where you slaughter 1 million babies every year in America.
Charlie, Charlie, it's not slaughter. That's the problem.
Hold on. If it's a forcible removal from the umbilical cord
Yep.
of another human life, again, we have clarity but not agreement. Biologically, you know that your entire coding began at conception. Your coding,
No, that's
your
what,
uniqueness.
That's what I'm denying. I disagree with that.
Okay, when those two cells fused together, to use your terminology,
Yes.
that is where the process of human
scientifically accepted terminology.
In the interest of time, can we bring this question to a
the
close?
process of
please?
human development objectively begins at that moment. Therefore, those human beings are deserving of human rights. We keep going, or do you want to?
No, thank you. Yeah, you can finish.
The process of development begins from the moment the sperm is being generated in the father, the moment the eggs are being generated in the mother. To say that suddenly the moral worth switches on when they fuse doesn't make any sense. That's just a point you've taken.
It makes perfect sense, because
it does make a perfect sense. I don't know, maybe this may be like a more philosophical approach to it, but I do believe the child making process to be a sacred and beautiful process. So as soon as it started, as soon as the mother's confirmed pregnant, I see it as a real life. Like at day, bro, it's first day, 21-day heartbeat. Even before that, I considered it a human life. And that's just me speaking philosophically. And like I said, it does take a certain, dehumanization of this, of a baby, or the baby making process, or the baby development process, to honestly have this opinion that he's having. Like, it got to dehumanize it first in order to have this stance, which is sick.
That is when your journey as a human being, when the sperm and egg were separate, you were not yet a fused human being. You were not created uniquely.
DNA existed.
Your
DNA existed. I thought.
Well, no, the parts of your DNA existed. Your DNA did not exist. It's like saying that we have a full car just because we have all the parts. It was not yet put together until conception happens and the zygote was formed. Thank you. I think we have to get
exactly. Like, that's exactly what he's saying. He's trying to say, well, no, it's not a completely new life form. It is. Well, hold on. It turns into a completely new life form. Your whole argument just falls apart.
On to the next question, please. Thank you.
You know about Patriot Mobile and what they stand for. I've talked to you
about. That's crazy how people actually thought this man had a decent point. All right, then. Well, let's get on to the next young man.
First of all, my first question, or my only question, is you've advocated and applauded the reducing and removing of public funding for universities on the grounds they promote ideological biases. Given that universities play a critical role in driving national innovation, research, and
Now, dog, he said driving a political motivation, pretty much indoctrinating you guys, pretty much making y'all all leftists. You guys bringing up your advancements doesn't really mean nothing if you can't argue the fact that you guys are overwhelmingly a left-leaning college. There's very few conservatives on Harvard campus. So you can have that argument saying that, well, it kind of seems like Harvard is indoctrinating you guys, and that's why we need to cut funding. So you wanted to talk about, I guess, the academics achievement of Harvard. I mean, I'll clap for that all day, but you just completely missed this man's argument.
Upward mobility, especially through federally funded grants. How do you reconcile this position with the broader societal value that higher education institutes offer?
Well, they can, but in Harvard's case, for example, who's getting their funding pulled, they have a $50 billion endowment. Just so we are clear, in pounds, that would be like what, 42 billion, 45 billion? I mean, I'm trying to learn the conversion rate here. I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of money. They can either use their endowments to fund it, and if you have certain behavior and certain practices, then you should not get federal funding. Harvard is in direct violation of the United States Supreme Court fair admissions case, which says you cannot discriminate people based on the color of their skin. Go ahead.
But isn't the whole point of it, you can't use endowments like that. The point of
they can.
They can.
The point of
George Soros puts in a lot of money for in Harvard, about 56 billion, and you guys are completely leftist, just like George Soros. And you argue for these men's ideology. So I would say that, yeah, due to the amount of funding that you guys have gotten from a certain guy or from a certain foundation, the Open Society Foundation, yeah, I would say that had a big influence on how these teachers taught you or what teachers they hired. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had a big influence because, like, why would they care about what the students or the tuition the students are bringing in? They don't even bring in all of Harvard's money. They don't even bring in like 20% of it. 56% of it is right off of the endowments. So who you think they're listening to? They're not listening to what the students are asking for. They're listening to what their sponsors or their endowers are asking them to do.
Endowment is to manage a fund through perpetuity. Cambridge has an endowment, and that endowment allows professorships to be funded to allow.
Now, dog, if you're gonna state my position, please state it correctly. I did not say knowledge and indoctrination. I said that the fact that they have a overwhelming people with a political belief leaning left is a problem. I even said that, oh yeah, you want to talk about y'all achievements and your knowledge? Okay, great. But you could be a smart person and be liberal. You could be a smart person and be conservative. But what is very I don't know, it's very hard to not call out is the fact that in Harvard, mainly everybody is liberal. That doesn't happen naturally. It don't, unless it's being taught or indoctrinate, or they're indoctrinating the kids. It's not about their education. It's about the political stances that are being taught while they receive their education. So please, if you're smart enough, please structure my argument correctly.
Love for research into sciences. That's the whole point of it.
You just said it funds research into sciences. That's what they should do with their monstrosity of an endowment.
Yeah, but the endowment is
the interest alone on their endowment could fund the entire research and development budget of most Ivy League schools.
All teachers should be unbiased in their teaching. Just teach the subject. Bro, you could teach a subject without getting political. It's not that hard. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Like pretty much how they kept politics and religion out of teaching when I was a kid, and they did it pretty damn well. It doesn't seem like they're doing too well today.
A $50 billion endowment, even like a podunk money manager in America can earn a 7 to 10% investment in the markets the last couple of years. That's $5 billion of returns that endowment could then reinvest in whatever they want. Instead, Harvard has become a hedge fund with a radical school attached. And I think that's very wrong for US taxpayers to continue to subsidize.
But it's not just Harvard. You've called on colleges being a scam. You've constantly attacked higher education institutes. You've attacked liberal arts as a scam. For example, like a lot of conservatives, Peter Thiel studied philosophy at Stanford. Ronald Reagan studied sociology. A lot of them did study liberal arts, and you keep undermining these august institutions, which have provided a lot for society. Like society's backbones have been universities and higher learning institutes, and yet you keep attacking them.
Well, they used to be largely, but again, I don't want to speak too much about this country, but in America, they don't represent fundamental American values. You know, Peter Thiel, after he graduated Stanford, wrote an entire book criticizing college and then paying people not to go to college. So Peter Thiel, who spoke at this very school, and you guys had a great conversation with him. You know that he believes college is such a scam? He would pay people $100,000 a year for 20 years straight not to go to college. So not exactly a good argument in your favor. Peter Thiel, who got a philosophy degree, made billions of dollars, and has now forked over tens of millions of dollars for people not to go to U.S. universities and colleges.
Yeah, but it's not just Peter Thiel.
I know, but you mentioned him. I didn't. But to complete the point is that
Thomas went to did liberal arts.
Look, in America, there are far too many people going to college. We need people to become welders, electricians, people that
like shit. I went to a left-leaning college, so trust me, there is a bit of an indoctrination in it. But when I was in college, they didn't really touch on politics at all. Like I said, it just taught you the lesson. They kept it pushing. I mean, shout out Wright State, but that's just a bit of my educational background. But yeah, back in the day, they didn't really do that. Now, what I'm hearing today is that they got these teachers who are leftists who are supposed to be teaching you accounting, but they're talking about how much they hate Donald Trump for some reason.
With their hands, there is a major trade deficit problem in the United States. We have 11 million well-paying jobs that we cannot find enough labor for. And instead, we have a lot of people going to university to go study North African lesbian poetry. It might sound good, but it doesn't necessarily, A, either development, the content, the character, or the development of the soul. And B, it does not necessarily also give you the skills necessary. Some college is good for you. I'm a big proponent of Hillsdale College.
Guys, can you please be quiet?
I believe Hillsdale College is America's greatest college, and I'm a big proponent of that. But I would ask a question. In your own words, what do you believe the purpose of college is?
It's critical engagement. But coming back to your point on lesbian poetry or whatever.
I was supposed to seek higher education and skills, and then also to network with people you might be sharing an office or sharing a building in the workforce with. It's like, That's mainly been the layout of college, is to go in there, learn a skill, and get up out of there. Now it just seems like they're just indoctrinating you, and they're not really teaching you too much skills.
North African lesbian poetry.
North African lesbian poetry. So in the morning, I actually had a lecture on development policy. And one of the key authors on sort of development economics is Nussbaum, who talks about how liberal arts sort of engages you critically. And one could argue, even North African lesbian poetry, I don't think that's a degree. I think that's just a module within a degree.
Maybe.
Yeah. That makes you.
The fact you don't know shows how rotten to the core universities have become.
You're taking one example and telling conservatives and hordes of young people that college is a scam. College isn't a scam. I mean, I took my mom down.
Now, I would tell this young man, no, actually, I would, if I was Charlie Kirk, I don't know if I would have said that. I would say, if you're not going in for STEM, then yeah, college would be a scam. If you're not going in for science, technology, but engineering and math, then yeah, college is a bit of a scam. You're not really going there to get the money that you think you're going to get, or get that yearly salary that you think you're going to get, unless it's for STEM. That's just the fact of the matter. I do believe that college is a waste of money if you're not going for one of those reasons. You know what? I'll even throw finance in there as well. Why not?
Down to a pub just down the road where Watson and Crick announced DNA. College.
Guys, wait 1 second.
If college is a scam, then DNA wouldn't have been discovered. With cancer research.
Yes, hold on a second. Yes, you're right. At this specific university, you guys split the atom. You had Sir Isaac Newton. You had some of the greatest minds of the West. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. And that's before they were indoctrinated. You're acting like, oh, these guys are just outright liberals. Like, it's the liberals that did everything for America. No. You know, I'd say it's an even trade-off.
About what's happening here, and I'm not going to criticize it. But at most colleges in the West, they've gone away from places of inquiry and appreciation of what is good and what is beautiful, and into this incessant oppression Olympics of trying to deconstruct the core canon that is our birth certificate. I don't know if that's happening here. It's certainly.
That's not true, though.
In America, it is objectively true, okay?
That isn't true.
Again, first of all, they removed Western civilization as a core course in Stanford in the 1990s. They tried to bring it back with petitions, and the university said, no, teaching Western civilization is racist. Shakespeare is not taught at major, let me finish. Shakespeare is not taught at major universities across America because it's deemed as racist. I talked to some students earlier in the English department, and they said, hey, I'm studying Shakespeare. I said, that's refreshing because in a lot of U.S. schools, they don't teach Shakespeare because he's called racist. You would be surprised at how wretched.
I mean, somebody would have to give me the best spin in the world to tell me that, oh, Shakespeare is racist. I'm like, why? Because written by a white man? Is that the only argument you got?
To the core, some of these colleges have become in America.
If you look at the Global Innovation Index,
you got a better one.
America, which is predominantly a lot of their majors are in humanities and liberal arts. They're number 2 on the Global Innovation Index. China is somewhere near 13. If you look at every metric, Fortune 1000 CEOs, 40% did humanities and liberal arts. There is a value in liberal arts, yet you're criticizing it.
And I'm going to keep on criticizing it. Also, the vast majority of liberal arts graduates do not respect freedom of speech. That is an empirical poll. They increasingly do not have reverence or gratitude for the United States of America. They don't care about the core values of the U.S. Constitution. If you want to go to college, that's fine. But in our country, 40% of kids that enter college do not graduate. The kids that do graduate, half of them end up getting jobs that do not require any sort of college degree. There are all these made-up degrees. In America, I know it's different than the experience you might be having here.
Liberal arts is a bit shaky. It's like, oh, well, it's a broad approach to education that empathizes a well-rounded study of various disciplines, including humanities, social science, and natural science. Really now. And rather than focusing on a specific career path, which means it's an aimless, honestly, like an aimless degree. If you got a degree in liberal arts, you didn't really focus on anything.
Your tutoring system here is objectively great. I'm glad you guys have it. The class sizes in America are 400 to 500 students, sometimes per introductory course, to go hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt, study things that don't matter, to find jobs that do not exist. And so let me just make one final point, is that, of course, some people should be going to college. But generally in the United States of America, it has become a racket of debt. It has become a burden and a place where we're actually not putting our best and brightest into the job field itself to be equipped for the jobs of the future. Instead, we have a lot of baristas at Starbucks with philosophy degrees.
You also mentioned indoctrination. As per the Oxford Dictionary's definition of indoctrination, it means that you take a belief and you can't critically observe that belief. Turning Point USA has over 30,000 chapters, 3,000 chapters across US universities. So are you arguing that students, including conservatives, lack the critical thinking skills to sort of decide political ideologies, political beliefs, that they're so dumbfounded that they can't decide for themselves what's right and what's wrong, and that your whole premise is on the fact that students like us, we lack critical thought in deciding what is taught in schools?
Again, I'm not using Cambridge as the
I
school.
would say this: you guys give the perception of lacking critical thought when you have an overly large amount of, well, I said Democrats, liberals, however you guys want to say it. Apparently, when we call them liberals, they want to start crying about it. But pretty much, I would tell them that, like right there and then. I'm like, look, G, I hear what you're saying, but it's hard to say you guys got free thought when every time you guys come up here, there's no disagreements and everybody's clapping. Kind of shows there isn't too much free thought in this room, that everybody has a consensus thinking. Like, you all think the same. And then if I look at where the entire college leans, you all think the same. So you can't sit there and tell me you guys are free thinkers and there's like a majority of you guys think the same.
That I think of, but in America, we have millions of people that go to these massive state schools that have humanities departments that are not reading the great books, that do not have a tutoring system, that are unfortunately laced with the most anti-Western thought imaginable. I don't really quite following what one thing has to do with the other, why 3,000 chapters has something to do with your indictment. Maybe you can clarify, but I think we're out of time.
You can clarify, but then it'll be fun.
In general, colleges should be a place that lift you up to what is good, true, and beautiful, to study the great things that have been, to develop your soul and develop your character. Character in Greek literally means like tattoo, the etching.
You know, so crazy. Somebody asked a question: are there schools that are mainly conservative? And actually, yes, there are. And there was a mix back in the day. Like, I went to a majority white school. So trust me, when I say there was like conservative and there were liberals, and it was like a mix, it would be the kids from the outer cities and the kids from the inner cities that are in this school. So you had your conservatives and you had your liberals. Now, that's just how it was ran. It does seem like these schools that are in more deep in the inner cities do have a bit more liberals in there. So I would like to say, when I went to school, I seen both. I seen guys who were heavily conservative, guys who were heavily liberal, and there was obviously a difference. Like let's talk in terms of white people, because like I said, I went to a predominantly white college. The white guys were more clean cut on the conservative sides, and the liberal guys were going to more like a hippie crowd. They were smart, but they were some crazy partiers. I'll tell you that one right now. I mean, they did everything, okay, guys, everything. And that's why I kind of didn't like the libs too much. They were fun to hang around, but their ideology did seem a bit based on, I don't know, too much of a good time. Too much of a good time. We're talking about in terms of college. Now, if we're talking about politics and all that, trust me, there would be things I would agree on them with even today. But we're talking about lifestyle and politics in today's time. A lot of these liberals done walked away from the ideologies that I held, or I guess I thought were liberal ideologies that I held back when I was in college. I walked away from that one.
Etched within you. Far too often, colleges create ungrateful, pessimistic, and nihilistic revolutionaries that want to tear down what was before and instead have no alternative to build the future. And the West is suffering because of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I disagree.
And no, DEI was not a thing. Remember, the DEI thing is new. DEI wasn't a thing in like 2014. Yes, guys, I'm actually kind of old here. Remember that. I'm like 30. So if we're talking about college days for Sean, we're talking about 10 years ago. So no, DEI was not a thing. You had to make the grade every single time. You got no breaks, my friend, especially when it came to getting into your college of choice, because making it into college was one thing, but making it into your school college was another thing. So making it into the business school was a whole nother thing than making it into your, college. And I think you guys who've been to college understand that. But it is funny how people say, well, you DEI. I'm like, no, DEI didn't exist back then. You had to get it out the mud.
Great, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good, I wish so.
Good to meet you, Charlie. I hope you can understand first rule. I'm a little nervous. There's a very real chance I could wake up tomorrow, front page of YouTube. Charlie Kirk owns man bun idiot with facts and logic. So
destroys.
Yeah, destroys. Okay, so my question is, I agree that stable monogamous relationships often produce the best outcomes for society, But if that structure really works for everyone, why do we consistently see societies, once they become safer and more prosperous, move away from traditional monogamy? And why do so many marriages still end in divorce, even among people who generally try to make it work? And just one final framing there. If you believe in free markets because they are decentralized and they adapt to reality without top-down control, and given the individual ability to form healthy long-term pair bonds very significantly with factors like genetics and ecologically calibrated attachment styles, why do you reject top-down control in economics, but not extend that same rejection to human behavior in terms of marriage?
Okay, so the first one, the second law of thermodynamics answers your question, is that it's the law of decay. Societies tend to decay against the roots that created them. For example, as a side note, here in this country, you guys invented the idea of free speech. You brought it to the world. You guys do not have free speech in this country anymore. 30 people a day are arrested in the UK for inflammatory social media posts. Someone by the name of Lucy Connolly is currently facing prison time for a Facebook post that was critical of migrants. It is normal, unfortunately, for civilizations to get away from how they once operated and how they once were. Now, to your question, does that answer the first part of your question? You were saying, why do they get away from monogamy? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
I would say I don't feel that that's a full answer.
Okay, so you're asking why do they get away from what works? Is that correct?
Yes. Well, why do societies make this change once they become more prosperous?
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, because prosperity leads to degeneracy, for sure.
Yeah.
That would be the answer. And so once you are prosperous, you tend to no longer have the moral guardrails or the limitations. Let's just say you no longer have delayed gratification because you have instant gratification because you have a surplus of goods, and then you have a decline of a transcendent moral order. The second part of the question, can you remind me, please, what the second question was? About markets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, for example, I believe in intervention in markets if there is something that is improper morally. So, for example, I do not believe that you should be able to scam your neighbor or have misleading advertising because I believe in a transcendent moral standard, and the same goes for my personal views on marriage.
Okay, so I think we largely agree on the foundation. I would like to propose something that you might like to think about. So, firstly, I absolutely acknowledge that, again, if everyone in society was able to maintain healthy long-term pair bonds, that would be best. Again, there's strong data showing that independent of socioeconomic factors, broken homes are some of the strongest predictors of poor life outcomes.
We totally agree.
Yes. And even, I'm not sure if many people here are aware of this, but if you track, as countries become more socially egalitarian, somewhat surprisingly, rates of female depression and anxiety also spike disproportionately. So I think one of the problems here is that when you try and impose moral absolutism, inevitably, again, due to variance in attachment issues, due to industrialized culture, absent parents, screens, raising kids, around 50% of adults in the West develop attachment disorders, which make it very difficult to maintain long-term pair bonds. And then additionally, you have things like variation in oxytocin receptors, density and shape, also invasive pressin. There are going to be, even if there's 5% of people who feel that these rules really do not fit them, they will push back. And this will create ideologies that then grow into more wider appealing ideologies, which then, leads to this change. I think this is what happened in the sexual revolution. It started with a push for female autonomy, and then it was almost morphed into a really exaggerated expression of pushing for maximizing individual freedom. And I think that when you try and impose moral absolutism this way, it just inevitably causes pushback. And I think if you were to, as someone with a platform, instead say, hey, monogamy is great, it works best for most people, but I also understand there are some people.
Nah, I see some people in here are kind of having a problem with the whole, what was it? The prosperity causes morality or degrades morality. And yeah, it kind of has a point. As we got richer as a nation, yeah, we have went down in our moral values. I mean, look what's happened to marriage. Bro, look what happens to how your average American lives. It's like, bro, look what happens to how your average American female dresses. Like, really think about this, guys. Like, we got a whole lot of prosperity, but it did degrade our morality. Not to a substantial amount, not like we're walking out here butt-ass naked, but, I mean, we used to have a higher standard for ourselves when we were a poor country or when we were starting to come into our own.
It doesn't work so well for. More people would hear the message that you want to push.
Okay, thank you for that. That's an interesting. I've actually never gotten that question before. It's very thoughtful. Would you say you're against moral absolutism then?
Yes, I would.
Are you against that absolutely?
No, I'm very open to having my mind changed. And
so it's not an absolute thing.
Well, I'm against moral absolutism.
Are you against moral absolutism? Absolutely.
No.
Okay, so then you're consistent. So
I think
it's all just kind of. I think it's preference, not. It's about preference, and you could just basically do whatever you prefer. There is no transcendent moral order.
Well, I think what you're doing though is slightly unfairly putting me into a loop because I'm very open to having my mind changed.
No, that's
my
fine.
morals
What I'm saying though is that by definitionally, and this is something that will keep on coming back, you must choose what moral standard we live by. I'm very clear as to what moral standard. The lie of the West, of modernity, the last 30 years, is that we're going to have you live and let live, and there will be no moral standard. That itself is a moral standard, and it's a really bad one. And to your point, that yes, it creates more suffering. It
lowers the moral standard pretty much. Live and let live to a certain point. To a certain point. Like, live and let live. You're gay, sure. Why not? We don't care. I mean, live and let live your religion, political ideology, whatever. We like, yeah, sure, go ahead. But live and let live on some of the terms that these liberals want to go on, like MAP, a minor attracted person, transgenders, being in a women's bathroom in sports. That one we can't let y'all live and let live on. I'm sorry, guys. We can't let y'all slide on that. And shout out to my man Fox Shake says, good show, Set. Hey, man, appreciate it, my man. Let's keep it going.
It's more despair. And no, I disagree with what you say, and I respect the heart of which you're saying it. I will say that I have a moral obligation not to accommodate when people fall short, but instead try to lift them up towards the standard that is true and that I know that works.
So where I'd push this is I'd ask you, you describe people falling short when they fail to engage in long-term monogamy. What do you think causes that? Why do you think some people struggle?
Many reasons. Economic is one of them, but the biggest is the death of religion and the death of Christianity in the West. As America, I'll just talk about America. The UK is unfortunately far less churched than America. But as America has become less churched, so many of these social ills rise.
Look no further than exercise class 2 days versus 50 years. Like, man.
So one thing I'd say, I study the evolution of behavior, in particular sexual romantic behavior. If you track all the different hunter-gatherer cultures that we can study, and we track how agriculture shapes things, you see that ecological conditions really reliably predict the prevalence of monogamy, certain marriage systems. And what I think is what we refer to as attachment issues. They seem to be an ecological calibration to an environment. In environments that are more unstable, it's less optimal for an individual to grow up with a tendency to rely on long-term pair bonds. And I think there's a mismatch with the modern world. Again, coming back to industrialization, there are so many people who raise kids, as absent parents. Daycare is massively linked to attachment issues. This then causes people to struggle to bond long-term. And then again, coming back to the genetic part, there's again real research showing that especially vasopressin mutations and oxytocin mutations, some people really just do not have the proclivity for this.
What brings stability? Because you say stability.
And shout out to my man Dova. He says nothing is sexier than a conservatively dressed, sober, non-tatted woman who takes care of her health. Also, certain ideologies cannot be tolerated. I mean, that's a fact. That is a fact. And I would say that, liberal women and their liberal ideology is something that is just not compatible for marriage. I'll just tell you that right now. The liberal ideology women is not compatible for marriage, is not compatible for you to get with the strong or successful man that you want. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to work out for you, that liberal ideology. Honestly, it's going to make the very men that you want look at you in a very grotesque way. Like, they're like, ooh, not you.
Stability is a good thing. And what would bring stability?
So first of all, I would say we had what you might consider stability in the previous century, and then it became unstable. And then things...
Why?
I'm saying because moral absolutism was imposed.
Moral absolutism was lost. You see, modernity rose. We started to teach our kids moral relativism, and we got rid of moral absolutes. So it's the opposite.
So why was it lost? Was it lost because people stopped pushing from top down?
This question to a close.
Why was it lost? That's a question for far smarter minds. I can only tell you that it was. In America, it's honestly one of the worst decisions, not just worst ideas ever, which is modern feminism, largely from Betty Friedan's feminist mystique, which acted as if every woman who's in a monogamous marriage in the States is in some sort of tyrannical environment. And it has led to the women of the West being the most miserable, most depressed, most suicidal, most prescription drug addicted cohort on the planet. And I think we need to appropriately challenge feminism and tell young women that it's okay. In fact, it's courageous to get married and have children again. I think it would solve a lot of our problems.
And here's the thing, like I said, the liberal ideology towards women. I mean, let's go for one. Love your body, love your curves, girl. That's a liberal women like talking point. Conservative women's they actually work out. They work out. Most conservative women are actually in shape, but let's look at their liberal counterparts that think it's okay to be overweight and have rolls going down your back. Like, are you serious? I mean, sometimes you could just tell a girl's like how she thinks just through, well, how she carry herself and, you know, the weight on her. You could tell she thinks liberally or conservatively. And sadly, going to the gym is, I guess it's a conservative thing now. And I think that's pretty stupid on the liberal side. Like, I don't know why y'all ain't in the gym.
So I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public
I'm weak as hell. I got the same sweatshirt. America, baby. Ralph Lawrence.
and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't really want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Whoa. Now, you saying it's a biological human being, but it could also be a social experience. Sweetheart, you're pretty much saying it could be an identity. Like, you just said the correct answer, and then just said the wrong answer at the end. Like, God damn it.
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So what are you trying to say, that because of what the social experience in America, you can just put on a wig and wear makeup as a guy and now you're a woman? Like, ma'am, I don't think you should be comparing us to some African tribe when if that girl from the African tribe came to America, she would be a woman, regardless of the tattoos or not. Honestly, she could damn near go to the next country over and she'd be a woman without the tattoo. So can we be realistic here?
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So
No, you had it right the first time, sis. It's just the biological reality. That's it. Just stay there. But then when you want to say it's a social experience, you're damn near saying that it's an identity, which it is not. She's almost there. So you're almost there, sis. You just got to get over that hurdle.
Like, I don't.
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So, as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay.
Hold on. Now I got to go back to that answer. She slipped that one in.
That people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
So because a guy is a guy, and you're pretty much saying because he can wear a wig, paint his nails, I don't know, break his bones and all that, make himself look like a female as much as possible, that makes him a female, just because people can sit there and socially accept him as a female, even though he's not. So you're mixing the biological, I guess the biological fact of somebody being a female and the social acceptance of somebody being a female together. And that's just not a good way to look at the argument here. Like, one's a biological fact and one is a social perception. Because, I mean, yeah, that may work in America, but let's use your African example. Would a guy with a wig on be a woman in that same tribe in Africa? No.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay.
They clapping for this?
So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt, right? So, are we understanding that there are, patterns of power? So, I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure.
Nah, I don't think you fight for rights of men, but I do believe you fight for rights of trans men.
You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think
I'm sorry, did you say 40 or 4 years ago?
3 years ago?
because I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
40 years.
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of
Under pressure, under who? Under yourselves. I mean, I would do say, women, y'all be our worst enemy. Like, y'all give yourself this pressure. You ask men, and we're not telling you to go out there and be the highest achiever ever, or go out there and kill it in the market. We're not really telling you to do that. We're really telling you to settle down and have kids. But if you want to do that, well, great. We're not going to stop you. All power to you. But I'm sorry, though. Just those we're not just going to sit there and accept, like, oh, that we're the one putting this pressure on you. We're not. You guys put this pressure on yourselves. If anything, you guys wanted this pressure to be put on yourselves. So you can't complain.
the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah.
Hold on now.
That's really rich.
I mean, hold on now, ma'am. We did that failed ass medical procedure to everybody, not just women. So I do hate how like feminists like to bring up the suffering of women as if men didn't go through the exact same thing at a time. Like, oh, women were getting lobotomized. Yeah, so are men.
I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny.
We've always
No, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
I think that
Forget
encourages.
complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
Shit.
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have.
And Dova's coming in hot on this one. He's like, correction, Jews applied this pressure / culture. Woo, man, that's gonna be one deep episode I'm gonna have to get into, man. Ah, boy. I mean, that goes into how they kind of got kicked out of certain countries. Let's not go too far into that, though.
Unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Bretty Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control. Yeah. And all of a sudden, women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago.
I mean, yeah, the feminists sold the women, they sold them a sexy story. You guys can be like the men. You guys can go out there, do what they do, own things, and at no cost at all. You can also have it all. And then when they went out there, figured they couldn't have it all, thought they could work all the way out to 35 and somehow land the man of their dreams. Didn't work out. So they were pretty much sold a lie. And I kind of wish that feminists were more real and told them what the real was. Like, hey, you kind of got to make a decision here at a certain point. Like, you can go ahead and career girl out and all power to you. But understand that you are making certain sacrifices on your whole family life. So if you want to have a family, you might want to find a way to either mix that in. You know, you could have a husband and all that and work towards your goals. But when you leave it off for years on years at a time, it does get a bit harder. And, you know, feminism do feed women that lies if they can just pop out in their mid-30s and get whoever they want, which is not true.
And I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down, a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it. And we should say it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, honestly, I would say this. All right, cool. You're being a businesswoman. You're creating jobs for the economy to help people take care of their said family. I can't sit there and honestly get mad at that or honestly downgrade it. But I'm just saying, in my personal opinion, a woman who puts kids out there is more important than a woman who's out there creating a business. And like I say, I applaud both of them. But if you want to ask me which one do you feel is better, which one you feel gives more to the country, I'll say a woman that produces the next workforce instead of the woman that benefits off the next workforce.
that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking.
Now, ma'am, I think you're not understanding that. Well, due to your increase in freedoms, you have an increase in social responsibility that you guys put on yourselves. So because you guys want to work and all this good stuff, and now you guys have your own credit, your own bank, and all this good stuff. Back in the day, that was on your man. You could you back in the day, women could use their man's credit card recklessly, and then they were not accountable for it. Back in the day, it was asinine to hold women accountable. Like, bro, that's your wife. Take responsibility. I don't care if she recklessly used your card. Better handle that in the confines of your house. That's how it was back in the day. Now that y'all women got all this, yes, because you got all of these rights now, you did up your social responsibility. And if that's making y'all depressed, well, I mean, blame feminism, and that's on y'all. This is what y'all wanted. Don't get mad about it now. Just understand the sacrifices of it.
People want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it? Do you agree that the happiest women in the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
and objectively we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again,
I mean, no, but it is. I would say this. It is damn near. No, actually, I'm just gonna say it. It's mainly all the liberal women that are out there trying to pull down statues. It's all liberal women. I'm sorry, but I can use that word all, and it stands.
Again, it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no conservative women out there trying to burn down Teslas either. So, I mean, as far as which women are less terrorists, I would say the conservative women definitely got y'all there.
Our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-report.
Hold on, like I said, I don't think you realizing that you guys wanted all this, and you got a responsibilities with it, and now you guys are complaining that it's making you depressed. I think that's very telling on this whole feminist ideology that you guys spew. Like, the very thing that is upsetting y'all is you guys in power, like hookup culture.
Per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also
AKA, she says, well, we should encourage women to be more self-sufficient because why? We can't prove that their self-sufficientness is pretty much causing their unhappiness, and it's not hurting the economy. It is funny how liberal women, they do talk against the corporate elites and this and that, but they low-key champion the corporate elites. They let the corporate elites take them away from their family, but they say they hate the corporate elites. But they, shaking ass in a circle for the corporate elites. Same ones that they say that hate, cause wealth disparity, and that are racist, they shake their ass in a circle for. I mean, it's absolutely hilarious.
Self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable, but so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure?
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like,
hold on.
But hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though. Is that?
Yeah, you just can't. Whoa, it's like you just can't sit there and say that and then say you're making a joke. I mean, we're in a debate here, so when you're saying that, people are taking you at face value. Unless you chuckle behind and be like, "I'm just joking."
Charlie Kirk, if I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable. But so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going
You
to
would
measure
say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here, because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just like, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so
wow, ma'am, here's the thing. It's just crazy because it does seem like liberal women cannot conceptualize having a family and being happy about it. That's the problem with liberal women. You can't conceptualize having a family and it being a happy experience or a good thing or something that just helps you grow in life. You guys can't conceptualize it because you see that as a burden. And that's what liberalism has taught you guys to do. I mean, man, if we left the population in y'all hands, we'd be screwed.
I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Yeah, absolutely. We agree on many things.
And we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president. We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Did women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear because you brought up...
Actually, I would like to say this. Our women are the freest women in the world. I mean, we have the richest and freest women in the world here in America. So it is kind of funny how they cry and complain about the patriarchy. And I'm just like, under this patriarchy, you guys are the freest group of women to ever exist. You know that, right?
Female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important, which is I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason. Because
they're more miserable compared to their African counterparts. I mean, if you go out there in Africa, it's like, bro, them women are happy because they align to their feminine values. They don't try to be a man, and they're okay with that. I mean, when women stop trying to be men, that's when they'll start being happy again.
We've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable. We should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay. I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness,
just use satisfaction surveys. You just told me they're BS.
So satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me they're bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're objective? We can use that as data?
I don't think that...
she talks so fast, she kind of hangs herself. Like, you really pay attention to her, she low-key destroys herself, low-key. He's like, well, man, it's like, you don't even got to debate her. You just let her talk.
Yes or no?
It's the only sole data set, but it is a data set that necessarily
You told me they're so flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get... Do I
start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social. You might demarcate that to the biological. In which case we have differing moral scales.
No, usually women are just better nurturers back in the day. I mean, hunter and gatherer days when us men went out there and hunt, and you women, well, gathered and took care of children. So, I mean, you could say it's social. I mean, you could try to say it's social, but it's a biological fact that you women are just good at nurturing. You have the kids. Hold on. You literally nurture the kids inside you, and then you nurture it outside of you. What are you trying to say? Of course, you're better nurturers than us, and we're better providers. Like, there you go.
Of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact, there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already answered
extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have to import the third world and you become the third world. It's bad.
I disagree, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kirk, you have supported Donald Trump. Is this fair to say?
I'm sorry.
You've supported Donald Trump and have been quite vocal about this.
Supportive of Donald Trump. Yes, sir. That's right.
One of his main domestic policy agendas has been Doge, trying to drain the swamp, get rid of the grift, ensure that we have a more functioning, more efficient federal budget. According to the Financial Times yesterday, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, among others, have cut roughly $37 billion from the federal government budget. This is a contested figure, of course. Some of these have already been paid out, etc. It's likely to be lower, but they've assumed about $37 billion. On the top of this, he has engaged in and tried to push tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy that would amount to several $100 billion.
No, all he did was lock in the 2017 tax cuts. That was it. Like, when you guys says he increased taxes on the rich, you guys can't, I mean, my bad, not increase taxes on the rich, but he's pretty much giving the rich tax breaks. You can't point to nowhere in there where he's doing that. He's not giving these guys any new tax breaks. He honestly just extended their tax breaks. Like, if anything, let me tell you the people who got the tax breaks, the middle class. So people between 30 and 80K will see a 15% reduction in their taxes taken. People who are on Social Security will have a standard deduction of $4,000. And let's not forget, no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. So like I said, I'm wondering where you guys are getting this whole, oh, he's cutting taxes for the rich only. And I'm like, no, he's cutting taxes on the American middle class as well. But for some reason, you guys don't want to report that.
In terms of tax breaks for the wealthy. Along with this, he has cut money-making institutions, such as the Department of Natural Reserves and all this kind of thing that bring in about $40 billion, it costs about $5 billion, and the IRS, which brings in a huge amount of money relative to the amount of money it spends. With all of this in mind, is it not fair to say Donald Trump has engaged in a smash and grab for the ultra-rich, for the billionaires that stock his cabinet, for all these people against the modern Americans that you claim to represent?
Okay, how much do you know about his suggested tax plan?
Pardon?
How much
his
you know?
Suggested tax plan?
Some.
Yeah, how much you know about the big, beautiful bill?
I wouldn't say I am the world's
He has
foremost
suggested
expert.
to raise taxes on the wealthy 37% to 40%.
What about federal
income tax?
Capital gains.
He's the first, capital gains will stay where it is, but he's the first Republican president that we have since George H.W. Bush that's recommending to raise taxes on the ultra wealthy. Number two, a lot of those cuts, I wish would be even more than $37 billion, have not yet been full realized. In America, again, I don't know how applicable this will be, but the people watching online, he's advocating for no tax on tips. So when you get tipped, we have a big tipping culture in America. He's advocating for no tax.
I can understand where you're coming from here, Charlie. I can see why it's popular on the face of it. Donald Trump and Republicans of his ilk claim that the federal budget is something we should be very considered about, and the debt, and the cost of maintenance on that debt. Even if we don't regard any sense of tax increases or tax reduce on the ultra wealthy, the fact that he is engaging in and defunding money-making institutions such as the IRS exacerbate and increase this problem of debt dependency that the United States has. It is now the largest single problem in the federal budget. Why would you support a man that is exacerbating this issue he claims to care about so much?
Right, I was answering the question. I mean, first of all, his suggested budget cuts $1.5 trillion. I wish it should be even more. Just so
that is not true.
No, it is. It's okay. You could look it up. Is
$1.5 trillion would be the equivalent of cutting the entire American military budget and a half. Where is he getting this? Is number essentially pulled out
again? It's 1.5.
Actually, no. Donald Trump did actually increase taxes on the rich. Yeah, I mean, look, he had the tax rate for high income earners at 39.6%. And in 2007, he lowered it to 37. So he took a 2% of like pretty much tax savings for the rich. And in this one, he put it right back to that 39.6. So in 2017, when he enacted it, it was at that 39.6 and he reduced it to 37% for high earners. Now it is being increased from that 37% back to that 39.6 it was before 2017, aka Donald Trump has actually raised taxes on the wealthy.
Where the sun doesn't shine.
Again, the way that we do budgeting in America in a reconciliation process is over multiple budget cycles. So we're doing 3 budgets this year. I don't know how interested people will be in this.
Okay.
But it's wonky. But again, it literally has $1.5 trillion through this reconciliation process with the largest middle class tax cut in history. I wish the cuts would be even more. Also, to say he's just doing the pandering of the ultra wealthy, he's advocating for raising taxes on the ultra wealthy. We'll see if that materializes.
That is an income tax. The ultra wealthy generally do not take a large portion of their income from an income tax and take it instead from capital gains.
Well,
fundamentally increasing an 8% tax on Elon Musk, who takes like $10,000 as a salary or something stupid, will not make any material difference. This is a straw man argument, and it is obfuscating from the fundamental issue.
Hold on, that's not a straw man. A straw man would be him simplifying your argument. He's actually just going against your argument, pretty much saying that, hey, yo, you're saying that he cut taxes for the wealthy, but he increased their income tax by 2%. So you're pretty much saying that he cut taxes on the rich, but he didn't. So your argument about capital gains would be like, honestly, that's a straw man. Because instead of talking about, well, the taxes that were being raised or the taxes that are actually being raised on the rich, you want to obfuscate to capital gains when, hold on, dog, your argument was that he is giving tax cuts to the rich, but he actually raised taxes on the rich. So your argument falls apart right there and then. You wanted to try to run off on capital gains. That's the straw man.
This is a government for and run by oligarchs.
It's funny you say that. You do know the richest people in America vote Democrat almost 85%.
That is fundamentally not true. The richest.
No, that is absolutely true. If you look up the major, Fortune 500 industries and you look at where they donate to, it is predominantly on the left. Yes, the biggest corporations and their CEOs donate predominantly to the left. When it comes to corporations, they donate to both sides, but they donate in higher numbers to the left. And that is a fact, my friend, a fact.
I finished. Okay. Again, 9 out of 10 of the wealthiest counties in America vote Democrat. If you earn more than $300,000 US dollars a year, you vote Democrat at a 75% clip. I mean, it is so overwhelmingly the Democrat Party is the party of the rich. Secondly, though, he's going out of his way.
I know, and I bet they would be the party of the rich because they're the ones pretty much telling the people that, oh, well, if we cut your taxes, we're going to increase the deficit. And that has been the Democratic position on cutting taxes. So, guys, who does that help? Oh, the rich. But, oh, wait, they say they're against the rich. Oh, but they've been working for the rich the whole damn time. I mean, you guys didn't even notice. You didn't even notice. You guys thought you was going against the rich because you guys were going against Donald Trump. I mean, they got you with that one, huh?
To cut taxes for working people. No tax on tips, no tax on overtimes, the extension of the middle class tax relief. Again, I don't know how interesting this is for a UK audience, but more broadly, President Trump is doing the impossible, something I hope your government does. He is trying to cut taxes for middle class people while also trying to balance the budget. I wish he would cut taxes even more. It's an ambitious project, and I support him completely in that endeavor.
The extent to which he's attempting to balance the budget is not necessarily true, given that the budget is currently at a higher deficit this current year, as it was at any point under Biden, or I think any other president in history. I would also point to the fact that suggesting that Democrats overwhelmingly vote, wealthy people overwhelmingly vote Democrats is true to a point. After a certain income, they overwhelmingly vote Republican because the tax breaks, kind of business interests and all this that Republicans offer them. Given he is attempting, in your own words, to balance the budget, again, coming back to the root issue, why is he defunding the IRS, which brings in money? Why is he defunding national parks, which makes money? Why is he engaging in all of this if he is trying to balance the budget?
First of all, some of them...
Can I just finish my statement? Is it perhaps because when you defund the IRS, the wealthiest people, the people that fund his super PACs, people that buy his Trump coin, people that are in fact in his cabinet, generally pay a lower de facto rate of tax because the IRS can no longer fund to actually investigate and audit them?
Okay, so by defunding, again, the IRS is our tax collection agency. If you guys don't know, it's the Internal Revenue Service. I don't know what it's called here in the UK.
HMRC.
Yeah, sure. So the
favorite,
the equivalent is number two. That you're not totally wrong about one portion of this, which is that more agents do equal more revenue. You have to have a tension, though, of do you want to grow the IRS by 87,000 extra agents, which Joe Biden did? He's trying to peel that back. Do you believe in, or do you know the Laffer curve? Are you familiar with it? It's this,
I can't say.
It's a belief that when you lower taxes, you can actually increase revenues because compliance goes up and economic growth goes up. We saw this in the United States during Ronald Reagan, during a massive tax cut. Again, it's called the Laffer curve. And so that's actually debated. Just because you cut taxes, you're going to run a deficit. But you're not totally incorrect. You are correct. And I will admit this point, that when you have less IRS agents, you are going to have less revenue. And I think that it's a good thing generally to have less IRS agents looking into the particulars of Americans. And we have a history over the last 10 years right now.
Especially the richest Americans.
Well, not necessarily. That's the thing, is that the richest Americans actually are able to hire the tax attorneys and the accountants to get through IRS issues and get to settlement. What we see in the data is it actually ends up with middle-class Americans because they do not have the same infrastructure to deal with a very intense IRS agent.
All right, I'm going to say one last thing. I think I'm taking too much of your time. I think it is interesting to suggest that Donald Trump is the only president that is going to raise taxes on the ultra wealthy. I've already pointed out the potential flaws in that. I would also draw the audience's attention to the fact that Donald Trump is overwhelmingly backed by, supported by, funded by, and in fact, stacked his cabinet, as I've mentioned, by billionaires. And you yourself in Turning Point USA relies relatively heavily on the ultra wealthy to give their donations.
Somewhat.
For example, Foster Freeze, although sadly departed.
Yeah,
I know,
but we also have.
When you were founding, you were overtly reliant on this. So I would just like to point out that inconsistency, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Thanks.
We got a professor coming up. Let's go.
Marvelous. Thank you. A very, very short question. Israel versus Hamas, good guy versus bad guy. Russia versus Ukraine. Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Both are bad, one is worse.
Which way?
I don't know. I would tell him NATO. NATO's the bad guy because they knew damn well for like 30 to 40 years that if you try to bring Ukraine into NATO, you're going to start something with Russia. So I'd say NATO. I wouldn't even say both sides. I'd just say, nah, it's NATO. They knew what they were doing.
Russia is worse than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards to $200 billion.
Absolutely. But
we just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Yeah, but you are expecting Ukraine to give up 20% of its territory to someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well, it's interesting. I mean,
that's
hold on. Even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
No. America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Right. It was done. First of all, it never should have been done. It was largely ceremonial. But however, it was annexed under Obama. Yes, and it was a mistake. And it should be given back to Russia as a sign of good gesture to end this conflict. Who's currently controlling Crimea? Where was the Russian Navy headquartered in World War II? Where was the end of World War II? This is very
I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that if we're being logical on what has happened, that you're now arguing against that flow. And I don't understand it. Because actually, why is Ukraine the bad guy?
No, I said they're bad. They're not the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you said they were both bad, but one was more bad.
Correct, yes.
So why is Ukraine bad?
Well, I would say this. Ukraine knew damn well what Russia was going to do if they try to go into NATO. And Ukraine thought that NATO and the U.S. was going to protect them. But, well, we told them, well, they thought we were going to put boots on the ground. Because the way Ukraine was acting, they thought we was going to go full force into Russia. But we didn't. So, yeah, I would say there is fault in Ukraine because they knew, even Ukraine knew that, yeah, if we try to go into NATO, Russia's going to do something about it. But for some reason, that was just ignored under Zelensky.
There's a lot wrong with Ukraine. First of all, they're not a democracy.
Fact.
Zelensky refuses to hold an election.
Well, no, you can't hold an election.
Wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
Because under his constitution...
Hold on, Lincoln held an election during the war. That's not true. He can call an election. He can call a snap election. He's full dictator of the country.
No.
Because he knows that the people of Ukraine would kick him out immediately because he's deeply unpopular. In fact, if he wanted to show a statement to the world, he would call an election and win by 80% and say, see, I'm super popular. So that's number one. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a person being propped up as a government we're sending $200 billion to that refuses even to face his voters.
Okay, I can't agree with you factually on that at all. Okay. I mean, constitutionally, Ukraine is not able to hold an election because it's under military law at the moment, and that's just a matter of fact.
Again, he can, as a prime minister or president, he can do whatever he wants.
He can't.
Okay, we're going to just go back
and sign an executive order and change their constitution. Okay. Neither can the American president either. So hopefully this better.
He could even do a ceremonial election to see where he actually stands with the people.
I think we call those opinion polls.
Yes, and they're very negative.
Firmly ahead in the opinion.
Again, but you would agree that a person that holds on to power without the election of the sovereign is pretty questionable.
No, not in those circumstances.
Okay, then we disagree.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But give me another reason why Ukraine...
They are the most corrupt country in Europe that never even met the most remote standards of joining.
Like, here's the thing, though. And for people who think that, well, Ukraine should be able to go into NATO if they want. I mean, here's the thing. If you can't fight for it, then it is what it is, guys. That was Putin's red line that a lot of people don't know about. Oh, well, Ukraine's a sovereign country. Well, if Russia's telling us, I'm going to be honest with you, they're not that much of a sovereign country than you think. If Russia's literally telling us, yo, if you let these guys in, I will attack them. And we didn't do a damn thing about it. Actually, Russia, it looks like that Russia's about to take all of Ukraine because we didn't just, obey that red line. I'm talking about NATO, not the United States. And I'll tell you this, it's been known for a long time since the Bill Clinton administration that Ukraine cannot join NATO. So you guys want to stand on the whole, oh, well, they're a sovereign nation. They can do whatever they want. I mean, shoot, your sovereignty is based off if you can fight for it, to be honest with you.
NATO. Do not know where a lot of this money is
or
going.
Who's willing to protect it.
I don't disagree that there is a problem with corruption, but the most corrupt country in Europe, are you sure about that?
I'd have to double or triple think about that, but they're very corrupt.
Okay, so that's a little bit doubtful. It's not absolute.
Well, I mean,
would you? Corruption around. I mean, let's face it. We are talking about comparison with some of the states you're doing business with in the Gulf.
Oh, of course, but we're not giving them money; they're giving us money. That's a difference, right? Saudi Arabia.
So it's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
It's morally acceptable to take money from corrupt people.
Well, hold on.
Whoa! Are you just telling the entire Saudi Arabian people corrupt? I mean, hey, at least they put money in our pocket instead of asking for money. It's like that's the problem. Oh yes, and they're not in a war right now. Yeah, they're not in a war with a superpower asking us for money that they should have never been in. So yeah, we can't sit there and pretty much, hold it to and be like, you know what, Saudi Arabia is less, it's less trouble. There you go. And shout out to my man Dova. He says, giving Russian land back, the whole country's like giving Russian land back, the whole country. I mean, here's the thing, dog. I would hate to say this, but I don't think the Dems honestly understand that it's over for Ukraine. They do not understand that it's literally over for Ukraine. If Ukraine had a dog in this fight, Ukraine wouldn't need Trump to low-key negotiate. They wouldn't need us. He'd be able to command that respect from Putin. But when you're on the losing side of a war, you get no respect.
First of all, as far as morally acceptable, you do what's best in the benefit of your country. And so, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask you, don't forget, how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at 200 billion right now.
Please. I don't think you have to send any more money to Ukraine.
We agree.
I think you have to agree to support them as a free country and perhaps sell them weapons, like you're very happy to sell weapons to less free countries.
I mean, bro, you're pretty much asking us to sell weapons. And here's the thing, they don't even have money. So we're damn near giving them money for the weapons that they're buying. That's literally what we've been doing. So here's the thing. I don't think you understand the real, like, honestly, what's really going on in the battlefield. Us giving them weapons is not going to change the outcome of this fight. Like, Russia got them outpowered, outmanned. We're talking about 37 million people versus 140 million. And I'm pretty sure Russia's army is way bigger than theirs, and they got way better technological advancements or way better military equipment. So we're like, let's not sit here and pretend like Ukraine has a chance. They don't. Honestly, the war's already been decided, and we're just trying to see if we can have Ukraine keep some of its land and not let it become fully Russia.
And I think Europe will pick up the slack, as we ought to. And I don't disagree with some of the comments about Europe not looking after its own security. I just don't get this approach, which was supposedly to end the war quickly, which now seems to be elongating it. And in doing so, throwing up a smokescreen of very variable facts, if they are facts at all, about how things occurred, which actually isn't helping things. And if people can't see that Putin is stalling,
I agree with you. I think he might be stalling.
And therefore, and I think even your president has acknowledged the fact that he thinks he might be stalling.
Yeah, he might be stalling, and he's right now attacking the capital of Ukraine. He's trying to take out Zelensky as we speak, to be honest. That's the problem. That's why I think he's going for the full land grab, because he's trying to take out Zelensky. He's going into the capital. This man is attacking the capital, and he's approaching it. That's a problem. And that's why we're kind of just about to, I don't know. I wouldn't be too surprised if in the next week or two, we hear Zelensky's been assassinated and Putin now runs Ukraine. I wouldn't be too surprised if that becomes a report in the next 2 weeks. Praying not, but let's look at reality.
Correct. So we don't have a disagreement there.
No, we don't. No,
we just have a disagreement about the efficacy of tactics. And we don't know. And I'm willing to say we could be wrong.
No. Oh, well,
of course you could be wrong in life.
Yeah. I mean, we could all be wrong. But actually bringing that war to an end consistently actually isn't going very well. And I would just suggest to you that whatever tactics have been used are perhaps not the best. And they are certainly inconsistent with what's going on in the Middle East and how America has been treating parties in the Middle East. But I've had enough of your time.
Fair. No, that's a fair contention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And the final question that we've got time for today is from Sammy McDonald from St. John's College.
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted a lot of your life to electing, keeping in power Donald Trump. And you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal his failed sons are receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings, not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot, with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
Watchman look like he want to square up with Kirk low-key.
No. Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance and can answer, because it's all the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is bread.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit?
Yeah.
Pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can.
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them
that's
armaments.
going well, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, and it all happened under Joe Biden. Like, I know these lefts hate when we bring up Joe Biden because Joe Biden was just such a disaster. Such a disaster. Like, two of these conflicts that you guys are bitching about happened under Biden, and nothing was done under Biden. Trump comes in, and now you guys want to start complaining on the results of these conflicts. But you said nothing under the fact that it started under Biden, and you said nothing under the fact that this man was doing nothing. So yes, we're going to bring up Biden the entire time because it's kind of that sore spot that you guys hate to admit that, yeah, well, you're right. When it does, we are bitching about something that happened under Biden, and we refuse to give this man any accountability for it, or, well, what we perceive of Biden's presidency. Because, like I said, I'm pretty sure this man was being ran by staffers.
Can you not interrupt me?
Well. And shout out to my man Dove. He says, why is Russia our adversary? The West didn't let the Cold War end. Ukraine is a Western created issuer entirely, and Russia can and should be an ally. I mean, bro, believe it or not, Russia tried to be an ally in NATO, and we told them no. And the reason I guess NATO told them no is because let's be real. They kind of said, look, man, you're the new enemy of the world. We got to frame you as the enemy of the world, or we can't create perpetual war. So we can't let you join NATO because we wouldn't have no need for NATO if Russia joins NATO. So like I said, NATO was damn near created on, well, making Russia a villain, no matter what. Even if it don't even make sense to have him around. Think about it. Russia literally asked to be a part of NATO, and we told this guy no. And then we're wondering why we're here today.
I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran, and has stopped many other international countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
I'm not even sure.
You're talking about the one in Istanbul that Zelensky set up? Yes, the one in Turkey that Zelensky set up. You can't blame that on President Trump because President Trump had no idea that was going on. Zelensky set that up. Zelensky told Putin, yo, meet me in Turkey in Istanbul like a man. We're going to talk about this peace deal. And Putin stood him up because, bro, Zelensky has no power. He has no pull in this situation, no pull in the negotiation matters. That one needs to be realized. That's what I'd have told him straight up.
I'm not even sure.
What a success.
Well, again, these are ongoing.
And then, well, with the whole Pakistan thing, let's be real. Trump kind of did stop that. And we're talking about two countries that are heavily caught up in their pride right now. That are pretty much saying that one or the other won the conflict. Like, we got Pakistan saying they won. We got India saying they won. But both of these guys calmed down because Trump said, look, we'll work out trade deals with both of y'all. Let's make money and let's not start wars.
Going negotiations. And it's a lot better than when your prime minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian peace deal, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India, Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. But
wow, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of hard to argue this with people when people don't know the before history of Russia and Ukraine, and they got a snapshot on when, well, Russia invaded Ukraine. Like, you guys have a snapshot and you don't even understand about the red line that was issued with NATO. You don't understand how there was a verbal agreement saying that Ukraine will not go into NATO, that Bill Clinton, all the way up to Barack Obama and Trump all knew that, yes, we're not going to let Ukraine to NATO because this is going to start a problem. That's the problem with the people who want to debate Ukraine. You don't know the history of it to be speaking on it.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. But do you really think leverage negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office? Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected.
That wasn't, like I said, see, yeah, he's mistaking that that Istanbul meeting as is something set up by Trump when it wasn't set up by Trump. Trump had no saying in it. Trump didn't even know about it. That was set up by Zelensky, and Zelensky got stood up. So him trying to conflate that as, oh, Trump got stood up is incorrect.
Or help elect somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today.
And shout out to my man Jordan in the scenery coming in with retarded Ronald Weasley. Damn, that way, is that his actual name? Because he looked like his name is Ronald.
You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and the US government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days into this. And I believe we do not know. At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right. And I believe we'll see an end to this war.
We just talk about 100 billions worth of weapons because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner 737, $100 billion. We've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts. But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a
I
second.
mean, I would ask him too, what's your beef with Saudi Arabia, my man? Like, I mean, we're working with them and you're upset about it. I would like to know why you're upset.
Okay, fine. You mentioned Qatar. You've been talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of?
I know this is Cambridge, like Ivy League in England. So this is pretty crazy. Low standard for Cambridge, 49 IQ. God damn, man. Shout out to my man Jordan in the scene. Hey, appreciate the support, man.
Hamas?
Well, the Palestine. Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds.
No.
Also,
where are the Hamas leaders?
And also
where are the Hamas
Qatar
leaders?
funds Hamas.
Yes.
It is a combination
So is
of
this a state
international
we should
relief
have a
organizations.
400 million jet with the President of the United States on it?
Hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government. And under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally and not a violation of the.
Why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is.
Actually. Okay, that, again, he's
No, he's trying to build it up for presidential use. So that means any president can use it. Like, I don't know. This guy's arguing in bad faith, like extremely bad faith.
Now, lying. This is way too in the weeds. If you want to keep on going we can.
It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle, then, can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president did not even know what year he got elected? You understand the contrast here.
What aboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
I'm not saying President Trump is far better than the predecessor.
Have to defend the person you spent millions to elect.
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do is
brings down.
And guys, I said, what is his problem with us pretty much, getting a Saudi investment? Like, I want to know what his problem is. I already know the Saudis' atrocities with America, and we're kind of sweeping that under the rug with this deal. And I would also like to bring up the fact that, well, new leadership. So can we trust the new leadership of Saudi Arabia? Let's give him a shot. Let's give him a shot. I mean, it's better than going to war with him.
down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy, who's brokering peace, who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time, I will defend that endlessly.
You are living
What are you
in a
defending?
fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard
You
to
can
engage
say that,
with.
but then disprove
But
it.
let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war? Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's
Well,
interest?
first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the.
Hey, I don't agree with it. I mean, here's the thing. I don't agree with it, but you guys are getting mad at us and not getting mad at Israel. And I'm just like, hold on. You're acting like we're doing this. I mean, this is Israel's initiative right here. This is what they wanted to do, not us. We didn't want this. Actually, we were trying to stop it, and Israel just said, F it. They don't even care about the hostages, apparently.
Social media user.
Oh, and hey, shout out to my man joining the senior. He says, ginger insect baby at Cambridge, Nepto baby. God damn.
And uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil, but I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children in the futile.
Let's zero in on it.
There is no justification, Mr. Kerr, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West security.
You've made that point, but
well, it's not a point; it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Let me finish. I let you talk. Israel, at its holiest day of the calendar year, besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah, the 50-year anniversary of the Six-Day War. On Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, deciding to go recklessly to music concerts, to homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200 plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. In one of the most cloistered urban environments on the planet, 2 million people live in a place where it's impossible to wage war. Impossible. Where they wear civilian clothing, they violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention, and the IDF, when they do something right, they get no credit. When they do life-saving surgery.
Now, Charlie, I would love to rock with you on this, but we got to bring up what happened before October 7th, because the argument is you say it's unprovoked, and you guys, like I said, 1,300 Jews were killed, 1,100 military personnel. And all right, so what about in July 2023 when Israel attacked and killed 12 Palestinians? What about in May 2023 when, well, Israel attacked with Operation Shield and Arrow and killed 30 Palestinians? But hey, at least they got one of the Hamas leaders. And what about in January? Because think about it, it was already aiming for Hamas before October 7th. They already killed somebody in Hamas. So Hamas attacking, is that really much of a surprise, or can you say it's unprovoked? And January through April of 2023, frequent raids in Nablus, Juin, and other West Bank cities, resulting in dozens of Palestinian deaths. I mean, bro, we got over 40 Palestinian deaths in August of 2022. Like, be honest, if we go all the way back to 2018, you guys done racked up a lot. I mean, in 2018 through 2019, you killed over 200 Palestinian protesters. I mean, you can't say this is unprovoked. Was it wrong what Hamas did? Absolutely. Do they deserve the firestorm that they got? Yes, but the continuous killing other people is not. You're tripping now. And here's the thing, bombing hospitals and letting these guys commit war crimes and then trying to have a substantial argument for that is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. This is where people are catching us on this, because we're and I mean the right is overly shilling for Israel. And it don't make no sense to the point where you can bomb a hospital, which is a war crime. We just look the other way and whistle along.
Of a Gazan child, they get no credit. When they drop leaflets, they get no credit. But when they happen to bomb a place where they are operating their military from, which we now know from third-party verified sources, hundreds of Hamas military operations are in Moscow.
And here's the brutal fact about that. It doesn't matter, and I know you guys may not want to hear this, but it doesn't matter if Hamas was hiding in hospitals or schools. You cannot bomb those. That is a war crime. You can go in there and have a surgical precision and just go in there and shoot them out of there. was having as less casualties as possible, or civilians casualties as possible, that would have been cool. But bombing the entire building is never okay. Understand that there's hospitals, like doctors, nurses, patients in there. You bombed it anyway. That is never okay. I don't care what the reasoning is. It is a war crime. And there's also better ways to do it. Like what I said, a surgical strike. Just walk up in there and shoot it out with them. And if you can't do that, wait for it to catch them slipping. But what you can't do is just bomb a hospital.
Schools and hospitals. I'm sorry, the country where they were living in relative peace on October 6th, that all of a sudden we had a war and Hamas started the war. And I don't see people that were really upset about the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it and you don't like it. And they brought it upon themselves. The only operation and entity to blame.
Now, dog, you're telling me, and I mean, I'd have to ask Charlie Kirk, look, I get it. But one, you got to try to say it's not a military strike when 1,300 Jews died, but 1,142 precisely was military personnel. So I hear what you're saying, but you're telling me that 1,300 Jews, and if you're like, can account for, and I mean, it's worth it. You're telling me that's worth 40,000 lives? And if you're telling me that 25,000 adults, what they said was how much Hamas was in there. If you're telling me 25,000 of those were Hamas, I can get over that. Yeah, I'll be able to get over. All right, you eliminated Hamas, but 20,000 civilians died. That's tough. I don't like it, but I could take it. I could eat that. But what you guys are doing, you can't even give us the numbers of how much Hamas you've killed, because you're honestly creating more and more Hamas on the daily by, bombing families and all that. And now these guys have a hatred of Israel that they probably never had in the past. But now they do.
Is the leadership of Hamas, not the Israeli government, for fighting this defensive war after they were invaded.
I'm no defender of the terrible pogrom that was launched against Jews on that day. But the justification for the death of innocents cannot be an infinite cycle of bloodlust.
Exactly.
It cannot be killing tens of thousands of...
You got to sit there and understand, Charlie. You just can't be talking about the unaliving of women and children, be like, oh, well, 1,300 Jews. And I'm like, yeah, but most of them was military personnel. And and here's the thing, my heart hurts for them all the same as the Palestinian women and children. But if I'm looking at the scoreboard here, I'm going like, all right, guys, when is enough? Because I mean, I'm not trying to sound like a dick, but I mean, what we're going for? What, for every Israeli life, we're taking out 300 Palestinians? Like, what's the math we're going with?
Of innocent civilians with a war with no end in sight, people who are not complicit in those atrocities. It cannot be bombing hospitals which children use. It cannot be bombing hospitals in which cancer patients are dying and starving in there. The deaths that have been inflicted, nobody...
I mean, the kid has been a complete jackass the entire time and been damn near wrong the entire time, but this is why I say this is where conservatives lose it every time. It's like when it comes to Israel, because I just don't see how you can sit there as a Christian man and honestly defend this. Like, bro, I get it. 1,300 were killed, but then like I said, I'm even okay with at least like 40,000 being killed, but at least all the Hamas is gone. But we're not even getting that. We're not even getting that. So I can't even give Israel that leniency of, oh, we're just eliminating the terrorists, and it happens. The civilians got to be taken out. I understand that part. But when you can't give us the numbers of Hamas and it's over 40,000 civilians dead, and we're looking at you like, bro, well, how much of that is Hamas? How much of that did you truly get? Because I'm only hearing about maybe like 5 officials being killed on a weekly, but we're talking about 25,000. But I'm hearing about more civilians dying than Hamas, and that's a problem.
Knows the true toll, but somewhere between 50 and 100,000 people lie dead under the rubble. And what is left for Gaza except for to continue to suffer under Hamas?
Aaron, first off, I'm not a Christian, right? I'm not a Christian, but I do respect Christian values. I do respect the Bible. I just respect their teachings altogether. Reason because most of my family members are Christians. And how can I defend Trump as a Christian man? Bro, here's the thing. I want you to truly think about that answer and understand how condescending you're being with that answer. Like, truly think about what you're saying. There's a lot of Christians that support Trump, or maybe support Christian views. You ever think about that? Or the conservative views that a lot of Christians align with? You ever think about that part? So I would say this: why would Christians support liberals when liberals have no respect for life, have no respect for religion, and I mean, quite frankly, have no respect for anybody think differently than themselves, which would be those Christian people? So here's the thing. You can't come at me saying a Christian man when the liberal party completely rejects Christianity and hates it and demonizes it. and he uses it as a way to say, oh, this is how you subjugate women. Like, you can't even bring up Christianity when you come to even shaming a Trump supporter, because I would sit there and stand that I would say most conservatives are Christians and liberals, to be quite honest with you. And well, most conservative values lean with Christian values, and that's why there's a lot of liberals attacking Christian value. Bro, hold on, Aaron. You're one of the main people that said that God ain't real and all this wild stuff. So what are you really making this argument for but to be condescending?
Because it turns out Netanyahu's political strategy has not worked. It has entrenched Hamas within the territories. To be a Christian, I would have thought, Mr. Kirk, would never have involved suggesting that the price for an atrocity must be an infinite cycle of bloodlust, that innocent people and the young population must be killed to avenge some kind of providential quest. How can you call yourself a Christian? Well, you just did.
I want to make sure we get our moral clarity straight before we proceed. No one likes what's happening in Gaza. No one with a heart or a soul or a mind likes when kids die. But you must understand who started the conflict so that you could end it correctly. And until Hamas brokers an unconditional surrender, of which they are unwilling to do, they could release the hostages and drop their weapons and their lives would be spared. Instead, they are using children of Gaza as cannon fodder, financed by the Iranian mullahs and dragging the entire world into this conflict. So I don't even know what we're debating at this point, other than I believe that Israel, I believe the facts, Israel was unconditionally attacked on October 7th. They're responding in kind. And I would just ask you a very simple moral question. How should Israel have responded?
Not with the blanket carpet bombing of the city, not with bombing hospitals. Of course, some kind of military operation might have been necessary, but not murder on this scale. There is no justification for what is happening with the enormous death toll that is being produced. I really cannot see how you come here and you have the gall to lecture us on Christian morality and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. And is it working, Mr. Kirk? Is Hamas dismantled?
I've never said that.
You just did.
Well, no,
this is your whole
in
thing.
war. These are called casualties of a war.
Please
Okay.
stop bringing this
Again,
to close.
I'm not going to justify every military maneuver of a 100,000 person army. Instead, what I will do is I'll be clear that there is a good guy and there is a bad guy. I honestly.
Isn't that the morality of a child?
Well, instead, hold on. It's interesting you say that, because a child who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
I will be glad that I will not have been somebody who has defended the genocide of the Palestinian people. And I think you will have to reckon one day that you have reckoned with.
Interesting. I want to close on this. So can you tell me what African country is currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I
Sudan?
know about Sudan.
Okay,
I'm
good.
not an idiot.
How about what Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now?
Myanmar.
Good. And you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take an effort.
Actually, yes, I do. I mean, I like to say I stay consistent. Like, I do not like the unaliving or an ethnic cleansing of anybody. I don't care where it's going on in the world. I don't care what your religious stance on it is. I just don't like it. And I will never sit there and defend it.
Be informed about foreign policy and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder, and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference,
you will have to reckon with that.
Difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when.
You never got to explain, G. I will give this. I mean, Charlie Loki dominated on most of those, except when it came to that Israel-Hamas debate. I swear to God, if they would just concede a little bit of ground on the whole, ethnic cleansing of these people, they can gain some ground on this argument. But all right, guys, let's get into this video real quick. Let's see if you guys like it, or we'll just save the rest of it for tomorrow. All right, guys. So it's Bill Maher and Tim Pool.
I feel like sometimes the people who know the most have the least common sense.
Perhaps.
I mean,
one thing that I've been dying to tell you, given the chance, is, I do this talk show, I do this news show 20 years ago.
I know.
Well, it's your fault. 20 years ago, every Friday, me and my friends are hanging out at, shout out to Roger and my boy Brandon, who works with me now.
Where is this?
Chicago.
Right.
And they were stoned off their asses, passing the joint, blowing pot smoke into an iguana's face while we watched Real Time with Bill Maher.
Mm.
And I was I don't know, 18 or 19 years old, and that's what we did every
That's
Friday.
so cool.
Watching your show.
I love it that they were blowing the pot smoke.
And the iguana loved it.
Who did?
The iguana. It loved getting stoned.
Oh, a real iguana.
Literally, there was an iguana, and then one day, I guess the iguana got out and started eating their pot. So it was like, this is not a good thing, but also kind of funny.
Animals do. I mean, I remember with my dogs, not that I would do it on purpose. But, you know, I would not blow smoke in their face. I'm a PETA board member, for Christ's sake. But like if I was smoking and not thinking about it, and the dog was sitting next to me, I would see him like trying to like bite the air.
Yeah.
So that told me something about
Something
pot.
about it, huh?
Unlike testosterone, I used the common sense yardstick, and it told me that the pot is not bad for you if the dog is trying to eat it out of the air.
Did you mix your tequila? I don't want to.
Yes. Did you? I think you said shot. Did you want it?
Oh, I'll just sip a little bit and then wash it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna do a little bit more research. It came across, it came across my timeline, but I kind of highlighted it. I didn't look too much into it. Not yet.
That's good.
What is it, do you think, that is making people so mad at you?
Fake news.
Well, that's very general, Tim.
It is, but
fake news. What do you mean? I mean, I saw things. Somebody sent me. I don't know why they send me these things. Like the other day, it said. I mean, I'm not even on any of these sites. Facebook, nothing. Instagram, wouldn't know how to get on it. It was Bill Maher's old girlfriends, and it was like just like a a cavalcade. Some of which were my old girlfriends, and some of which were just completely pulled right out of their ass. So, like fake news. My point I'm making is it covers a lot of territory.
For sure. It's there's a hyperpolarization happening among the younger generation that's substantially more pronounced than the older generation, and the younger generation is substantially more considering violence than the older generation did. So when you look at the polls, it's really interesting how the
because the younger generation feels like the older generation done fucked it up for them, and now they're a bit angry, which is they are in the right to feel, and that the older generation is trying to just run up the debt and then leave it on them to deal with because they won't be here too much longer. I know, right? A very crazy way of thinking about the future.
Polarization expands.
I can see that.
Yeah. So, you know, I would say like the bulk of our viewers are probably in their 30s. So we have 18-year-olds too, but they're a smaller percentage, but basically 25 to 54 who watches us.
Right.
Got a lot of people in their 30s. And what ends up happening is, and this is true for people on the left, the right, doesn't matter who you are, someone's going to take something you said, it's going to be pulled out of context.
Of course.
And then it makes people go nuts. So, you know, there's so many of these things that are absolutely wild for me. So I don't have the worst of it. There's other people in media that have it substantially worse than I do. Their Wikipedia pages are just rife with weird fake nonsense that's made up.
I mean, I just don't feel like anybody in this country can even presume that what people think about them is anywhere near the truth. And if you do think that, you're very naive, and people are just going to want to believe. Somebody told me just the other day that, speaking of girlfriends, this one is funny. This one wasn't in that list, but they could have put it there. But they were out to dinner with a few people, and this person said that I used to date Ann Coulter.
I've heard that.
Which
really?
I've heard it.
Okay, well, it's not true.
I bet.
And both of us would say that. Now, am I friends with her? Yes. And anyone who doesn't like that can go fuck themselves. I'll be friends with whoever I want. I think I proved that over and over again, including with Donald Trump. You know, I believe in talking to people. But it's not like I've ever to either one of them given an inch on what my beliefs are. It's not like I'm taken in. I just think we need to talk to each other.
Yeah, honestly, I like Bill Maher though. I like his way of approaching. We need more liberals on that tone. That you're not just ready to demonize or try to look down upon anybody that disagrees with you, but you're actually willing to have that conversation. And I will admit, there are some of you guys in here. I will admit.
And anyone who doesn't want to do that, but you know, this idea that the
few, the proud, the sensible liberals,
the image that people have of you is anywhere near what you really are. Yes, that got way worse in the internet age, but I think it was almost always thus.
Absolutely.
It
Yeah.
just
It goes both ways too. My fans think they know me based on seeing my face for, well, to be honest, I do like 5 hours of recording a day, but those that watch, they watch several hours a day and they think this shows them everything about me.
Right.
And to be honest, the people who watch me are much better informed as to who I am than the people who don't, but they still have this probably, rose-colored glasses view of who I am and what I represent and stuff.
So better. You say rose-colored.
Yeah, they're.
I mean, that is true. I mean, come on, but that's how everybody do the conservatives or the guys who I guess are so-called, Trump, where we are Trump supporters, but you kind of put praise with a broad brush. You guys think that, well, just because you're a Trump supporter, this is everything that you believe. And I'm looking at you like, no, maybe 70 to 80, but not the whole 100.
They're fans. And so they.
But sometimes fans, I mean, about a month ago during my monologue, this had never happened in over 600 tapings of Real Time, but during my monologue, I see a guy in the audience with his phone out taking a picture or taking it. And I stopped the monologue. I mean, I just went, I walked over. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? There's no taking pictures here. And then, the audience laughed and I said, it's so disappointing when even your own fans are assholes, because like it takes a lot to get tickets to Real Time. People write in and and he was a fan, and it's just, but like people can be assholes even your own. You can't ever be so purist as to think, well, the good people. I mean, that's one of our big problems, I think, politically. It's like this idea that
I mean, bro, I think there's you have a wrong type of thinking saying that, oh, well, the good people are only on the conservative side. I don't believe that. Trust me, guys. I have been called racist things from both sides. It just happens to be more from the left. But I'm never gonna sit there and say that, oh, the racist guys are only on the left. Honestly, I would say that the left is more outspoken about their racism. I'll give you that.
We're the good people. We know what we know what's good. And anyone who doesn't agree with that, well, they're an existential threat to America. And that happens on both sides.
I agree, but it is a weird position for me to be in. I was talking to some friends before the show, and I was saying, like, I think that if you and I discussed policy solutions for the country, I'd probably be to the left of you. But
in some ways, yeah,
probably most.
You
ways.
like Bernie?
I did.
I like Bernie, but I don't want socialism in America. I mean, more than what we have. We already have plenty.
But the issue is today, I feel like what defines someone politically is not.
Hey, when a Dem got to tell you we got enough free handouts, that says a lot. When a Dem says it,
it's not the policies they want, but it's what they believe to be true.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah, Matt Taibbi writes about this.
I'm a big fan. He's amazing.
Yeah,
and they call him far right now.
I sure don't agree with everything he says. I mean, I think he's wrong about Russiagate and a lot of other stuff. But first of all, he's just funny. He can say things that make me LOL. I cannot say that about many writers. Just the choice, like, description of something in one or two words is just very often just priceless. But what were we talking about? Why did I bring up Matt Taibbi? What did he say?
What makes someone liberal, conservative?
Oh, yes.
What they think is true.
He writes so well about this and about how the modus operandi of news organizations used to be informing the public, and then it became audience stroking. How can we interpret this thing that just happened in such a way that our audience will give us likes?
Yep.
I like that. I like you said it that way. I like your point of view because that's what I already think, and I hate them, and so I like.
He's right.
He's right.
Yeah.
No, and it's just.
I worked for ABC. Started ABC and Univision did a joint venture in 2014 called Fusion, and I was at Vice, and I moved.
All right, I kind of like how Bill Maher's putting it though. It's like, because I don't hate libs. I see you guys as my American brethren. We just disagree on a lot, or we have our conceptions of certain people. We have our perceptions of certain people that I guess we just can't align on. Like, hey, man, how can you align with? I mean, look, I don't hate them, but I don't really see much conversation and with talking to them when they really truly believe that the president's a pedophile. It's like, what conversation can you have with somebody like that? Or you can't really have a policy conversation because in their eyes, you support a pedophile. And you know what? I would feel the same way if I believed that. I'd be talking down to somebody like that too, if that was true. So I get the liberal perception of Donald Trump and why they talk to us the way they do. I just wish they try to step outside of it and kind of throw it to the side because you can't prove it. I know, right? You can't prove it. Trust me, I tried to prove it.
Over there. And then they told me that the new trend was going to be called mission-driven storytelling. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, there's no such thing as objectivity. Everyone is subjective. So we're going to tell the stories that our audience wants to hear. I had a meeting with the president, and he was talking to me about this. And I said, does that mean if there is a news story that is true and important, we would choose not to report it because it might upset our audience? And he said, yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
The company went bankrupt.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why you go to ground news, because there are things that the right won't report on that the left will. Because there's like, yeah, we don't kind of want to do this because it's not a good look. So when Russia turned up and started attacking Kiev, for some reason, the right-wing media wasn't too keen on covering it. But left-wing, I mean, they had all the details on it. All of it.
They fired everybody. But this wasn't unique to them. One of their marketing guys told me explicitly, we want to maximize shares because we have to maximize views. We have to maximize views because we've already sold a set amount to the advertisers. One company bought 500,000 views from us. We don't complete that contract until those views are delivered. How do we deliver them? Angering moms. Middle-aged women who are angry share more than anyone else. So we're going to write stories that do that. That's actually what he told me. So it was social justice. It was racism.
I just pictured my writers all guffawing just because, I've had like a writer's room since 1993, Politically Incorrect. That show went on there. So
I was a little kid.
Yeah, I'm sure. And it's, the joy of my life. One of the great joys is having a writer's room. I've said this before, but like Paul McCartney once said, I'd rather have a band than a Rolls Royce. And I'd rather have a writer's room. But a writer's room has always been me, the bachelor, and then like 10 guys who are married and are always making, like, just in the room, this is not going to be on the show, but like always just making jokes about marriage and how they don't get laid and they don't get blown. It's like it just never...
Telling you don't get married.
Well, it's everybody does it. I watch TMZ every night. The guys, the people in the the gallery that Harvey talks to, they're just same thing. They're just endless jokes that are made about how much marriage sucks. But if you say a bad word against it, they're like, you're the crazy one. You're a newlywed, right?
I am, yeah. But I think
awkward.
No, but I agree. I think I'm 30.
Congratulations for being a newlywed, but I'm weak. Bill Maher is like, yeah, but trust me, marriage sucks. I'm like, Jesus, bro, aren't you gonna try to sell a little better for us? Like for us young men who aspire to get married, can y'all sell it? When honestly, it's not up to Bill Maher to sell marriage. It's really up to women to sell marriage and make it a sexy deal for us. But they've yet to figure that out yet. But one day they will. Don't worry. One day, hopefully.
39, and I just had my first child. And it's amazing. And I just got married. And I do think for the millennial generation, largely, every TV show, we didn't have these wholesome family shows. Everything was like Marriage is Scary and Bad and mocking marriage.
So which ones? Like
Married with Children.
Yeah,
I understand.
I was on it.
Oh, wow.
I was a guest star. I played a game show host on Married with Children.
I mean,
you
it was a funny show.
On YouTube.
I'll take a look.
You should. It's pretty funny.
But I understand that there were those moments where they loved each other, but it very much was this slog of like, oh no, I'm married. It's bad. Oh geez. What do you think happens when these millennials grow up and they get these red pill dating guys saying everything they grew up hearing is true, but not comedy, serious, and then they end up believing it?
Okay, but Tim, the reason why those jokes work is because that's how people do feel about marriage.
Yeah.
I'm
lucky, I guess.
It's like, bro, the reason why them jokes land, or the reason why the red pill kind of took off, bro, marriage jokes land so well because, marriage does kind of suck. I mean, I'm not married, but trust me, what I'm hearing from some of the homies is not it's great. They love their wife. I'm pretty sure they do, but it has moments that it sucks. Not all guys say that. I would say that. Well, the friends that I have that are married are happily married. They love it, most of them. but I do have my ones that kind of bitch about it on damn near feels like a daily basis. Makes you wonder, why did you get married? At least to that lady.
Well, you're a newlywed, is what you are. You know,
We've known each other for almost 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
So you married your high school sweetheart?
I guess technically we
It's like something Dick Cheney does.
It is pure luck. I am lucky.
Really?
Which camera do I look at?
Sydney, I mean, you know what's so crazy about that? What you're saying right there? That's what they say about Jewish people as well, though. They say that the reason why Jewish people got kicked out of all these countries is because they was doing corrupt things, with their banking tactics and what they did in the media or with pornography and all that good stuff. And they got kicked out of a lot of countries for that. They also got kicked out of Rome for some wild things as well. So I mean, whose story are you telling?
Just look at me.
We're both from Chicago. We both like the same music. We have very similar views. We're both lapsed Catholics, and it's like, luck. I got lucky, and I know.
Well, I'm a lapsed Catholic. We could have a throuple.
See, I love to hear that, Lenny. See, I like to hear stories like that. He's like, man, been married 21 years. I ain't seen not one bra. Hey, man, you gotta be a real one then. It's usually the real men that don't see any problems in marriage. I would say this, not say just the real men. I'll just say the men who just happen to find a good one, the real men who happen to find a good one, they happen to figure it out. They happen to stay together for a long, long time.
Pass. No, but I am lucky. And, it's weird how I see all these stories and people talk about marriage, and I'm like, it sounds like you got married to someone you don't really know. Because Allison and I know each other very well, and we get along very well, and we're both very rational, reasonable people.
That's a great thing to find in a woman.
I know.
And I don't mean that. I'm not saying women are crazy. They're not. Men are also, or let's put it this way, we're both crazy.
Yep.
And it's not like men aren't emotional and blah, blah, blah. But I don't really care about that aspect in men because I don't date men. Yep. What I care about is the opposite sex. And if you can find a woman who's sexy and also...
You know what? Actually, I don't know why that comment bothers me, because that's not the first time I heard that about Palestinians. But we can confirm that about Jews. But Palestinians, I've never heard of them being kicked out from country to country to country. I've never actually heard that, but I have heard that of Jews, and I have heard the history of it being done to them and how it's been a pretty sad history that's actually befallen them. I ain't gonna lie. When you hear the stories, it kind of makes you feel bad.
Rational. That's great, because I
would say this is nothing to laugh about, but it is something that you do need to bring up for historical context.
Let's just put it this way: they sometimes don't go hand in hand.
That's true. It was funny that
I said my piece.
I was talking to my wife, and I made a joke. I said, "Bitches be crazy, yo," which is a line from the movie.
Of course, it's nothing.
And then she goes, "Are you kidding?" She's like, "I've watched you guys out there at the skate park. You guys are nuts." And I look out the window, and one of our team riders is like trying to jump off a building, and I was like, "She's right. Men are crazy in different ways.
Different ways, of course.
We got a guy
Absolutely.
who. So we bought these things called Grabos.
I mean, yeah, we do crazy things. As an ex-skateboarder myself, yes, I have done wild things. And I damn near broke my ankle doing it. But I did it though. But I didn't. That's all that matters. Because I know, let me not go too far. But I get my point.
Okay, they are handles with vacuums that you can stick to a wall. And I bought them because they were funny.
Handles with
vacuum. Okay, so it's this oval, and it's got a handle on it. You take it, you press a button, put it on the wall, and
it's like what Tom Cruise uses to climb down a 130-story building, doing his own stunt in Mission Impossible.
And
and they say Scientology doesn't make it crazy.
Well, so one of our skateboarder team riders, Mike Noggle, decided he was going to jump up on his board against the wall, grab them, and then flip himself upside down. And then he fell on his head, and he had to go to the hospital. And so I said, my wife is right. Men are crazy in different ways.
Yeah. No doubt about that. It just doesn't matter to me because I don't have relationships with men that involve, and once in a while, there have been guys I like and have, I'm not going to mention anybody specifically, but they will get a little girl-like, and I will have to say to them, bro, I don't have this kind of shit with women. You think I'm going to have it with you? Like, I'll call you back when I'll call you back. Okay? No nagging. If I want to be nagged, I'd have gotten married. Again, I wouldn't do this for a woman. So just don't be so clingy. You know, the way the world is going, everybody could use therapy.
I feel him on that one. I mean, I never felt Bill Maher so much on that line. Like, nah, for real. I've had friends like that. Like, dog. Like, what do you take this much sassiness or this much crying from a woman? Like, dog, what are you doing? Like, stop complaining.
I would love to go there as well. In fact, we looked there before coming to Western Maryland, but it's impractical to try and do an in-person news show from Wyoming or Montana. So,
well, why is it any more impractical than West Virginia?
Because we're an hour from DC. So let you land at Dulles, and
So, all right, look, just to attack the whole, argument of Hamas is hiding in hospitals. Here's the thing. Do we have to bomb the hospital because Hamas is hiding in it? That's what I want to ask you guys. Like, do we gotta bomb it? Can we just, I don't know, put boots on the ground, kick in the doors of the hospital and just shoot it out with Hamas instead of bombing an entire hospital, which is more than likely going to kill more civilians than Hamas? Like, let's be honest here. Can we not say that they kind of used the wrong military tactics here by bombing an entire hospital or a few of them? Can we just agree to that? Like I said, it's not defending Hamas, but is it really rational to bomb the entire hospital? Isn't that a bit like, I don't know, bloodthirsty?
And you're an hour and a half, and you're in the studio ready to go. Right. Yep. I looked at Maine too. Because we were like far away, middle of nowhere,
right?
Safer, more secure, and
I get that, but is it okay to bomb a hospital? Like, it's a war crime. I'll just go ahead and film the blank for you right on there. But it is a war crime to bomb a hospital. Now, even if it was Hamas headquarters, by international law, by war laws, we were supposed to go in there on foot and handle business. Well, not us, but Israel was supposed to go in there on foot and handle business to avoid civilian casualties. Not saying that nothing would have happened, but I mean, way less than bombing the hospital. Even if it is Hamas base, which is honestly debatable, because I've heard that when Israel made that video, it wasn't even the hospital. It was like, what was it, like a block or two down, and they kind of framed it as the hospital. But I've already had videos on this before. But let's go on. Yes, let's just go on your logic. Yes, it is Hamas's base. It still doesn't make it right to bomb it. You could have still went in there surgically and removed Hamas without, unaliving all those civilians and children in the hospitals, doctors, nurses, and citizens alike. You guys have to admit that there's a better way of doing this. It's like you guys are negating the fact that there's an A, B, C option. And A, you bomb the damn hospital and look crazy to the world. B, you do a surgical strike on the hospital. You go in and you actually take out Hamas, and then the world is on your side. And then C, I mean, shoot, you just don't give a fuck and you go home. I mean, the Lord knows there's no real C option. I had to make one up.
We need the internet. So East Coast is best. Half the country lives on the East Coast.
Right.
So if we could, we would have done Wyoming and then, been skiing and farming and whatnot.
Well, this goes to what I always say about politics, I think, which is that it's an outgrowth of personality. Obviously, your personality is you want to be remote. You're not a city guy, even though you're from Chicago. That's not your personality. You're a guy, West Virginia was not remote enough for you. You wanted someplace with an even bigger sky. Montana.
Shout out my man Dova coming in hot again. He said, Jews already rewrite history, even as it happens. Well, goddamn. Well, look, man, I already know my man Dova stands. And he's like, look, I ain't going for it. We all know Israeli news kind of, well, I would say this. The Israeli government and the Israeli news is kind of weird because they have conflicting stories about what's going on in Gaza and what went on October 7th. I know Israeli news and the Israeli government has conflicting stories.
Wyoming.
I think eventually, for us, it's
I'm a suburban guy. Right. Like, I grew up in the suburbs. I never liked living in New York City. I know it's a great city and I enjoy going there a few times a year in the spring and the fall when the weather's nice and I know a lot of people, and of course it's the greatest, but I never enjoyed being there. I like the suburbs. That's what's just my.
Now, sis, you don't see where that's a bit wild? I mean, okay, you're pretty much saying, oh, they gave a warning to the people in the area through their cell phones, through the electricity that's honestly been cut in most areas. So who's to know that they actually got that text? Second off, they said to leave the area, hospital. Do you know how long it takes to move out patients on all the equipment in there so they can move it to another hospital? And then hold on, there's a reason why you can't bomb hospitals and it's a war crime because there's only so many hospitals and you can't just overflood them. Yes, these civilians or these wounded gotta have somewhere to go. They have no choice. This is why you don't bomb hospitals. And you just can't say, oh, they gave them a warning to leave. You can't do that. You cannot do that. That's the reason why they're committing war crimes, because they're doing things you just cannot do in war.
Personality.
I know, I agree.
Maybe
I'm
that's
probably a
why
suburb guy.
I'm sort of like somebody who both sides can talk to, because I'm not exactly a city dweller, but I'm also don't want to live in the middle of bumfuck.
You know what's fascinating is my neighborhood from Chicago turned red, and so my audience, the biggest demographic is location-wise is Chicago, and it's a weird position to be in because to see Chicago's liberal. My neighborhood was by the Midway Airport, and it's a lot of firefighters and cops.
Yeah.
And it's largely like Polish immigrant and then like white working class and Hispanic. And it flipped for Trump in Chicago. And I think
some parts of the Bronx too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think my politics are like,
when you got AOC as your representative, I'm pretty sure they was going to flip red eventually. They seen AOC out there and it was like, yeah, you know what, guys? I think we need to turn away from Democratic Party. You know, Bronx, if you guys do that, shout out, because it just confirms that the Dems is just sinking themselves in the midterms.
if you were, I'm like a Chicago liberal, but the way things have gone, especially with like the woke stuff, this is where I end up in this position, and so does my neighborhood. I think it's interesting to see my neighborhood reflective of my politics and vice versa.
I think the phrase I was using last year was aggressively
I'm not gonna lie, retired Army man, I do like that perspective that you're giving. And I mean, yeah, I would think, in a human perspective, you guys wouldn't want to just bomb a hospital, but you would rather just go boots on the ground. Because I mean, even soldiers understand that. No, I mean, the humanity of it. Like, yeah, we're going after these guys, citizens. Most of them sometimes they don't even know what's going on. They don't even know what's going on. Some of these guys are kids. I mean, these citizens are kids. Well, why are they getting grouped in with a mosque? It does like confuse me a little bit how these guys rationalize it, because even soldiers like this man here, and shout out to my man, Tired Army man, but they kind of get it too. It's like, we understand that us bombing this place is gonna cause civilian damage, so we rather just go in there and get to the main targets instead of just bombing the whole thing, which would still get the target, but on the morality side of it, do you really go home and feel good at the end of the day after something like that? Unless you just radically hate those group of people.
Uncommon sense or uncommonsensical. And it's like I accent aggressively. I don't think the woke people who have the vast amount of energy really in the Democratic Party understand why the people vote against them. And it's like, because if you add up like how many people are really affected by some of the aggressively uncommon sense things, it's probably not that many.
You had a great bit on that.
Yeah.
Why are you pandering to 400 people?
Of course. Okay. But when you add up these things and, men competing in women's sports and like just too much indoctrination of children with sexual ideas that they're too young to understand. Like when you add up all these things that get in the media a lot, it paints a picture, not a wrong picture, in the mind of the average voter that, yeah, maybe policy-wise, I would do better under the Democrats or Bernie Sanders. But these other people just seem fucking crazy. They seem like committed to just going to absurd lengths just for shits and giggles, just for the fuck of it. Just this bizarre attachment to things that are just ridiculous.
I think it's to hate the other side.
It is.
Yeah.
And that's certainly what the other side does. They call it making you cry your liberal tears.
Oh, yeah.
The entire policy, not always now. There are some things that have different motivations. I know you're involved with the tariff debate.
Oh, yeah.
Because, that works both ways. Sometimes free trade does hurt people.
Yep.
And that's why there are tariff. Trump is not the first person to advocate tariffs. He's just the first person to do it in this kind of crazy, haphazard way.
Right. I agree. And I think that, when he announced selective tariffs, I was like, all right, let's go. Then when he announced universal tariffs, I was like, I don't know if that makes sense. What is he doing? And but I'm not in. I think one of the problems that we've seen over the past several years with Trump is the immediate assumption that he's a crazy person all the time.
Yeah.
And so the only thing I can say is, well, look, I vote for the guy. I think this is probably doesn't make sense to me, but I'll see what happens and we'll see if it makes sense. Selective tariffs, I think, do make sense. But I do think that the way the Democratic Party has handled opposition has guaranteed the kind of Trumpian politics.
Well, I'm sure you heard about my little trip to the White House.
Absolutely.
And
very impressed.
Thank you. And the thing that upset the far left so much, these same people who believe in the crazy things I was just mentioning, and the ones who really hate me, they really found a new reason to hate me, because when I came back and gave my report about it, among the things I said, to your point about everything is he crazy, was, I think, word for word, a crazy person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person on TV lives in the White House.
Yeah.
And they found that very triggering. But again, as I said many times during that piece, I'm just going to tell you the truth. I didn't vote for him. I think we all know that. I went right back to being as tough on him as I ever had been. So I wasn't seduced, but that was my estimation.
No punches.
Again, to your point about, is he just crazy? When you meet him in person and spend that kind of time, and he's not on his his attack mode thing, he does not strike you as a crazy person, or a person who doesn't listen or can't hear things. Again, they were very mad at me for saying this, but that's what happened. And I am not a liar. That's my main bond with the audience. So even if I offended some people by telling the truth, in the long run, that's what I do. And they, yeah.
What I saw in 2020, I was not going to vote for Trump. I'll never vote for Trump. I don't like Trump. And I donated the max to Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard. And my position, my whole thought process was, the Democrats are going crazy, and we need the moderate, sane Democrats to maintain control of this party and stop the insanity.
Correct.
And they lost. And so then Trump put out his statement in around August saying, we're going to ban DEI.
God, it's so funny. Like, a lot of the left's most hated Trump supporters are, we're ex-liberals, including myself. I am an ex-liberal. So it is funny how the libs definitely do hate us, but it's like, hey man, we kind of understand it because we used to be them. It's like, we get it, guys. We get it. I used to have TDS too, but trust me, I had to get real with myself, or I had to just look at the truth, or just understand that, well, y'all guys keep saying all this about this man that can't be proven, and I'm just supposed to believe it at face value. I don't know about that.
In government contracting, we're going to do these things, blah, blah, blah. No new wars was big for me. I'm a very, anti-interventionist for a lot of reasons. And so I said, I guess I'm voting for Trump. Instantly, it was like the liberals, even YouTube, they all said, we're going to move your name over to this list. I kid you not. There's representatives at YouTube. They told me straight up that the liberal rep was no longer representing me, and they were switching me to a conservative rep. It was the weirdest thing.
Nice.
Yeah. And I'm like, it's not that I like who Trump is, or that I'm
weak. Maybe I need to hit up, bro. I need to hit up YouTube like, hey, what type of rep I got? Because I put me on conservative rep only YouTube. Only when I but when I email, hit y'all chat, I want conservative only, preferably American as well.
Thinking that conservatives have good policy. I'm pro-choice. The issue is that you can look at it right now. There's no charismatic leaders. There's no front runners. There's no policy position. It seems like the only thing they ever had is they have is the right is bad, Trump is bad. And so I'm asking, like, what are our plans?
No, they have Democrats have policy positions on everything, and many of them are, I think, preferable to Republican policy positions. Number one being they concede elections.
Yeah.
That's kind of a big one with me. They listen to what courts say.
I don't know about that.
You don't think they listen to what courts say? I mean,
so Joe Biden,
Joe Biden,
I mean, that's
ignored the.
Joe Biden completely attacked the Supreme Court. Actually, he inspired liberals to go outside these people's house and protest. He pretty much got the people to harass the Supreme Court. So if you want to talk about somebody who hated the courts, that boy Biden was relentlessly attacking these guys and relentlessly making fun of them, or pretty much calling them names,
court
calling them incompetent.
Twice on forgiving student loans, and then tried to decree the Equal Rights Amendment.
That's true. That's true.
But I'm not saying to defend Trump. I'm just saying, like,
Club Random is brought to you by the
it's not like we're trying to, like, honestly, just it's not even about protecting Trump. It's like, yo, just be consistent. Apparently, presidents have a problem with the Supreme Court. Apparently, let's just keep it real. Oh, yeah, no, they're going crazy for this ad. Whoop. Right there, we go.
Talk to of course, the Republicans, that just works for them, because there are issues like what you mentioned, which is not untrue, where it's so easy for them to go, well, they did this, so we're going to do it 5 times worse. And then they do. But there are some like that. But there's one that has no fuzz on it, and that's elections. When Democrats lose elections, it's over the next day. Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton.
Not Hillary Clinton.
Just
not Al Gore.
Well, Al Gore was not Al Gore doing that. That election was obviously
the argument was that nobody calls elections like that. Trump was the first to know. There's a lot of people who actually called for a recount of an election, like Al Gore, Hillary Clinton, but he's, making the defense for Al Gore right now, so I will let him make that defense. But yeah, it's not just Trump. But here's the thing. All we asked Mike Pence to do is like, dog, we think something went wrong. Could we get an investigation in this? And he turned his back on the people. And that's how Trump supporters feel. Like, dog, you turned your back. Even when Trump was elected out, I wasn't even a Trump supporter then. Even I felt that I was wrong. I was like, hold on, bro. Aren't you not going to listen to your constituents? You got these guys outside the White House protesting just for you guys to recount it, just for you guys to look over how Joe Biden won. And if we'd looked over it, maybe some fraud would have been found. Maybe, who knows? We never know now. But that's all that they were protesting for. And it's kind of wild how they were seeing that as an insurrection, when I'm just like, you can sit there and challenge the election, challenge the results of an election, and just have it recounted. That's all Mike Pence had to do. And that's all we was asking of the man. We weren't asking the man just to hold up the entire election or just denounce it or just announce the results. We were telling them, yo, before you confirm this, let's look it over. And if we don't find nothing, go ahead right with it. But the people felt like they were cheated. And I think that should have been listened to.
That election was obviously decided by 537 votes. There was an absolute, when it's that close, there should be a recount. And whether that recount went the right way, we'll never know, because that state was run by Catherine Harris and Jeb Bush.
There's a real, sorry to interrupt, but there's a really good, I guess, I don't know if you call it a philosophical point that I've noticed that I think you're experiencing right now is I'm 39. So you lived through a lot of these administrations and these political cycles.
Yeah.
And you have experiences that I don't even know they exist.
Yeah, but you know what? I didn't live through Lincoln, but I know about it.
Sure.
Yeah, that's true. Like, dog, I'm 30 and I lived through the Bush era. I think both. Yeah, I lived through the Bush era. So, hey, trust me, I know about we know about the recessions. I know about how bad Republicans were when it came to, public services and all that good stuff, and Medicaid and, the handouts that these libs are riding on today. They were terrible with that. And yes, back in the Bush days, they were warmongers and they were for only the corporate elites. I will admit that about the Bush administration. But the problem is, I hopped right over to the Obama administration and rode out into the Biden administration. It got a bit of a pause with Trump, but they rode off with Biden.
My point is, my experience in politics has been the Democrats have challenged more than Republicans. To be fair,
Trump challenged the court?
challenged the elections more than the Republicans have, in extreme ways.
That's ridiculous.
So, but perhaps because you're older than me and you've seen more than I have.
Again, there are history books, there's newspapers.
I know.
You don't know something only because you live through it. I know about the French Revolution also.
My point is,
I mean, you could know about this.
Indeed.
This is something that people your age say all the time, and I've made fun of.
There's a thing. There's like, all right, like the '08 recession. There's talking about it, and then there's you living through it. Like me, I actually lived through the '08 recession. I've actually seen the results of the '08 recession. I was seeing businesses close down around me, and it was crazy. I was seeing people, actually losing their jobs. Thank God my parents wasn't one of them. I was thanking God every day because I was old enough to understand what was going on. I was old enough to understand what a recession was, and old enough to understand that, well, the chart with my favorite companies on them is looking in the red, and that's not a good thing. I was old enough to understand that.
Of it before, like it's this, like if I wasn't alive for it, it didn't happen. I don't have to know about it.
But that's
no,
not what
I mean,
and Toys R Us and a lot of things were shutting down. Like, trust me. Even you being a kid during the '08 recession, you understood what was going on. Like you had some concept of, things are about to get tight.
Okay, but
I'm saying that in 2016, I didn't vote for either Trump or Hillary, and then I got 3 years of Trump as working for the Russians.
He was not working for the Russians.
Jonathan Chait went on MSNBC and said he may have been a Soviet asset since the 80s.
Well,
and so for me, I'm like, I'm out. This is crazy. And so, understand, and I'm not saying you're wrong about history. I'm saying that experiencing a political cycle over years is different from reading the condensed history books, which of course I do. So to live through 4 years of a president, their term, every single moment, the history books gloss over most of those experiences that we don't have as young people. So I have people on my show who are 25, and one of the people who works for us says nothing ever happens. She's 24. And this is like a Gen Z thing. Nothing ever happens. And I said, are you kidding? The past 10 years have been nothing but happenings. Here's the issue. When she was 14, she wasn't paying attention to politics. When she was around 20 years old and started, this was the natural state of politics in her experience. So this is basic. This is normal. And for me, it's crazy. And I think for you, it's crazy. But they grew up in this and they've normalized it. So my view is this. Not to say that you're wrong, obviously. My point is, when I watched
that's why maybe guys like me are so unaffected from seeing a market turn, because we've seen the worst. I've lived through the worst of the market. Like I've lived through '08. Like I know some guys are, it's crazy how some of you guys are older than me. You must have been in a very privileged position to not feel '08. But I felt the pressures of '08, and this is kind of why I'm looking at you guys crying about the market now. And I'm looking at y'all like, bro, y'all a bunch of babies. Like, bro, trust me, it was worse. Actually, I'm looking at y'all as a bunch of babies because in 2022 we was really in a tight situation, and y'all didn't say nothing. So, like I said, it is kind of funny how liberal media cries every time the market goes red. It's like, bro, trust me, I don't know about seeing the market go red for 3 months straight, damn near.
The Democrats accused Trump and Manafort and Carter Page and all of these things, especially when they fabricated evidence against Carter Page. I'm just like, wow, I can't believe the Democrats are going to this length to deny an election.
You're watching a little too much Fox News or somebody who's slanting this a certain way. I mean, Paul Manafort was sharing polling information with a GRU agent.
And do you know how they found out about that?
How did they find out about that?
Ukrainian government officials shared it with the Democratic Party.
So?
Politico reported that. So you have this Ukrainian interference in our election as reported by Politico. And I look at that and I go, wow, the Ukrainian government sent incriminating evidence to the Democrats. Crazy story. Then they claimed
but it was true.
And indeed. And the issue is, why wasn't that a scandal that the Ukrainians were interfering in the election?
Let's not get, because this is a friendly thing. Let's not get into the weeds on the Russia thing. First of all, it's 5 years old, so people are bored with it. Okay, but I'll just say this in general. It would be hard to argue with it, I think, but I'll just say it, and maybe we can just move on. Whatever it was, I don't think Trump was a Russian asset. Don Jr. at one point said, or maybe it was Eric, we do get a lion's share of our to the company from the Russians. So there was obviously a lot of involvement with the Russians. Trump was asked at his first press conference, and he said, "I have no dealings with the Russians." It's a total, complete lie. They had lied. Nothing. That's not illegal. It's not. But it just looks suspicious to say, "I don't know anything about the Russia. I have no idea." And then, like, I don't know anybody who's talking to the Russians. Everybody in the administration, Michael Flynn was prosecuted for it, was talking to the Russians. He said on TV, "Russia, if you're listening, I want your help with something." Okay, whether you think that's good or bad, it was completely unprecedented. So, like, the idea that he should not have been investigated for there's a lot of smoke here with Trump and Russia. To me, okay, I'm sure they overdid it, as everybody overdoes everything. But there was a lot of smoke, enough to investigate, and what he was asking another country to do in our elections publicly was unprecedented. We always had one rule in this country: we're going to go against each other. Yes, Republican, Democrat, we'll do whatever it takes, but we don't bring in ringers from outside.
Ukraine.
What they brought that in the same election?
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot the name of the woman. This is on Politico. You can just read their story. It was I can't remember the guy's name who reported it.
No, it's possible that, again, there's always some version of it on the other side. It's just not as egregious, I think.
You know, they're accusing me of working for the Russians now, and this is, or they tried.
No, don't worry. They accuse me of working for the Russians too, G.
And so here's the story. I get contacted by a conservative personality. I've got 3 shows that I host, several that I have staff that host. One of them is called The Culture War.
Right.
We produced it for 2 years, Friday mornings, similar to this, sometimes debates. And I was reached out by like 3 different companies who said, "We want to license something you're doing." And I said, "We do our own internal ad sales. We don't need a license." Some offers were made. Some of them were really good. And I said, "I'm not really interested because the ad sales I can generate exceed your licensing." So I get reached out by this company in Tennessee from a well-known, prominent conservative personality who works for one of the big companies, and said, "We've secured an investor. We want to license the show. We negotiated terms, lawyer negotiated terms, market rate, non-exclusive license for distribution. They could sell the ads on the show. I get the money, the licensing fee, which basically, I can choose to grow the show for 2 years or just license it now and take the money."
You sound like you're a naturally savvy businessman.
Maybe. Well, this didn't work out so well for me, because what happened was, at the end of last year, the DOJ indicted some random, I say random because they're not personalities, some Russians who were apparently in some Eastern European country, claiming that they were funneling money illicitly into this conservative company in Nashville to then promote Russian propaganda or something.
Hilarious.
The narrative now is Tim Pool was prosecuted for working for the Russians. The real story is the DOJ launched an indictment and dropped it almost immediately with no evidence, accusing a conservative personality of illicitly taking money from the Russians without evidence, destroyed the company, destroyed their lives, and then impugned the honor of anybody who had done any license agreements with a Nashville-based company.
Damn. You really hit people's nerves.
But I didn't do anything.
Hey, yo, they completely destroyed that company, though, just off that accusation. Like, ouch.
I tell you what I'm not going to do is show up unannounced at your door in the middle of the night. Hey, Tip, it'll be like Sonny on the Causeway, it'll be the end of Bonnie and Clyde. I'll just be like riddled with, boy.
It's a crazy
You got
story.
to take it as kind of a compliment. People care.
That's true. If they're not, I don't know.
But does it make your wife nervous? Does she hate it? Does she like, get out of the game, man?
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Get out of the game. Yep. Really?
Uh-huh.
And what do you say when she says, get out of the game?
Yes.
You do? You're going to get out of the game?
So,
no.
Yeah. Last October, I basically was just fed up.
With the game?
With politics.
Oh, the game?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I said, before I started doing my nightly show, I work 16 hours a day plus.
I was going to say, you got so much going on. Maybe just cut back. Less hours, more guns.
Maybe. Here's the problem.
This man really got a whole case full of pre-rolled blunts. I mean, damn it, Bill Maher, you're becoming more and more of my favorite liberal almost every day.
And I know that you can relate to this. I've got employees. I got staff.
Do you know you can have a harpoon legally in some states in this country?
I like that.
In case you're attacked by a whale.
But if I stop, then I got to fire everybody.
Well, I mean, that's a noble thing. And I've heard it before from people. And I always think it's bullshit. It's like you're hiding behind that. You really want to keep working. Because you know why? Like you achieved a big thing. You're a big success. No one saw it coming, including you, right?
I'm really
Did you think you were going to be this when you were 15?
In some form, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a cocky
good
piece of shit.
But doing this exact thing? Or close to it?
Close to it.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to be a comedian when before I was 10.
Yeah.
And then I imagined, in my day it was Johnny Carson. So I imagined being that, but it morphed into more, I think a political talk show, but also a gregarious, charming host would be, a great combination.
I think people who claim otherwise are lying. Not always. But come on, you didn't try your hardest and grind your fingers to the bone to get here thinking you weren't going to do it,
Oh, exactly.
You did it every day.
Like, I'm sure you're doing this and to keep your staff employed, but really you want to do it because, and why wouldn't you? You're 39. If you quit now, man, first of all, you're going to regret it because, once you quit, can you get it back? Yeah. But audiences move on quickly.
Yep.
Quickly.
They do now too.
No, I'm saying, they always have.
Yeah.
Like when you go, you think you're so indispensable, and this is anybody, and you're not, because there's always people wanting to take your place. And
it happens no matter what.
You could be at the top of the heap. You'll be.
Just me sitting here right now, with you, you have like, I would say that real time. From my circle, I don't know, but I feel like it's the most consequential political show.
I appreciate that because it is, even though the problem is that the most influential media is controlled by that far left that hates me.
Yeah.
So they will never give it up to me.
But they
will never write about it, say that. Nobody ever covers it. It's just like their thing is like, even though the audience is always there. And almost always in much bigger numbers than the things they do cover.
One of the biggest videos we have, I think, is us talking about what you said. But here's
I said that it means so much to me because it's
not always good things we're saying.
Yeah, but at least you're watching,
right?
And you're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah, I say similarly, but my point is like there are people that I bring on my show who are like in their 20s. I'm like, man, I've been watching you for years.
Yeah.
And I'm like, one day you will be sitting where I am and I'll be retired. Yeah. And that's the way life goes.
I don't even care if everybody agrees all the time. It's just that it's about, and I think you would say the same for your show, it's about taking you seriously. It's about having the credibility to have them listen to whatever you're saying. And then you can say your thing. But usually they know, well, maybe he's not completely wrong about that one.
You know what I'm really interested in is Real Clear Politics put out this aggregate polling by decade age. I don't want to say demographic because it was like 18 to 29 and it was like 30 to 39.
Yeah.
And only one bracket was anti-Trump and it was 70 plus. And then I
saw that.
Gen X was a tie. And then there's I really want to talk to you about this too. They're saying that Gen Z is becoming more Christian.
Yep.
And moving to the right.
Heard that too.
I'm wondering what's going to happen in 10 years. The boomers are going to be moving on, passing on. I'm not trying to be crass, but it's true. Or retiring.
You could say dead.
They'll be dead.
Yeah.
And what happens to politics in this country?
Not me, haters.
Bill's going to live forever.
Fucking haters and clickbaiters.
The pot and the booze is going to make you young.
I mean,
what
do
happens?
I look like I'm at death's door?
No, you look pretty good.
I mean, do I act like it? No. I've never missed a show except the two they forced me to miss when I had COVID. Wink, wink. They forced me because, of course, I could have contaminated and the entire city could have died.
I think I would have died, to be honest.
You what?
I got real sick.
Pussy.
Yep. And
Fucking-
then Joe Rogan saved my life.
How?
So-
Ivermectin?
No, well, technically. So I had called a hospital because my temperature was low and I was shaking really bad, and I was like really bad pain. I wouldn't say the worst pain I've ever had.
Okay, why are you in such bad health to begin with? Because
On God, because I ain't gonna lie, Tim Pool, you're not the healthiest looking individual. I would actually say that it looked like Bill Maher actually get out more in the sun than Tim Pool does.
unless you're in bad health to begin,
I was fatter.
That's
there you go. Yep, the reality that COVID actually did affect people who are already in bad health way more than those who are in good health. I mean, that's why I brushed it off too.
such bad health to begin with. Because unless you're in bad health to begin,
I was fatter.
That's it. I always said that about COVID. Who does it kill? Fat people and very old people. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. That's just the truth. No, obviously it could kill anybody and blah, blah, blah. And we should protect, the most vulnerable. But that's who it killed. That's what bugged me about it. Like all of our medical profiles are unique. That's why I don't like one size fits all diagnoses.
But they were banning people off social media, shutting down anybody who brought it up. It was a weird time.
I mean, they still do shut people down who bring it up. You can still catch a strike here on YouTube for medical misinformation. Don't get it effed up now. YouTube ain't pulled that.
And it still is weird. And I don't know.
Club Random is brought to you by the audio marketing gurus at Radioactive Media. Recently ranked number 20 on X-Plot. Be a farmer? Be a rancher?
Yeah, maybe. Well, so I'm not. I mean,
Really?
it's not just about that. There's people who, they have livelihoods here. They've moved to the area, they're from Maryland, DC area. But it's, the conversation I've had with Allison is I could stop doing the nightly show, which currently it's typically the second biggest live stream news. It's the biggest live stream news podcast, but Steven Crowder is bigger than us, but he's comedy news. If we want to lump all together, we're number 2. And we both feel guilty about
Steven Crowder is, a big dog. He's like the highest paid earning influencer on Rumble. I'm thinking like 7.5 million. And then he still makes money on YouTube as well. It's not like YouTube kicked this man off. He still makes money on there as well. So yeah, I would say between Tim Pool and Crowder, yeah, Crowder definitely got a beat on that one. But Crowder, that's a giant right there on the right wing side, at least. Like, who would be Crowder's equal? Well, you have Bill Maher. Yes, people like Bill Maher and news pundits
about saying stop doing this show with a massive audience so that we can go and have we're rich. We can go do whatever we want. We can just go skiing whenever we want. We can fly to South America and go skiing any time of the year. We feel guilty about that. We both kind of agree on it.
Why? It's so fucked up. Why do you feel guilty?
I don't know. I think it's like we're afforded this luxury and comfort.
Oh, for fuck's sake, get over it. Just enjoy it. Christ, you could be fucking in the
We're
hospital.
different.
You could be in the hospital with leukemia or some shit. You're you're lucky in some ways. You also worked for it, and this is your fate, and you have it. And trust me, you're not going anywhere. You can go through these permutations in your mind, but at the end of the day, something on your shoulder is going to say, you know what? Let's make hay while the sun shines, and then we can go skiing.
I mean, you do got to give it to Tim Pool. Like, I don't watch him all the time. Actually, I can't remember the last time I actually watched Tim Pool. But I can't remember the last time I watched Steven Crowder, which was yesterday. So, I mean, trust me, Tim Pool's always going to have his loyal fans. And, his Beanie Bandits. This guy in this beanie, bro, is like a legendary symbol at this point.
In South America, because you don't know how long it's going to last. Popularity, the more you get, the more you have in the bank. It's good. If you really skyrocket to ultimate sort of fame, people never forget you. Look at Britney Spears. She hasn't put out a record in 20 years.
They don't want to let it go,
and people are still very interested. But
I think that's going away. Looking at everything you have, and you're talking about the Mets and all this stuff. I think because of there's two phenomena that I think are going to break this. One is the decentralization of media through the internet, but also the lack of new.
Wait, break what?
Everybody wants to know what you think about things.
Good, thank you.
I don't, but it is true. I go to some of these media reporting websites and entertainment websites, And it's not just that Trump did something, it's how you thought about it.
Oh, good.
It's you, Ann Coulter, and Joe Rogan almost always.
Interesting.
I don't know that we have that in 10 or 20 years. So I'll break it down entertainment-wise.
Really? You don't think there'll always be people who
Not like
other
this.
humans what?
Not the way you guys are.
Yeah.
So Timcast IRL, we do maybe like 700,000 to 800,000 viewers per night, which is nothing compared to where Anderson Cooper was 20 years ago. It's decentralizing, it's changing. And
right.
So we have a big audience. People talk like, wow, you've got this really big show. And I'm like, yes, but there's 50 other shows now that are comparable.
And also, just to put it, okay, how many adults are there in America? About 280 million.
And
right?
Gen Alpha's tiny.
Okay, but I'm just saying, of all the adults who could be doing something, if it's 280 million and 700,000 to 800,000 are doing something, yeah, that's compared to how many it could be. To your point,
right?
You know, like I mean,
here's the other factor.
TV shows used to get like a share, which is like the percentage of there's a rating and a share.
Yeah.
One is like the
Yeah, right.
percentage of people who are doing anything. They could be watching TV, they could be masturbating, they could be playing tennis or ping pong, and the other is just a percentage of the people who are actually watching TV.
Yeah.
So a share is a smaller number because again, it's only it's among the people who could be doing anything. And like TV shows sometimes used to get like a 40 share. 40. Like 40% of the country who could have been doing anything were watching the Wild Wild West. I mean, that is to your, again, this is
Right.
your point. Like
exactly.
it's so much more bifurcated now.
So I'll give you an example. I was at a bar and I went to the jukebox and I put in Bohemian Rhapsody. And what happened? Everyone in the bar started singing. Lit 100%.
Everybody knows that one.
The next song that came on, I didn't even know what it was. It was hip hop R&B. Everybody broke apart. And so back when we had very few radio stations and very few television channels, they had to be very selective about what they promoted, but they promoted to, like you said, like 40 million people, who knows? So you had that time period. Now for us, I think that combined with the lack of new people. So Gen Alpha is about 40 million. And they're expecting that if we
what age are we talking about?
This is 0 to I think 13 years old.
So the one coming up.
Yeah. So Gen Z just finished, or Gen Z finished a while ago. I think it was like 2010 or something.
No.
2012. I think Gen Z ended.
Gen Z just began.
Gen Z is like
Gen Z
97 to 2012, I think.
Damn.
Yeah. Gen Alpha is 2013 to 2025.
Oh, okay, right. So we're going from when they're born.
Right.
Yeah, right. So we don't really count what they're thinking until they're at least a teenager.
So Gen Alpha is 40 million.
Right.
It's expected to be between 42
so
and 48.
millennials ended at the end. They're like from 1980 to
1996, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 81 and 96. It depends on which chart you use.
Right.
But there were 80 million millennials, and there were actually, no, I'm sorry.
And that's you.
Yeah, 72 million millennials, right?
Yep, I'm a millennial as well. Barely.
Now, 69 million Gen Z, 40 million Gen Alpha. So talking about share, if in 20 years, we're looking at Gen Alpha and Gen Z, the dominant generations, there's substantially less of them to buy products, to buy tickets, to know who you are. And there's an increasing competition from decentralization of media. So I don't know how we end up with another Ann Coulter, Bill Maher, Joe Rogan personality, and like the Bohemian Rhapsody song.
No, I completely agree. I didn't even know there was a Gen. I'm like, Gen Alpha? Who the hell? Oh, the newest generation. Y'all call Gen Alpha? That's kind of cool. I ain't gonna lie. I can't wait to tell my little brother. I'm like, congratulations, you're part of Gen Alpha.
If I go to anybody in my town where I grew up with, they all watched your show. It's liberal Chicago, and everybody would put on Real Time, and Jon Stewart and things like that. If I asked anybody who was on a Daily Show right now, they'd say, I don't know.
No,
Jon Stewart? I'd be like, one night a week, I think. And who are the other people? No idea. I think Jordan Klepper is one of them. Don't know the rest. To be fair, they have more than one host now. But I think everybody is choosing media that represents them, like you brought up earlier. And it's easier than ever to get into. then there's going to be less people. You're talking about, owning a piece of the Mets. And I'm like, I might have a big show, but I don't think I'll ever be able to afford owning a piece of the Mets or anything like that.
Well, I doubt if they're going to sell it again. I mean, it was a rare
Yeah,
thing.
he's talking about Patrick Bet Davis. I was like, yeah, that is crazy. But I mean, he did have a lot of money already from his insurance company. So, that kind of helped.
It doesn't happen often in sports when a team sells a chunk of themselves. The Mets were in very bad shape in 2010, and they sold 40% of the team to a select group of investors. That doesn't happen. Billionaires sell the whole thing to each other. They don't sell little pieces of it. But the Mets were so fucked up that they were being sued by the Madoff survivors because they were the ownership of the Mets, and they were lovely people, but they were apparently very in with Bernie Madoff. And so they were, and again, this is the New York franchise. New York. This is baseball. There's nothing more Americana than that in New York. And yet they could not attract investors. I mean, when I got it, I was like, I can't believe it.
All right, guys. Ooh, okay, we ran over time on this one. But hey, I had fun. I'm not even gonna lie. But all right, guys, I'm gonna catch you guys tomorrow. Hey, make sure you guys double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there to like and subscribe to the channel. We do this every night, guys. All right, man. We're gonna end this with a word from the sponsor. This is Set from Set Media. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except 2 problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Vance AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Vance AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Vance AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Vance AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Vance AI, guys. Hey, this is Set and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.